迎大家嚟到香港大學入學本科收生資訊日，亦都歡迎大家咧嚟到呢一個專為 HKDSE 學生而設嘅一個座談會。咁我相信咧，好多同學咧其實都已經去咗唔同院校嘅一啲資訊日，亦都咧攞咗好多資訊嘅。咁但係你喺攞資訊嘅同時，有冇諗過其實自己想追求一個咩嘅大學生活呢？咁會唔會係諗住淨係讀書，定係都會有去交流或者會諗下跟一啲即係科研嘅教授去做下研究或者會唔會去 develop 一啲新嘅興趣呢？咁今日我哋好高興啦，可以請到香港大學收生及國際生交流事務總監嚴志堅教授啦，我哋學生 Ida 啦，同埋 Kyle 啦，我哋嘅校友啦，嚟同我哋做一啲分享嘅。咁不如開始之前啦，我都請 Ida 可以講下咧，你讀 DSE 嘅時候嗰個心路歷程係點樣啊？
好，咁大家好，我係 Ida 啦，咁我係一個Year 3讀緊 Bachelor of Arts 嘅同學，咁我嘅主修就係英文研究同埋Politics and Public Administration 啦。咁去翻 DSE 嘅時候咧，其實除咗主修科之外咧，咁我就係讀 BFS 嘅 Accounting 啦、Economics 啦同埋 History 嘅。咁呢三科主修科大家都見到，其實係一啲比較偏文科嘅選修科啦。咁所以我喺大學嘅時候都揀翻一啲類似社會科學系同埋一啲文科嘅科目去選讀嘅。咁但係可能你會問點解咁多大學都有英文或者政治讀，點解我會揀 HKU 咧？咁我覺得HKU 帶俾到我嘅就係一個好 flexible 嘅 curriculum design 啦。咁所以我按照自己興趣同埋能力啦，同埋一個咁 flexible 嘅 curriculum design， 我就覺得 HKU 係最適合我嘅，可以幫我開闊我嘅學術嘅眼界咁樣咯。
好，咁我係Kyle，我係2019年嘅畢業生啦。咁講翻我中學嘅時候咧，我就讀econ 啦、biology 同埋 chemistry 嘅。咁當時候揀chem 同埋 econ、chem 同埋 bio 咧，就係因為嗰陣 career 老師就話讀呢兩科去到大學嘅時候咧，你揀科咧就會比較多選擇一啲啦，咁就所以就揀咗呢兩科啦。咁我仲讀咗第三個 elective，which 就係economics 嘅，因為嗰陣就想explore 一啲關於唔係好關理科事嘅一啲科目啦，咁就揀咗呢一科。咁後尾讀下咧之後咧，就發覺就自己真係好中意呢一科喎，因為econ 咧入邊有好多嘅課程啦，唔同嘅 topic， 所以可以解釋到你現實生活中你真係見到嘅嘢啦，一啲發生嘅現象啦嗰啲嘢。跟住個興趣越嚟越大嘅時候咧，我就特別會想大學都揀差唔多嘅科目啦，然後就開始睇唔同大學嘅business 嘅 departments 啊。咁compare 完晒之後咧，我就揀咗 Hong Kong U 嘅。咁原因有兩個啦，第一個就係當時同好多嘅師兄咧就有傾偈關於揀大學科咁樣嘅，因為我本身多師兄都喺Hong Kong U 呢度讀書咁樣啦，咁佢哋俾我嘅 advice 就係讀 business 呢科咧，就有一句説話就識人好過識字啊，咁樣嗰陣就諗一個好好嘅 alumni network 就好緊要啦。咁入到 Hong Kong U 咁好多 mentors 好多唔同嘅前輩咧，可以分享譬如佢哋 career譬如佢哋讀書上面嘅一啲strategy 咁樣會對我個人嘅成長會比較有幫助一啲，呢個第一個原因。第二個原因就係我都知道就係喺香港讀書，即係特別係 business 咧，個彈性就會比較大啲，可以揀好唔同嘅 streams 然後你有好多唔同嘅時間可以做唔同自己嘅嘢咁樣，就我覺得保留多一啲自由俾自己去 explore 下唔同嘅方面咧，咁我會比較中意呢個模式多啲，跟住所以最尾就揀咗 Hong Kong U。
Professor Yima，其實兩位即係 Kyle 啦同埋 Ida 咧，佢哋嚟自嘅背景又唔同啦，亦都有啲唔同嘅經驗。咁究竟大學咧點樣去配合即係同學多元化嘅發展呢？
其實就聽到兩個同學嘅分享咧，都即係都好清晰嘅。咁我哋覺得就話最重要，其實大學係要提供一個咧比較以學生為本嘅一個學習環境啦，同埋啲課程嘅。咁尤其是你啱啱聽到兩位同學都講過咧，即係喺個大學嘅4年嘅學習裏邊咧，其實一定唔可以咧就即係淨係提供一個即係好似 cookie cutter， 即係人哋話一模一樣嘅學習模式咧，俾所有同學嘅，咁樣就唔能夠做到咧同學之間可以去發揮佢自己嘅獨特嘅情況啦，去揾到佢一啲個人化嘅一啲嘅學習啦咁樣。 咁即係其實大學真係唔可以就好似即係你基本上係淨係提供一個時間表，咁跟住叫同學去跟住嚟做啊，上晒堂啊，咁啊攞咗學分跟住畢業，咁呢樣就唔係我哋即係想要做到嘅嘢咯嚇。咁啊另外即係大家都啱啱見到堂裏邊有啲比較特別嘅地方，就係都係咧佢哋由開始讀中學嘅時候嘅科目啦，到大學嘅選科咧，其實都好似立我哋港大一路想要提倡嘅所謂叫做 aspire to inspire， 即係我哋大學嘅目的嘅着眼點，其實咧就真係好希望可以啟發同學。咁啟發意思就話喺佢哋唔同嘅背景之下咧，能夠點樣能夠 through 呢個學校裏面嘅學習咧，能夠揾到佢哋嘅興趣啦，揾到佢哋個目標啦，咁樣，從而咧令到佢哋咧係可以即係可以除咗吸收知識之外咧，仲可以去將來咧將佢哋嘅學識更加可以去傳承落去啊，去影響或者啟發其他人嘅。咁啊，另外我都想講翻少少，就係啱啱同學都有提到一個字咧，叫 flexible curriculum， 即係其實呢個一路以來咧都係港大一個其中一個即係重要嘅重點嚟嘅，就係我哋設計課程方面咧，我哋係非常之着重咧個高靈活性啦。咁呢個高靈活性咧就可以俾到同學咧有好多空間去就住佢自己嘅興趣啦，就住佢可能將來無論佢對職業方面嘅一啲嘅諗法啊，咁樣種種咧，其實可以結合埋咧，就令到佢哋能夠去將佢自己嗰個學習咧去個人化。咁啱啱Ida 都講咗少少，其實佢係讀過 BAFS 嘅，咁可能即係類似嘅同學可能讀過啲課都會聽過咧。我哋成日講嘅協同效應，我哋講嘅 synergy 啦，咁其實就話啱啱兩個同學你見到都唔係咁即係認為淨係揀一個嘅 major， 佢兩個人都會係起碼1+1啦。咁仲有啲同學可能再即係比較即係再想要去得多啲嘅時候咧，就可能再加一個 minor 咁。咁呢啲咁樣嘅1+1咧，其實大家唔好睇佢以為好似淨係即係兩個科目，咁你讀完之後咁就即係有兩個唔同嘅學科嘅知識咯。咁其實我哋成日都強調咧，因為嗰啲唔同嘅科目裏邊咧，其實除咗係可以互補不足之外咧，仲又有呢個協同效應。咁所以加起上嚟咧，就即係1+1係唔係等於2嘅？其實1+係大過2呢個效果係我哋想要即係做到出嚟咯嚇。
咁雖然我當時揀大學選科嘅時候就冇聽過1+1大過2呢個講法啦，但係回顧翻我過去2年喺大學嘅一啲經驗同體歷咧，我都覺得呢個講法係好適合嘅。即係譬如用翻我自己做例子啦，我有2個雙主修，一個係英文研究，一個係政治啦。咁2個貌似可能冇乜關係嘅科目，其實咧佢哋都係研究一啲即係一啲 humanity 嘅 subject 啦。但係2個科目就用一個唔同嘅 angle 去睇啦。咁我覺得其實係互相配合，亦都可以俾一個一個 fuller 或者 bigger 嘅 picture 去睇同一個 issue 咁樣咯。
Carol， 你會唔會又講下你即係讀書即係雙主修嗰個學習係點樣？
係啊，好啊，咁我個 program 咧就係 BBA 啦，major 咧就係Wealth Management Marketing。咁 Wealth Management 咧其實講緊咧就係一啲個人投資啊時候嘅一啲學科啦，咁就同金融相關嘅。咁 Marketing 咧就係關於市場推廣啦、營銷啦，或者即係讀緊一個生意喺一個市場度點樣定位咧咁樣嘅一個學科嚟嘅。咁一開始入香港 U 嘅時候咧，其實我係declare 咗Wealth Management 呢一個 major 嘅。咁點解咧？就因為嗰陣都係比較想向一個穩定嘅事業方向去發展啦。咁香港都係國際金融中心，咁當時咧就諗就係讀金融呢一科咧，咁一定就好穩陣啦。咁樣所以就有呢個決定啦。咁我呢個 program 咧好一個地方咧，就係除咗我個 major 之外咧，你仲可以用好多嘅 credits 啦，即係你嘅學分啦，去 take 唔同嘅科目嘅。咁我就比較explorative 少少啦，就所有學科嘅course 咧，基本上我都有 read 過一下咁樣，即係由去到math， 甚至係讀 Buddhism， 我都其實都有去試過嘅。咁跟住機緣巧合之後，就有 read 到 marketing 呢一個course 啊。跟住每一年我哋都有 keep 住去 enroll marketing 嘅 course，因為都係自己嘅興趣咁樣。即係 again 我又好中意呢一科咧，就係可以解釋到我平時生活入邊咧見到嘅一啲嘢啊，啲廣即係最 common 嘅 example 就係你電視度見到一個廣告，或者你喺搭地鐵搭巴士嘅時候見到登上一個廣告啊，點解佢嗰句説話會咁樣講嘅咧？點解 係咁樣樣，點解要揀呢一個代言人咧？背後有啲咩嘅理念咧？咩嘅原因咧？咁樣喺呢科度其實都有講，咁就越嚟越中意咁樣，跟住讀去到 final year 嘅時候咧，發覺自己爭一科咧，我就可以將佢 declare 成為我嘅一個 major 啦。咁所以最尾畢業嘅時候咧，就順理成章就係 wealth management and marketing 呢一個 major 咁樣。
我知道 Carol 咧都仲喺大學生活入邊咧有一啲好特別嘅經歷喎，你不如都講下好嗎？好
啊，咁我嗰個特別嘅經歷咧就係我喺大學嘅時候咧就有自己嘅一個 startup 嘅，嗰個 startup 就叫做 Group 啦 ，GOOP 就係一隻校園嘅一個社交平台嚟嘅。咁我哋服務對象最主要係大學生啦。咁呢排我哋都有做一個中學生市場嘅推廣咁樣嘅。咁呢個係咩嚟嘅咧？即係因為我哋見得到就係喺唔同嘅社群入邊咧，就好似爭緊一個嘅平台咧，俾人去接觸某一個圈子咯。即係譬如好似我哋個故事開始嘅時候咧，就係其實我有啲朋友啦，咁就喺外國 exchange 翻嚟之後咧，就發覺同 Hong Kong U 呢個圈子咧就脫離咗喎咁樣。咁你先呢 year 翻到嚟，又冇理由去住 hall 啊，冇咁多時間去參加一啲societies 啊嗰啲咁樣，就好似冇一個途徑同 Hong Kong U 再接觸翻咁樣。咁當時我哋就諗有一個咁嘅平台咧，我哋就用大學生嘅電郵做一個認證，跟住你係 Con U 嘅，我哋就擺你入去 Con U 嘅社群入邊；你係 CU 嘅，擺你入 CU 嘅社群入邊。咁如此類推咧，我哋喺香港每一個 campus 咧都有一個 community 啦，我哋叫一個社群喺度。咁依家就推廣到每3個大學生咧就有一個係我哋嘅用戶咁樣啦，係啦。咁喺入邊咧，我哋慢慢發展咧就係都想嘗試將一啲大學生咧 bridge 入去中學生嘅 market 嗰度。譬如佢哋都我知道好多讀書嘅煩惱啊，或者大學升學嘅煩惱咧，就想去bridge 翻兩堆人咧，咁可以解決翻呢個問題咁樣啦。咁然之後仲有一個原因就係都有一個創業嘅轉捩點嘅，就係我咁啱喺 Year 2尾Year 3頭嘅時候咧，有機會就參加咗劇社嘅一啲production 啦，港大劇社咁。然後點解話係一個轉捩點咧？因為即係 before that 我係一個finance 嘅類型嘅人啊，因為大學入邊咧，其實你會見得到讀 finance 嘅人同埋讀 marketing 嘅人咧，係兩個 bubble 嚟嘅，係兩堆人嚟嘅，完全。finance 嘅人就比較down to earth 啲啊 ，realistic 啲啊，睇數字，所有嘢我哋睇 return on investment。呢一個對我嘅發展有咩 impact 啊？大家都係好着重嗰個利益嘅，係啦。咁另一方面咧就係marketing 嗰堆人咧就係比較係着重 job satisfaction 嘅。咁我參加港大劇社之後咧，發覺有第3種人嘅存在咧，就係呢啲人咧其實係比較會想即係唔計較，咩都唔睇，就係想做好一件事咁。即係你見到成班人就係花2-3個月嘅時間，日幾乎係用晒所有課後嘅時間，都係準備一套劇，跟住去到最尾上台嘅時候咧，可能套劇甚至仲要係蝕本嘅，咁樣都出到嚟，就係純粹就係 for audience 好睇啊咁樣啦。亦對呢樣就好大衝擊，就知道原來咧有啲人個世界觀係咁樣，就會為一樣嘢不計回報咁樣去付出嘅喎。咁對我人生都有好多啟發，咁樣都係想其實我都會唔會自己都想做一啲嘢出嚟？即係即使最尾唔成功都好，都可以係人哋嘅一個啟發，可以 inspire 到人哋可以做某一啲嘢咧咁樣。
我啱啱聽到阿 Carol 講咧，我都真係非常之高興，因為你個 example 其實真係一個非常之好嘅例子，去到睇到即係大學裏邊我哋點解咁重視去設計呢啲比較靈活性嘅課程，係真係可以俾同學去用到好多嘅空間咧，去做到好多唔同好有趣啊、好有用嘅嘢啦咁。咁其實啱啱我聽到 Carol 都講咗好多，即係大家可能而家啲同學都會諗起就好多有興趣去即係去做一啲嘅初創啊，又或者係用一啲嘅新嘅科技啊，去將佢嗰個將來嘅職業方面咧就行呢個方向啦。咁當然 Carol 亦都提到一啲好多可能以前比較傳統啲嘅事業啦，例如好似就算 marketing finance 咧，而家都要去揾呢個出路去即係轉型啊咁樣啦。咁但係我相信即係大家又唔使太擔心，就係咪所有人都一定要係即係要初創先會成功咧？咁但係又唔一定嘅。咁如果你唔係初創嘅人咧，其實我都睇到一樣嘢就好重要嘅地方就係話，你學咗咁多門唔同嘅學識，其實唔係淨係 即係淨係學識咁多嘢，越多嘢就越好咯，而係需要將佢融會貫通。咁呢個好肯定喺兩位同學分享就係 Carol 嘅分享裏邊，即係佢係將好多唔同嘅學科啊、唔同嘅經驗啦，都係將佢能夠係融會貫通咁嚟到做到呢個即係達到自己嘅目標啦咁樣。咁呢個正正亦都係社會而家未來嘅新社會形態裏邊咧，即係好需要啲人才就有啲方面嘅即係技能啊，同埋一個方面嘅諗法咯嚇。咁啊，容許我呢個時間咧都賣少少廣告啦，因為啱啱聽到阿 Carol 啱啱講嗰啲經驗咧，正正就係點解大學喺過去呢幾年咧都有推出一啲咧，即係比較跨學科啊、跨學院嘅學科，就例如我哋嗰個呢個嘅即係 BASC 啦，即係我哋個所謂文理科學士啦。以前我哋好難想像點樣將文理科去擺埋一齊咯。其實而家聽到 Carol 嘅經驗都其實好多嘢係可以嘅，就算以前係可能個 background 都係 science，可能其實而家都會同一啲文科或者係商科嘅嘢有啲結合啦咁。咁另外一個 program 可能大家都有聽過，就係我哋嗰個環球工程同埋商業課程啦。咁正正就係可能以前好多讀 engineering 啊工程嘅同學，咁將來可能有機會想諗下創業啊，或者係喺 business 方面發展咧。咁其實呢啲 program 咧正正就可以即係meet到佢哋嘅需要啊，幫到佢哋咯嚇。
我知道咧 ，Carol 都其實冇去過 exchange 嘅，咁但係咧，你亦都有一啲海外交流嘅活動嘅分享。其實你做咗啲乜嘢咧喺海外
？OK， 咁可以講一講我去打 case competition 嘅一個故事啊。咁case competition 係咩嚟嘅？咁 case competition 喺大學入邊其實係一個好常見嘅一個課外活動啦。咁基本上就係一個主辦機構佢就會拋一條題目出嚟，跟住你就要俾一啲嘅想法啦，俾一個 PowerPoint 佢咧去解決嗰個問題咁樣啦。咁我好榮幸就係可以贏得到香港區一個比賽，跟住就大學就 sponsor 咗我去加拿大咧就打一個嘅總決賽咁樣啦，同世界各地唔同大學咁樣。咁當時候咧有幾個經歷就可以值得即係分享嘅。咁啊去咗2-3個禮拜啦咁樣。其中一個學校咧就係我記得好似係 UBC 嘅，跟住佢哋去解決嗰個問題咧就係去解決 carbon emission 嘅問題。咁點樣去做咧？佢哋提出一樣嘢咧就係種植一個蟋蟀嘅農場啦，將啲蟋蟀啦磨成粉，跟住咧就俾啲人去食飯嘅時候撈飯嚟食咁樣啦。你見到呢個 idea 就係好 weird 嘅，咁樣想解決嘅問題就佢哋覺得蟋蟀咧入邊就好多蛋白質嘅。咁你透過呢一樣嘢攝取蛋白質咧，你就唔需要養咁多牛啊，減少啲肉類攝取咧，咁就從而咧令呢個地球嘅環境咧就好啲咁樣。咁當時候咧，我相信同你哋依家聽到呢啲都係好 shock 嘅。但係呢一樣嘢唔係佢哋無端端拋出嚟一個天馬行空嘅 idea 嘢。外國其實已經有類似嘅研究咧，係做緊呢啲嘅嘢喎。咁即係會見得到，由從即係呢個當然係其中一個 example 啦。咁嗰度有好多唔同嘅大學又 bring 咗唔同嘅 idea，即係個個都好 amazing，跟住嗰陣係覺得好震驚。哇！原來呢個世界個人嘅想法咧係咁唔同嘅，即係唔同地方、唔同國家嘅人會根據佢哋自己嘅文化、佢哋自己接觸到嘅嘢咧，提出嘅一啲好有創意嘅想法咁樣啦。咁 kind of 都好 inspire 到我，就係睇嘢其實係要比較國際化啲啦，即係你接收資訊嗰個嘅個 source 個來唔好淨係限於本地呢一啲嘅source，你要向闊啲去國際去 approach 一個問題嘅時候，咁你得到嘅嘢會多啲咯。同埋第二樣咧就大 take away 就係會識到好多唔同嘅朋友嘅世界各地咁樣啦。譬如我自己公司，我其實喺印尼都有分公司嘅，咁有時候去嗰邊出 trip 啊，去公幹咁樣啦。咁有時候都 up 下 IG story， 就係其中一間大學喺印尼嗰邊咁樣啦，佢都會 reply，你係咪印尼啊？不如 meet up 啦咁樣，即係甚至可能喺Jakarta可以同佢有一個會面啊，傾下偈啊咁樣咯，係。
Ida 咧，我都知道咧，你即係喺大學生活入邊咧都好豐富喎。你不如講下。
咁的確係啦，過去2年除咗讀書之外咧，都參加咗好多唔同嘅活動咧。咁譬如喺 Year 1嘅時候咧，咁我就協助一個linguistic 嘅 professor 去幫佢做一個同 linguistic 相關嘅 research 啦。咁喺呢個 research 裏面，我就幫佢做一啲 data collection 啊，協助佢搞啲 focus group 啊，同埋 data analysis 啊，同埋一啲 transcription 嘅工作。咁但係呢個咁樣經驗咧，其實原來同我另一個 politics 嘅 major 咧又有啲關係嘅喎。咁點解咧？係 因為今個學期咧，其實我 take 咗一個 course 咧，係做一個 research methods 啦，咁同埋一啲data science related 嘅嘢啦。咁喺呢個 course 裏面，其實學到嘅嘢就正係我以前幫 professor 做過嘅嘢。咁所以我已經係有啲 hands-on experience 啦。咁變相就係我讀呢個 course 嘅時候，就覺得比較得心應手咁樣咯。咁所以見到兩個貌似唔同嘅學科，其實佢哋係有啲 interrelated 嘅一啲元素嘅。咁除咗一啲比較 academic 嘅活動之外咧，咁我都有參加一啲海外嘅交流嘅，咁但係就唔係 exchange 啦，就係一個係由 Common Purpose 同埋 Hong Kong U 合辦嘅program 叫做 Leadership Development Program 啦。咁呢個 program 咧，其實就係去馬來西亞吉隆坡1個月，咁喺呢個1個月，因為佢個名都係叫 leadership 啦，咁所以我哋都有啲 leadership training 嘅 workshop 嘅頭幾日。咁之後咧，我哋就會被分配去唔同嘅公司啦。咁成個 trip 咧大概有40人，咁有一半係 international student， 一半係 local 啦。咁其實我哋已經係打成一片，然之後我就去咗一間multinational 嘅一間engineering consultancy firm， 咁就去咗佢哋嘅 marketing and communication departments 嗰度幫佢哋解決一啲 external 同 internal 嘅 communication problems。咁喺個過程之中係學咗好多嘢嘅。咁我覺得有3個 takeaways 啦。第一個就係即係友誼啦，因為呢個 Bachelor of Arts 咧，其實係有好多同學嘅，咁就未必可以好似中學咁樣，即係一世班啊，每日見啊，咁所以都好難建立一個即係好深厚嘅友誼。但係喺呢個 trip 裏面，因為1個月咧，我哋大家係住喺同一個 hostel 啦，我哋會搞一啲 weekend trip 啦，咁所以其實嗰個友情係好穩固。咁我哋翻嚟香港都有好多 catch up 啊，上個禮拜都有食飯啊咁樣啦之類啦。咁所以第一樣嘢係友誼啦，第二樣嘢就係佢 equip 咗我好多 soft skill 啦，例如 presentation skill、leadership、teamwork 呢啲咁嘅 skill， 其實係幫到喺我嘅 academic 同埋我以後嘅 career development 咯。而第3樣嘢，我覺得佢俾咗一個 career aspirations 啊，就係因為透過做一啲marketing 啊 communication 嘅工作，其實我發現啊自己睇呢個領域都有啲興趣嘅喎。咁同埋佢都我覺得係豐富咗我嘅 CV 啦。咁所以佢都幫助呢個經歷都幫助我喺 summer 嘅時候 land 咗一個幾好嘅 internship 嘅 opportunities 咁樣咯。咁除咗舊年嘅經歷之外咧，咁其實我而家咧都喺 campus 裏面搞緊一個叫做 Hot Prize 嘅 challenge 啦。咁咩 Hot Prize 咧？ Hot Prize 咧其實就係由聯合國一齊合辦嘅一個全球最大型嘅學生social entrepreneurship 嘅一個比賽啦。咁我喺裏面咧就首先要搞咗一個campus 嘅 competition 先啦。咁裏面有啲可能要coordinate 啊，揾 sponsor 啊，揾 venue 啊之類嘅一啲工作咧，咁其實都俾我學到一啲同 event management 啊、同 planning 有關嘅一啲知識啦。咁呢啲嘢都係未必同我主科直接有關，但係同時亦都我未必會喺課本度學到。咁但係我就可以透過一啲課外活動去學到咯。咁同埋都 relate 翻同 Kyle 有關。跟 Kyle 啱啱佢話佢參加咗一啲case com 啊。咁其實大學有好多崗位嘅，即使你唔係做一個參賽者，你都可以係做一個即係 event 嘅 organizer， 咁其實都會學到唔同嘅嘢咯。咁最後可能中學嘅同學都會好想知道有關於海外交流啦。咁其實我自己本身咧，舊年都有報呢個海外交流嘅。咁本身如果按計劃嘅話咧，我就應該係今年嘅下學期咧會去 Boston College 度做 exchange 啦。但係可惜咧，就因為疫情嘅關係咧，Hong Kong U 就取消咗上下學期嘅 exchange 嘅physical exchange 嘅program。咁但係不過唔緊要嘅，因為我自己真係好想去啦。咁所以我就再報多次，就希望喺下年嘅即係我 final year 嘅 semester 1可以去到咯。
會去邊啊？你想去？
我今次就報咗 Northwestern University， 因為 Boston College 已經唔係個 institution list 咯，但係都係我揀咗美國嘅，因為我對呢個地方覺得好好奇啦，因為即係佢好 liberal 啦，但係佢都有佢好 chaotic 嘅一面，所以我就想即係去到睇下究竟係點啦，同埋可以識多啲人啦。因為上次去馬來西亞都係淨係喺 Asian 啦，咁我會想去可能識一啲 Western 嘅朋友啊，或者睇下佢哋個 cultural difference 係點樣。
我都好希望啊 iDendron 真係可以去到exchange 啦，因為希望個疫情快啲即係完結啦，大家都希望嚇咁到時即係你可以如願以償咁去到呢個 exchange，因為其實 exchange 真係對學生嚟講都係相當重要嘅，即係因為 始終即係可能而家好多時候大家都會去旅行啦，咁但係始終都唔係一個長啲嘅時間去了解下當地嘅文化，再接觸咗唔同嘅新事物啊咁所以其實將來就算係即係揾工嘅時候，其實好多嘅僱主咧都好睇學生方面，即係有冇呢一啲嘅國際視野啊呢方面，咁其實去咗 exchange 都係一個即係好嘅一個經驗咯嚇。咁當然即係其實亦都同大學嗰個一路嘅所謂嘅國際化 globalization 啊，同埋 internationalization 咧，其實個方向咧係就好一致嘅嚇。咁啊，同埋而家我哋最近都會聽到，可能除咗係 globalization 之外咧，仲有個新嘅名詞就係叫 localization 咁啊，將 globalization 同 localization 就 combine 即係結合埋一齊啦。咁其實我都好 buy 呢個 concept， 我覺得係即係除咗係國際化之外咧，點樣能夠將本地嘅文化去結合埋一齊咧，先至會更加係做得一個好嘅效果咯嚇。咁啊，其實大學喺就住呢啲咁嘅globalization 呢個方向咧，其實我哋都同好多唔同嘅國際嘅唔同嘅有名嘅大學咧，都有一啲嘅叫雙軌雙學位嘅。咁啊，啱啱Carol都提過，即係佢有一個好 interesting 喺 UBC 嘅經驗。咁我都想提一提咧，其實我哋啱啱最新嘅一個嘅新嘅所謂嘅雙軌雙學位嘅課程咧，其實正咧就係同呢個 UBC， 咁亦都係咧同佢哋嘅Southwest Business School 佢哋嘅商學院咧，係一個相當有名嘅商學院，係我哋香港大學嘅商學院同佢哋一齊嘅一個新嘅合作嚟嘅。咁啊，即係呢度我唔講咁多啦。可能如果大家同學有啲咩嘅即係想要知多啲關於呢啲雙軌雙學位咧，咁希望你喺今個下晝咧就可以留意下嗰啲唔同嘅攤位裏邊可以提供多啲嘅資訊俾大家嚇。
咁頭先都知道啦，即係 Carol 同埋 Ida 咧，大家都係比較即係 humanities 類型嘅學生啦。咁對於一啲同學係對科研有興趣啊，或者係理科有興趣嘅，其實大學又點樣去去配合咧，或者有咩support 俾到佢哋咧？
其實咧就大家一諗到科研咧，好多時候都會直接就諗起可能係要postgrad 啊，或者就算係即係讀博士嘅學生先有機會做到啦。咁其實港大都有相當嘅機會咧，係俾本科生去參與一啲嘅即係唔論咩嘅學術啊，或者係嘅科研嘅一啲嘅即係研究嘅嚇。咁咧其實就即係包括好多教授啦，我自己有時都有咁嘅經驗，就係我哋有啲嘅唔同嘅研究項目咧，我哋都會去俾一啲本科生有機會去參與做呢個研究助理啦。咁但係如果關於理科咧，咁我又啱啱想都提翻咧，就係正今年咧，我哋又有一個喺理學院咧就推出一個全新嘅學位課程，咁啊中文叫做科研專才啟導課程啦。咁啊英文就係 Science Master Class 嘅。咁呢個課程有乜特別地方咧？就係因為呢個課程咧係一個雙學位啦，就喺4年裏邊咧，同學除咗攞咗一個理學士之外咧，仲再加埋一個研究碩士嘅學位嘅。咁所以總共咧就有2個嘅學位啦。咁除咗2個學位之外，最特別嘅地方就係咩咧？咁我哋都知道，其實港大理學院咧有好多嘅頂尖嘅科學家。咁啊呢班嘅學生雖然佢係本科生都好啦，佢哋都會咧係俾呢啲咁嘅有名嘅教授啊、頂尖嘅科學家咧，係個別咁去培養佢哋去即係參與呢個教授嘅一啲嘅研究嘅。咁等佢哋喺呢個即係大師啦，我哋叫理學大師嘅即係指導之下咧，就可以進展佢哋嘅學術嘅潛能啦。咁啊呢方面其實咧，我哋都有個希望嘅。我哋希望我哋將來啲同學能夠更快咁去接觸到呢個研究啦，咁令到佢哋可以喺未來嘅社會裏邊，我將我哋好多嘅學校裏嘅研究變成一啲即係有深遠影響啊，比較廣泛啲影響到即係好多人嘅一啲嘅應用咯嚇。咁啊都提一提啦，呢個學科裏邊咧，呢個新嘅課程裏邊咧就有同學可以揀咧，就有7個嘅精研主修，即係我哋叫 intensive major 啦。咁所以大家可能喺呢個 screen 上面都睇到咧，包括咗咧就係即係生物科學啊、化學啊、生態學啊、生物多樣化啊、地質學啊、分子生物學啊，同埋生物科技同埋物理學等等嘅。咁所以同學咧都可以即係留意下呢個嘅課程啦嚇。咁另外我都想提一提啦，咁大家講我哋嘅好多大師級啦，咁我哋其實好多嘅，所以我都唔全部介紹，咁我哋只係提一提有2位，就包括係我哋嘅任永華教授啦，同埋莫毅明教授啦。咁任永華教授咧，其實咧佢就係我哋香港大學嘅黃乾利基金教授啦，就係專注係化學與能源方面嘅。 咁啊，最近可能大家都喺報章度都睇到一啲嘅報道咧，就佢就啱啱俾其中一個國際領先嘅學術期刊啦，National Science 咧就選咗佢做係化學方面嘅主編，呢個係一個相當之重要嘅一個位置嚟嘅嚇。咁另外咧就阿莫教授咧亦都係香港大學謝士榮惠碧堅基金教授呢個教授席嘅。咁佢專注咧就係數學方面啦，佢係有名嘅數學家。咁啊有好多嘅唔同嘅範疇咧，佢都係即係一個專家嚟嘅。咁所以我哋都希望即係大家同學會如果有興趣早啲去參加到呢個咁重要嘅科研嘅話咧，咁就要留意呢個咁嘅課程啦嚇。因為其實真係好難得嘅，作為一個本科生有我哋嘅大師級嘅教授去做一個即係個別嘅指導咧，係將佢哋嘅經驗啊同埋知識去即係可以喺佢身上可以得到好多嘅經驗同知識啦，係一個非常非常之難得嘅機會嚟嘅嚇。
Professor Yima，我知道咧，其實醫學院嗰邊咧都有一啲新嘅動向喎。
都係嘅，咁啊，即係我呢度咧就唔想太詳細講啦，不過都提一提啦，就話其實如果好多我哋嘅同學都有興趣咧，就呢個醫療方面嘅職業嘅，咁其中有一個非常之即係重要嘅就係一個即係護士護理學啦。咁我哋呢個醫學院咧都會喺佢哋自己嘅 talk 裏邊咧，今日就會詳細介紹翻一個新嘅B nursing 嘅一個 track。咁我哋佢呢個 track 咧叫做 Advanced Leadership Track 嘅。咁入邊都有好多好吸引嘅一啲嘅元素啊。咁我希望大家到時去翻醫學院留心聽下佢哋嗰個talk 裏邊可以介紹多啲資料啦嚇。
嗯。好，咁多謝晒各位。咁趁呢段時間咧，其實同學咧可以咧即係如果你有問題啦，可以打一啲問題俾我哋嘅。咁呢段時間我亦都想即係俾少少收生嘅重點同埋 update 同學嘅。咁嗱。有3樣嘢啦，第一樣咧就係我哋嘅 surveying 同埋 conservation studies 咧，呢2個課程咧今年開始咧就會合併咗嘅。咁如果同學咧真係對於即係保育啊、conservation 啊好有興趣嘅話咧，其實你係可以報翻 surveying 呢個 program 嘅，因為咧佢哋合併咗之後咧，其實佢哋重組咗一啲課程啊，咁嚟加多咗一啲即係保育嘅元素喺測量學入邊嘅，咁亦都即係嗰個 quota 咧亦都係會多咗嘅，有43位嘅。咁呢個係第一個新嘅 update 啦。第二個咧就係即係今年我哋有啲學院咧，其實都會有一啲早啲嘅面試嘅。咁包括咧就係engineering 科目類型嘅一啲課程啦，同埋medicine MBBS 呢2類嘅。咁如果同學真係好有興趣呢2款即係呢兩類型嘅一啲 discipline 嘅課程咧，咁記緊就喺即係第一轉 JUPAS 嘅時候咧就要去報啦，因為咧12月嘅時候就會有呢啲面試啦。咁而呢啲面試咧亦都會係即係 online 舉行嘅。咁第3樣嘢咧就係由上年開始咧，其實我哋都有即係推出咗一啲即係俾特別specific programs 嘅一啲 scholarship， 包括係即係文科生啦，一啲對護理啊、社工啊、教育系啊，同埋即係對於我哋文理學士有興趣嘅一啲即係新嘅獎學金嘅。咁今年咧，我哋仍然都會繼續有呢啲獎學金。咁所以希望同學咧，如果真係有興趣咧，咁亦都可以我哋11月中咧就會開始推出呢一啲，亦都需要同學去報名嘅。咁大家就要留意返我哋即係一站式網站嘅 DSE 嗰個 website 啦。係啦，咁我相信而家都應該有啲問題入咗嚟㗎，係咪？我哋可以睇一睇先。好，有同學咧就問下就係 IDA 嘅，就話啊，你入到嚟先揀主修科啦，會唔會有好多限制咧？同埋使唔使即係受住 GPA 嗰個限制咧？同埋你使唔使即係同其他學系嘅主修嘅同學去爭㗎？
咁其實大家就唔使擔心嘅。我哋揀主科咧係第2年先揀啦。咁但係佢咧就唔會有好多限制，亦都大部分嘅科目都唔需要睇 GPA 嘅。咁但係就文學院而言啦，因為比較熟悉咧，咁有一啲主科的確咧佢有啲條件上嘅限制，例如譬如我讀嘅英文研究啦，需要求 DSE 嘅英文成績咧有5級或者以上。而另一個都好受歡迎嘅主科就係 翻譯啦，翻譯就需要中文同埋英文嘅 DSE 成績都有5級或者以上。咁至於其他方面都冇乜限制，咁所以大家就唔需要太過擔心啦。
咁頭先其實 Carol 都有講少少嘅，就係話哇，差唔多去到尾先去做個 major 啦，所以其實限制係冇乜嘅，所以個自由度都幾大，係嘛？咁有同學又問下 Carol， 就你又讀書，又去 exchange， 又去打 case com， 又再搞 startup， 咁其實都好忙啊！咁你點樣去分配下你嗰個即係時間呢？
其實都真係幾充實下嘅，我話我個生活咁辛苦，我又覺得唔係話真係好辛苦，因為始終讀緊嘅嘢係我中意嘅嘢啦。咁我 startup 又係我比較中意，即係有一個 personal 嘅 aspiration 想做咁樣嘅。即係如果一樣嘢好你做落覺得好辛苦嘅，其實我覺得都係個 signal去諗下，自己係咪真係想繼續做嗰一樣嘢咧？即係呢一樣，我覺得同學都可以諗一諗。至於時間分配方面，其實都唔可以話心得咧。我自己嘅一套就係我都係靠摸索翻嚟。一開始嘅時候，的確係會失衡嘅，即係譬如你會讀書，可能嗰邊就balance 唔到啊咁樣，然後嗰陣時候你哋要慢慢去諗點樣有啲方法可以了解自己個 capacity 係點樣樣咯。即係我自己嘅方法就係你要去 define 清楚、摸索清楚到底你每做一樣嘢實際上你嘅 action item 係乜嘢嘢。譬如好似你溫書咁樣，我今日要溫 chemistry 底下其實係比較虛嘅一樣嘢，你要諗清楚我今日可能要 run 某一個課題，我大學可能要對我嚟講咧，就可能我要清晒個 lecture notes 由第幾課到第幾課，或者清幾多條嘅 tutorial question， 所以慢慢去落嚟之後咧，你哋會大概知道每日大概自己可以處理到幾多樣嘅工作咯，然後有一個咁樣嘅sense 之後咧，就之後慢慢時間分配上面就會有效率好多咯，係啊。
咁佢有一條咧都係再想問翻 Ida 嘅，即係知道你即係升咗 Year 2先開始去揀啲主修啦。其實咁 Year 1嘅時候會唔會即係咩都讀下，會唔會蝕咗咧 ？First year 嘅時候？
我唔會咁樣睇話蝕咗，反而我覺得係賺咗咯。賺咗啲咩咧？就係即係喺頭一年係因為你係可以 explore 你所有有興趣嘅嘢，同埋你可以試真啲究竟有興趣你有冇能力讀到先，同埋你係咪真係有興趣？因為通常我哋啲興趣都係因為你唔係幾知道，以為自己有興趣，但係好多時候都係你要 experience 過先會知啦。咁就我而言啦，譬如我中學嘅時候，我以為我覺得自己對新聞啊、哲學啊、英文啊同埋政治都好有興趣嘅。咁英文就係因為我已經 set my mind 係諗住讀英文啦，咁所以我就讀完之後都係真係好有興趣嘅。咁喺第一年我就讀咗政治哲學同埋新聞嘅一啲 free electives 啦。咁我讀完之後同埋一啲 introductory 嘅 courses 啦，讀完之後其實發現原來新聞係唔係話好適合自己，因為佢係一啲嗰個 course 係關於 news reporting 嘅。咁我發現原來 news reporting 係即係你 interview 完啲人之後，你再寫你好 objectively 咁樣寫翻個 report 出嚟啦。但係我自己係比較中意寫啲 argumentative 嘅 essay 啦，有自己嘅意見。咁所以其實政治同埋哲學係比較適合我嘅。咁但係我要喺第二個主修揀一個主修，咁點樣揀呢？兩個點樣揀呢？咁我後尾發現原來咧哲學系裏面咧，佢係有一個 stream 咧叫做political theory。咁 political theory 就係讀 political philosophy 啦。咁就好完美咁樣將 philosophy 同埋 politics 結合埋一齊。咁所以我就咁樣 locate 到我第二個主修咯。咁所以我覺得第一年絕對唔係嘥咗，反而係一個好好嘅機會俾你去摸索同埋探索自己真正嘅興趣啦，同埋有能力讀嘅一個科目咯。
咁我知 Carol 而家其實都繼續做緊 startup 啦。咁有同學就話：哇，咁呢個新興行業會唔會唔係好穩定呢？定話即係而家個經濟環境咁樣嘅情況之下，咁即係 startup 個前景係點呢？定係我揾份穩陣啲嘅工就安全啲呢？
好，或者我解答咗第一個穩定性嘅問題先啦。咁其實相比起再前幾年啦，咁依家已經係相對比較 stable 咗，因為你見到坊間嘅support 都多咗啦。譬如 Hong Kong U 其實都有 support， 譬如我哋自己 group 咧就喺Hong Kong U 嘅一個 co-working space 啦，叫 iDendron 嗰度咧就即係有份即係 back 我哋做呢一件事情咁樣啦。 咁佢哋都俾咗好多 connection 我哋，譬如佢哋有幫我哋去 bridge 一啲 Hong Kong U 嘅合作咁樣啦。譬如我哋之前就有幫香港大學嘅商學院啦，做一啲 master program 嘅推廣咁樣，即係呢啲機會都係因為由 iDendron 咁樣先可以 connect 到翻嚟咁樣啦。咁呢個係一個啦，因為坊間多咗好多 support。第二個就係係的確係相對你一個翻工咁樣嘅 career 咧，係會冇咁穩定，但係其實相對個回報都會比較大啲咯。即係 in terms of 你嗰個 financial 啦，即係如果你成功嘅話，即係第二就係你個 personal development。financial 方面即係譬如你搞一間 startup，你幾時可以cash in 咧？幾時都可以有個回報咧？就係我唔一定話要做好耐上市咁樣嘅。我見到好多有啲 case 譬如我哋有啲同學咁樣啦，可能做咗1年或者2年，佢個 tool 係 OK， 佢會俾某啲大公司啦，或者某一啲好有興趣嘅投資者啦收購咗咁樣，跟住最尾佢都會翻去一間大公司嗰度做嘢。咁呢個係個 career path 啦。咁第二個就係嗰個嘅personal development 啦，因為做 startup 咧好得意嘅，即係你唔可以話我係一個，譬如我讀 marketing， 我咪淨係負責做 marketing 嘅嘢咧，咪淨係做加埋 financial 咧，咁就唔係嘅。即係做一間公司，你要由一開頭去諗個 product 啦 ，product development 啦，去到跟住就 marketing 啦，推廣個 product 有人用啦，跟住就 monetization 啦，點樣可以令個 business sustain 落去啦。跟住有錢之後點樣去請人啦 ，human resources 啦，去到最尾 fundraising 啦，又 go back 翻去 financial， 即係你會掂得到一個 business 上面所有 aspects 嘅嘢啦。咁所以其實 in terms of 你自己個 personal learning 嚟講咧，嗰個嘅學習都幾全面下嘅。咁樣呢個一個啦。咁至於係咪應該讀翻一個課程，即係有冇一個踏實嘅課程可言？我自己就覺得又難啲去咁樣分呢樣嘢踏唔踏實，因為我覺得即係讀書其實唔係真係話可以develop 到你一個好 hard 嘅 skill set 啊。咁 more on 其實係一個思維嘅嘢。譬如好似我自己讀 marketing 咁樣啦，我哋有一個 concept 叫做funneling 啦。譬如你看到一個品牌嘅時候，你第一層咧就係個品牌有效曝光，跟住咧你就要令到消費者了解個品牌，跟住就中意你個品牌，跟住就考慮你個品牌，最尾就會買你嘅產品啦或者服務啊咁樣。即係呢一個 concept 咧，其實都可以 apply 落去我哋去做 product 嗰度喎。即係譬如一隻 app 咁樣，你點樣可以 design 到就係啲人 download 隻 app 咗之後唔會即刻第日就唔用咧？點樣可以譬如我哋咁樣啦，係一個 community app， 我哋想多啲人喺上面講嘢，我哋點樣一個 design 可以方便到啲 user 咧可以撳最快嘅方法去撳幾個掣咧，佢就可以 create 到一個 topic 去 start 一個 conversation 㗎。即係呢一啲嘅思維咧，其實好幫助到我去喺我嘅公司度去做嘢咯。咁我諗即係同樣嘅想法都可以 apply 落去，即係一啲返工人士啊，即係唔同嘅 profession 入邊咁樣，即係 cross disciplinary。我覺得啲嘢全部都係。
Thank you, Carl。咁咧有幾位同學其實咧都問關於即係 Science Master Class 嘅嘢嘅。咁第一位咧就話使唔使讀完個 Bachelor 要攞到幾多 GPA 先可以繼續讀個 Master 嘅咧 ？Professor Yim 可唔可以即係解答下？
好高興有同學開始問下呢個啱啱介紹嘅 program。咁咧其實咧就絕對唔需要嘅，因為咧呢個 program 係一個我哋叫做即係 integrated program。咁其實咧同學就算喺2年班開始咧，其實已經開始係即係讀緊一啲即係同 master 嘅 level 有關嘅，即係可能係 introductory 啊嗰啲科目啦。咁所以呢個絕對唔係一個讀完 bachelor 再讀 master 咁解嘅，係我哋基本上就係成個 program 係將所有嘅無論即係本科生同埋即係碩士課程裏邊嘅課程嘅全部 integrate 埋一齊。咁所以係即係同學唔使擔心呢樣嘢嘅嚇。
咁呢個課程有幾多學額啊？
因為呢個係一個比較特別嘅 program 啦，所以我哋唔可以收一個大量嘅學生。咁我哋而家暫時都係呢個課程應該大概係15到20個學生。咁所以如果真係有興趣嘅同學咧，就一定要即係盡快去將呢個 program 擺咗去你嘅選擇裏邊啦嚇。
咁其實咧呢個 program 咧即係都有咁多科研嘅即係 elements 喺入邊啦，仲有冇機會可以去交流嘅咧？
我嘅 understanding 係可以嘅，我哋係喺呢個成個課程嘅設計裏邊咧係可以預咗同學咧。係就住佢哋想要去交流都可以嘅嚇。咁
咧開始亦都即係有一啲問題咧，就問即係同 JUPAS 聯招有關嘅。咁啊，其中即係一位同學咧就話啊，究竟咧如果佢再考 JUPAS 嘅時候咧，會唔會有一啲 penalty 咁樣？咁我可以解答下嘅就係其實咧，我哋除咗 MBBS 啦、dentistry 啦、pharmacy 啦、biomedical science 啦、actuarial science 啦呢幾科之外係會有 penalty 之外咧，其實其他嘅課程咧都係冇 penalty 嘅。咁亦都咧會考慮即係每個課程都有啲唔同啦，有啲課程咧都會考慮最近期一兩次嘅即係嗰個sitting 啦，即係 DSE 個 sitting 啦。咁所以所有呢啲資料咧，我就建議大家咧都上翻我哋嗰個 website 啦，去睇翻啦，因為每個課程都有唔同嘅即係一個考慮喺度嘅。咁仲有一個就係同學咧都，我相信呢位同學咧應該就係即係一啲中六嘅嚟緊要考試嘅同學啦，因為咧佢就問啊聯招嗰個排位點樣排喎？咁究竟院校咧知唔知道學生嗰個 Band A 1、2、3嗰個排位？咁其實咧我做咗即係招生主任都好多年啦，咁每一年咧，其實我哋都會去講呢個即係 JUPAS 嗰個 strategy 嘅，咁咧亦都好多年咧都同學都話，其實院校係咪會知道究竟1、2、3實際嗰個排位係點咧？其實院校咧係唔知嘅，我哋就係知道咧你擺咗喺 Band A 啦，擺咗喺 Band B 啦，咁實際1、2、3咧我哋係唔知嘅，咁所以咧我哋都即係成日有個策略去教同學就係你 A1咧可以擺一個進取啲啦，咁然後 A2 啦即係穩手突擊啲啦，但係 A3咧就係一個即係我哋俗稱係一個水泡科啦，一個最穩陣嘅，因為如果你 Band A 入唔到嘅時候咧，可能你就會跌到落去比較底啲嘅 banding 咁樣，所以希望就係同學可以 Band A 即係院校已經可以收到你啦咁樣。OK。有個同學咧就話我都係讀 chemistry、bio 同埋 economics 嘅。咁我係咪一定需要 M1 或者 M2 咧先可以讀 BBA 咧？不如 Carol 你答下好唔好？
好啊。其實我嗰陣咧就冇讀到 M1 或者 M2 嘅，其實都唔係 compulsory 嘅一個 requirement 嚟嘅。但係如果你有讀 M1、M2 嘅話咧，喺大學讀 BBA 嘅某一啲科目度咧，你會有少少嘅優勢嘅，係啦。同埋大部分 program 都唔 require M1、M2，即係除咗一啲比較需要數底嘅一啲學科啊，譬如好似Confi 啊，即係計量金融啊，或者精算啊，咁其他其實都冇乜所謂。
頭先嘉柔講得好好，就係計量金融啦，同埋精算咧，就係一定需要 M1 或者 M2 嘅。咁咧喺 BBA 嘅課程咧，你冇到 M1、M2 咧係冇問題嘅。但係如果你讀咗嘅話咧，佢就可以 in lieu of maths 咧咁去計你最高分嗰個成績啦。好，有同學問即係關於兩個 major 嘅嘢啦。咁如果其實都聽到咧，有好多學生咧可能係讀一個 major 加兩個 minor 喎。你哋有冇啲同學係咁樣讀㗎？
兩個 major，
一個 major 兩個 minor。
有㗎，絕對有㗎。咁其實可以俾少少數字咧。咁我哋 ConU 我哋一個 course 咧通常都係6個 credit 嘅。咁大部分 major 都大概係78個 credit 啦，要完成一個 major， 而大部分 minor 都係36嘅。咁所以一個 major 兩個 minor 係好合理嘅，都好多同學會有呢個選擇，可能就可以 explore 下多啲唔同嘅學術科目啦。咁但係major 同埋 minor 由於佢個 credit 嘅 difference 嘅差別咧，咁當然 major 會更加 in depth 啦。咁所以譬如嗰個同學如果想喺呢兩個 major 裏面有一個更深入嘅一個研究嘅話，咁佢就會揀兩個 major instead of 一個 major 兩個 minor 咁樣咯。
OK。
應該最多就可以我見到啲同學最多可以做到2個 major 一個 minor。咁當然佢睇翻即係嗰每一個major 可能即係有啲可能會要求多啲學分嘅。咁但係因為港大成所有嘢都係 base on學分嘅，咁所以如果你能夠砌得到咧，其實基本上係好可能做到呢樣嘢咯。
其實2個 major 一個 minor 都幾 aggressive。係
啊，咁要 planning 好啲咯，因為其實即係又考下大家喺個成個大學裏邊好重要嘅點樣去 plan 下啲時間，好似阿 Carol 話啊嘛，即係除咗讀書之外，仲有好多其他嘢噶嘛。咁點樣去能夠令到自己即係充實地用啲時間咧，就好重要啦嚇。
同埋點樣豐富自己嘅大學生活，其實都好緊要。好有同學咧就問Science Master Class 咧係咪可唔可以報咗 BSE 之後再轉呢？定係都會唔會有個 separate program code 嘅咧？
應該呢個係本身個 Science Master Class 係有一個 separate 呢個 JUPAS code 嘅，咁所以其實就大家應該係如果有興趣呢個 program，應該就揀呢一個 program 咯嚇。咁
我哋咧要賣個關子先，因為其實咧呢個 separate JUPAS code咧，我哋咧11月11號咧，其實理學院嗰邊咧，佢哋會有個即係發佈會去講晒所有關於呢個 Science Master Class 嘅所有嘅詳情嘅。咁所以到時大家都要即係留意住我哋嘅新聞啦，同埋即係我哋到時會擺上網嘅。係啦。咁同學問係咪所有嘅面試咧，其實喺2021嘅 admission 咧都會變晒做網上高嘅面試咧。咁嗱，據我所知咧，喺而家呢個 moment 咧，我哋就係12月嘅。頭先我講過啦，12月嘅面試咧都會係網上高嘅，但係咧因為有一啲面試其實係6月先做啦，咁暫時嚟講咧，我哋都係要睇返個疫情嗰個情況係點樣。咁其實咧好多學院啊學系咧都好想面對面做一個面試嘅，咁如果許可之下咧，其實佢哋都會想面對面。咁我哋即係有最新嘅消息咧，會喺網上高同大家公佈嘅呢個。好。咦，同學都即係幾多對於 startup 有興趣喎？啊，究竟咧，如果即係我唔係一個讀 business 嘅同學，咁有冇機會可以即係做到 startup 咧？定話其實咧呢啲機會都只係俾 business school 嘅同學嘅咧？
哦，我可以分享一下。咁其實依家做 startup 嘅人咧，佢嘅 background 其實都幾多元化咁。譬如我間 startup 啦，就有3個 partner 咁樣啦，有2個其實都唔係 business background 嘅，係啊。咁所以其實因為大學好嘅地方就係你可以接觸到好多唔同背景啊，有唔同 skill set 嘅人咯。然之後你就好似砌一個團隊出嚟咁樣，因為每個人你都有唔同嘅專長啦。咁你唔同背景嘅人拼埋一齊咧，咁先即係可以將一件事做到最好咁樣咯。然後有冇啲嘢係 business school exclusive 嘅？有嘅，即係單靠 business school exclusive 咧，就譬如有啲internship opportunities 啦咁樣，即係佢會喺你個 mass email 度咧，你每日都會收到商學院俾你嘅一啲唔同嘅機會啊，一啲 email notification 咁樣嘅。另外，我覺得呢啲嘢都未係最 critical， 當然係好重要嘅。我覺得喺香港 U 讀business school 最 critical 一樣嘢就係你好可以學得到嗰個 soft skills， 因為呢度真係好多嘅機會俾你去接觸唔同嘅人咯。然後呢一樣嘢，即係如果你想 go for 一個 business career 嘅話咧，你soft skills 有時候係甚至係重要過你嗰個hard skills。呢一樣嘢，我覺得即係以前我都唔係一個好內向嘅人嚟，即係反而就係喺一個咁樣嘅環境底下咧，即係被逼就成為咗一個要去同人接觸啊，由一個 introvert 都變咗一個extrovert 咁樣。
OK， 有同學咧就話我咧係讀 Cam 同埋 BAFS 嘅，咁但係我又好有興趣讀 BA 喎，咁我可唔可以報嘅咧？
其實係絕對可以嘅，即係我身邊啲同學咧，佢哋係讀 Phy Chem Bio 添嘅，但係即係有啲 transition 啦，可能自己啲故事啦，佢最尾係選擇咗文科嘅，咁所以BA 佢對於我哋嘅 electives 係冇 requirement 嘅，所以佢歡迎任何 electives 嘅同學報。同埋或者再補充少少啦，因為我哋係一個我哋 BA 呢個 program 係一個係可以 cross faculty 咁樣揀雙主修啦，所以其實如果你係一個 Chem 或者 Barves 嘅 background， 咁你又對文科有興趣喎，其實你第二個主修你可以揀翻一啲，譬如喺 science faculty 嘅一啲科目啊，或者係喺 business and economic 嘅一啲科目作為你嘅 non-home faculty 嘅主修咯。咁身邊都有同學做呢樣嘢嘅，因為我見到有啲同學佢原本佢個 bachelor 係譬如 science 嘅，咁佢第二個主修係揀英文咯，咁所以係真係好 flexible 嘅我哋嘅 curriculum。
Thank you, Ida。有同學咧就都仍然係都幾中意問關於 interview 嘅問題喎。究竟係咪即係所有嘅課程都需要面試咧，定係淨係一啲啲咧？其實咧就唔係所有課程都需要面試嘅，亦都講咗就係我哋個一站式網站啦，其實都會有面試嘅一啲即係 schedule 啦，亦都會講到究竟課程係需唔需要面試嘅，咁大家可以上去睇啦。咁頭先講過就係即係 medicine related 嘅課程啦，或者係 engineering related 嘅，其實佢哋就會有面試嘅。例如可能 business 啦，business 都會有面試嘅。咁文科啦 ，IDA 咁其實佢哋就冇面試，主要係真係睇 DSE 個成績啦。咁呢個大家都可以有個知字啦。咁亦都有同學就問到如果我真係好冇彩啦 ，DSE 中文咧就考唔到3，咁我失咗手。咁但係咧，我其他嘅科目啦都考到好好嘅成績。咁可以 Hong Kong U 會點睇呢？其實咧呢幾年我哋都有一啲咁嘅例子嘅，我哋亦都會即係 case by case 咁樣去處理啦。咁呢啲情況咧，我哋會交翻俾即係課程去決定究竟即係可能會再有面試啦，亦都會睇下嗰個同學嗰個成績又係點樣即係出眾法。咁所以我哋就都唔會可以一概而論咯。咁呢個都要係 case by case 咁樣去睇嘅。如果我想讀 BA major 係英文，咁究竟我 DSE 咧使唔使一定要讀 English 咧？有冇着數咧？你知唔知啊？IDA？
我可以講下，即係如果你話 admission 嘅 advantage， 我就諗應該冇㗎啦。但係譬如話讀書即係 study wise 嘅話，咁我覺得如果你有讀過 English 嘅 DSE， 咁即係絕對有 advantage 啦。咁可以再講多少少關於 English studies 呢個 major 咧。其實佢有2個 stream 嘅，第一個就係 English studies 啦，就偏向係關於 English 嘅，都係我自己讀緊㗎啦。另外一個咧就係 language and communication 係比較偏向 linguistic 嘅。咁如果你有一個 English 嘅 background， 咁我覺得喺你讀書方面，咁絕對係有個優勢嘅，因為你已經有接觸過啦。咁但係你話如果冇嘅話，咁點算呢？好似我咁咧，我都冇，因為我中學嘅時候係冇 English literature 呢個 elective 揀嘅。咁但係其實係唔需要擔心，因為其實我哋冇 expect 到同學要有 English 嘅 background， 咁所以我哋都有啲 introductory 嘅 courses 幫同學去 adapt to 好多呢啲嘅 reading 啊，同埋一啲 analytical 嘅 skills 咯。
有同學咧就問Hong Kong U 有冇一啲 AI 或者係 FinTech 嘅課程嘅咧？Professor Yim 可唔可以講下？
絕對有嘅。我哋喺其實啱啱我先有提過一個文理學士裏邊咧，我哋除咗係即係有 AI 啦，亦都有呢個 FinTech 啦。咁其實裏邊仲有其他嘅，即係包括係呢個 Global Health Development 啊。再加埋嘅 Design Plus 啊，咁所以如果大家有興趣一啲比較新興啲嘅科目咧，咁就可以睇一睇我哋嗰個即係文理學士嗰方面嘅資訊啦。
好。有同學咧就問到會唔會即係如果我冇讀 M1、M2， 會唔會我讀 Engineering 就比較困難啲咧？咁Professor Yim 你會唔會都可以答下？
應該係我覺得會係有啲困難嘅嚇。咁同埋如果大家睇翻嗰個網站裏邊，佢 engineering 有啲嘅都會有要求，即係對 math 有多啲嘅要求。咁大家可以睇翻我哋即係每一個嗰個 program 嘅requirement 咧，咁就即係會大家可以望一望啦。因為有啲就未必有要求，但係就如果你有咧，就會係即係有啲着數啦，有啲好處啦嚇。
可以補充啦，咁即係 engine 咧，其實就有 preference 啦，對於 M1、M2， 但係咧就唔係一定需要 required 嘅，即係唔係一定你一定要有呢一科你先可以入到嘅。但係咧反而係你一定要有 physics 呢一科，即係物理呢一科咧，你先可以報我哋 Hong Kong U 嘅 engineering 咯。咁你話係咪好難讀咧？其實即係因為都即係工程學入邊咧，其實需要嘅一啲數理啊各樣嘢，其實都係有要求嘅。如果你即係當然讀咗 M1、M2 咧，你會有多少少優勢，同埋你可能你 first year 嘅時候，你會讀得舒服啲咯。咁但係即係冇嘅時候，亦都冇問題嘅，因為你 first year 亦都有一啲 foundation 嘅課程咧，令到你可以追到一啲科目嘅。咁但係一定就要有物理啦。咁我諗我哋時間咧今日就到差唔多啦。咁喺最尾1分鐘，我可唔可以請 Carol 同埋 IDA 咧？你哋都可以即係鼓勵下我哋 DSE 嘅學生，希望佢哋下年可以入到嚟咧。
好啊，咁不如我講先啦。我覺得即係喺香港讀 DSE 其實都係辛苦嘅，但係就係一個短暫嘅過程咯。其實大學嚟講就相對比 DSE 讀書咧，你係自由好多，即係特別係關於你有好多嘅 空間，好多嘅自由可以揀你中意做嘅嘢。所以你哋依家讀書嘅辛苦咧係一個陣痛嚟嘅啫，即係會過去加油。
咁承接翻 Kyle 嘅鼓勵説話啦，咁我都覺得 DSE 係辛苦嘅，但係短暫嘅，同埋當係一個磨練咯。即係如果你可以 get through 到 DSE 嘅話，咁大學應該難唔到你嘅。咁大學係好 flexible 好自由啦，特別喺 Con U 啦。咁所以就係睇你個目標係咩，即係都可以好 chur 咁樣讀，都可以用一個比較輕鬆即係自己嘅 pace 咁樣讀咯。咁所以各位 DSE 加油！
好，咁我哋今日嗰個座談會就到此為止，多謝大家。
唔該，多謝。
拜拜。
拜拜。
Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome to Hong Kong U Virtual Information Day or our webinar on 6901 BSc program. And the main theme of today's discussion is how to create your unique color of science. And before we move on to that, there are 9 things that I would like you to know about our faculty, Hong Kong U Science, as well as our program, 6901 BSc Bachelor of Science program. And the first important feature of our faculty and the university is that we rank very high at all university rankings. For example, on your left-hand side, we have the QS ranking. In Asia, we rank number 3, the whole university. And for the worldwide, we rank number 22 in 2021. And for the QS World Graduate Employability Rankings, we rank number 9 worldwide, okay? Which is a very high ranking and probably the best in the territory. And on the right-hand side, we have the Times Higher Education ranking. In Asia, well, of course, they are based on different criteria, and therefore there are some variability. So in the Asia, we rank number 4 in 2020. And in the worldwide, we rank number 39 in 2021. And we rank number 2 worldwide as the most international university in 2020. So which is a very, very brilliant record. And the second special feature about the faculty is we have the top-notch scholars, okay? And our faculty staff earned many awards and achievements internationally. We have the Fellow of the European Academy of Sciences, and we have first-class prize of the Natural Science Award from the Ministry of Education, China. We also have the L'Oreal UNESCO for Women in Science Awards, and these are all very, very prestigious international awards. And we have more like Fellow of American Medical Society of the United States and so on. And also 15.4% of professoriate staff are the world's top 1% highly cited researchers. Okay, and also we are leading the Hong Kong U in the Faculty of Science. We are leading 5 areas of excellence projects, okay, which were funded by the government. And we attracted significant research funds via the following programs in 2015 to 2019, including the Health at Inno Hong Kong program with how many zeros? I think $500 million, okay? And also the Air at Inno Hong Kong program with another $500 million, okay? Which are the very big fundings of the university. And also we have 4 Chinese Academy of Science academicians. And we also have 4 fellows of foreign academies. So we have the top-notch scholars around the world, and we have the best quality teachers at the Hong Kong U Science. And the third important feature is about the curriculum of the Bachelor of Science program. We have a holistic and flexible curriculum that suits your interest and aspiration, okay? First of all, we have a very simple and flexible single admission scheme with 1 entry in application for a choice of 14 majors and 7 intensive majors, okay? You have a wide variety of choices, okay? For example, you thought you liked mathematics very much at the very beginning, but once you get into the university, you swapped your interest, okay? You found that you are in love with chemistry more. Then you are free to make the changes anytime. And you can shop around for up to 2 years before you declare a major, okay? And you have a lot of flexibility in changing majors. Okay, you are able to opt for 1 single major in science and doing lots of other elective courses. And you can also opt for 2 majors. For example, 1 major, the first primary major in science, and the second major in non-science subjects as well, okay? You can do 2 science majors, or you can do 1 science and 1 non-science. And you can have major, minor, 1 major, 1 minor, 1 major, 2 minors, for example, minor in Korean and minor in Japanese as well. That's something that you are free to choose, okay? So the program is extremely flexible, and there is no quota for GPA requirement for any science major. And we also have a comprehensive academic advising system with one-on-one academic advice. You will be assigned to a faculty advisor, so that if you have any problem in terms academics or non-academics, you can always seek help from your academic advisor. Okay, and also we have the 7 intensive majors. Okay, and the 7 intensive majors, as you know, we would like to incubate future scientists, okay? Students choosing intensive majors will have ample opportunities to have a good taste of research even in the first or second year of study, okay? So that will allow students to have established their career path in research, okay? And to pursue research dream and becomes a future scientist. And also, accreditation, the 4th special features is that a lot of our programs, particularly the intensive major programs, okay, they are accredited by foreign professional bodies, okay, mainly by UK professional bodies. Okay, for example, if you are taking an intensive major in biological sciences, or ecology and biodiversity majors, or molecular biology and biotechnology majors, okay? The program would be recognized by the Royal Society of Biology with an accredited degree, okay? You will gain additional recognition for skills and experience and learn the latest development in life sciences, okay? Also, if you're taking intensive major in chemistry, okay, and that would be recognized by the Royal Society of Chemistry, that final year students are qualified to apply for RSC membership, the Royal Society of Chemistry, and also an authorized certificate to recognize students' achievement. Another one is the geology intensive major, okay, and this qualification is recognized internationally in Hong Kong, internationally and in Hong Kong, by the Geological Society, and an accelerated route to achieve the professional qualifications. And most important of all, this is a very special feature of the program. We have 3 different articulation pathways, okay? After your undergraduate studies, okay, if you like to pursue a further studies, okay, we have some very useful articulation pathways. The first one is to Doctor of Veterinary Medicine, DVM, at University of Melbourne, okay? You will get 2 degrees from the 2 university, the Hong Kong UBSc degree, as well as the Doctor of Veterinary Medicine in University of Melbourne in 7 years. Okay, in 7 years. And the eligibility, successful completion of a minimum of 6 semesters by gaining 186 credits under the 6901 BSc program. Then you can apply, and the selection process will start at your 3rd year of study, okay? And you will become a qualified vet, and that can practice in Hong Kong, okay? So which is an interesting articulation pathway. And the second one is more general. This is to taught postgraduate program at Hong Kong U Science, okay? Now you spend 4 years studying 6901 BSc degree, okay? And if you attain a good GPA, good results in your undergraduate studies, then you are guaranteed to be admitted to taught postgraduate programs offered by our faculty, okay? And you know, direct admission with 1 year or 1.5 years for full-time taught postgraduate programs at Hong Kong U, including the Master of Statistics and some biology program as well. okay, and fulfillment of the respective admission requirements. I think this is a very simple, straightforward articulation pathway. You know, as long as you have very good GPA in your undergraduate study with more than, greater than equal to 3.5 at graduation, then you will be guaranteed a place. And I think there are also scholarships for individual students as well, depending on their results in their undergraduate studies. And also the other one is the articulation pathway to the Master of Science in Biotechnology at Northeastern University. Okay, now after finishing your 6901 BSc undergraduate degree, then you can spend the first year of coursework online from Hong Kong. Okay, this is an option. Okay, and then in the second year you will transfer to Northeastern University, either the Boston campus or the California campus for the remaining studies. Okay, and the eligibility is that we require your cumulative GPA to be greater than or equal to 3.2 at graduation. Okay, which is slightly even lower than our own taught postgraduate program. So if you study well in our BSc program, then you have many choices to further your study through our articulation pathways. Number 6, the sixth special feature of the BSc program is that we have a minor in science entrepreneurship. Okay. Now, young people would like to start up their own business. And now we offered a golden opportunity to let our undergraduate students to have a taste of entrepreneurship with science training. Okay, we have strong emphasis on practical experience with based on the internship as well as the capstone projects. Okay, and we have mentoring offered by entrepreneurs or senior staff in industry or in the business or in the IT world. Okay, and the courses will be co-taught by other faculties such as Faculty of Business and Economics, and we will have new courses to be tailor-made for this minor. Okay, so this minor in science entrepreneurship will broaden students' horizon in entrepreneurship and connecting academic knowledge with the real world by introducing more transferable skills and bringing huge insights via critical analysis of enterprises. Okay, and then you can learn more about how to start up your own business. The seventh special feature of the program is we have diverse learning experiences. Okay, now we have the undergraduate research experiences, we have field trips, worldwide exchange studies, internship to nurture students as global citizens. Okay, our target is that students will have 100% of the students will have overseas experience by 2022. Okay, in 2 years' time. So basically, if you are joining us in the coming year, then you would very likely to enjoy this kind of overseas experience, either through exchange or research experience. I'm sure that this will be a very memorable moment. The eighth special feature is our Young Scientist Scheme, okay, YSS. This is one of our flagship program, okay, to allow students to have early research experiences for outstanding science students. I'm sure that there must be one around you, one student around you, classmate around you, that they are science manias. Some of them are very enthusiastic about chemistry, physics, or mathematics. Okay. Now, they would be admitted to the Young Scientist Scheme, abbreviated by YSS. Okay. Now, students in YSS are guaranteed with the following. We have summer research fellowship, and we have they will either have in the first year they will have summer research fellowship, and then in the second year they will have a further summer research fellowship or an overseas research fellowship in the summer. and they will have the opportunity of international exchange, visiting or summer study at renowned universities all over the world. For example, Stanford University, University of Chicago, Yale, Cambridge, Johns Hopkins, UC Berkeley, Imperial College, and you name it, okay? Now, attendance to international scientific conferences, and you will also be assigned a research mentor. And also you will be enrolled in the Frontiers of Science Honor Seminar. And the interesting thing is that you will receive stipends, which is kind of a small amount of honorarium for research activities to be carried out. And also students will receive entrance scholarship, which would be considered case by case for non-JUPAS students. Okay, for those in the YSS, the Young Scientist Scheme, okay, you may also participate, further selected to join the Cambridge track for selected YSS participants, okay. Now, for this group, students will earn 3 to 4 degrees upon successful completion of 2 years of studies at Hong Kong U and 2 to 3 years of studies at Cambridge, okay? The first 2 years you will spend the basic training at Hong Kong U, and then in year 3, year 4, you will spend your studying time at Cambridge University for the undergraduate degree. And year 5, you will, if you further extend another year to year 5, then you will receive a Cambridge master degree, okay? So which is a highly selected program for our Young Scientist Scheme students. And the 9th one is about career prospects, okay? So we have we have a list of major occupation of Hong Kong U Science graduates over the past couple of years, and mainly they joined the commerce or industry with 66%, and civil service 6%, and educational institutions 13%, and community and social personal services 15%. And I think about 10% of our students will further their science education. So we have a very good, we are actually a very good incubator of future scientists. And the monthly income of the graduates of 2018 with a basic monthly salary, a median basic monthly salary of 16,000, and the gross monthly, median monthly salary is about 17,335. And virtually 100% of employment rate in the past decade, including further studies. And we actually rank number 9 according to the QS World Graduate Employability Rankings in 2020. We ranked number 9, which is, worldwide, which is really an amazing figure. The career prospects, and for those who join the industry, we have graduates joining Cathay Pacific, might not be a good example anymore. So we have the Morgan Stanley, Bloomberg, KPMG, AIA, and those going for further studies. And the institutions include MIT, Oxford, Princeton, the best universities in the world, worldwide, okay? So you can see that, there are full of opportunities when you join our big family. Now, after the special features, we have the admission requirements and quota. Okay, for the JUPAS admission requirements, okay, the basic requirement is the general university entrance requirement with English language level 3, Chinese language with a minimum of level 3, mathematics and liberal studies with a minimum of level 2, and 2 more elective subjects with a minimum level of level 3, okay? Elective subjects can be any category A subjects, but one of them must be a science subject, including biology, chemistry, and physics, as well as integrated science, combined science or integrated science, okay? Now the selection principle would be the best 5 among the Hong Kong DSE subjects, okay? The best 5. Now the mathematics as we are the Faculty of Science, okay, some science subjects will have a higher weighting. For example, the biology, chemistry, physics, science, mathematics, extended module 1 or 2 in mathematics, you will receive a double weighting. And for the English language, you will have a weighting of 1.5, okay? And we have a conversion score, okay, from Hong Kong U DSE level to a score, okay. For level 1, you will get a score of 1. Up to level 4, you will still get a score of 4, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. But we want to, you know, encourage those with high examination marks. So if you get a level 5, then you will have a higher score, 5.5, okay, with a slight adjustment. 5-star, you will get a score of 7, and 5 double star, you will get a score of 8.5, okay? Now, according to this, the total score of best 5 Hong Kong DSE subjects among the 6901 intakes over the past year range from 22 to 42.5, okay? 40 among the best 5, 42.5, best 5, which is a very good intake. For the non-JUPAS applicants, the admission requirements and quota, okay, as a reference, the non-JUPAS applicant for the 2020 admission statistics, okay, the lowest admission score for GCE A level, we have 1 A-star and 2A. And the average admission score would be 2 A-star and 1 A. Okay, for IB, the lowest admission score is 33, while the average admission score is 37. And for the quota, in the coming year, the JUPAS plus local non-JUPAS, we will have altogether a quota of 310. But we also have separate quota for non-local applicants. Okay? Now, how to create your unique color of science? Before we move on, okay, maybe for the audience, if you have any questions, please feel free to send us your questions, and we will try our very best to answer your question at the end of this presentation. Okay, this will blow your mind. This is something new, okay? We have a new Science Master Class program, okay, which is new in this year. The code is 6688, okay? Now this Science Master Class, to learn from the best minds, be inspired by our Science Master, okay? Now this program aims to incubate emerging thinkers and next generation of scientists, which is a double degree program of Bachelor of Science and Master of Research in 4 years' time, okay? Double degree program for elite students attaining 2 degrees in 4 years, a bachelor degree as well as a Master of Research degree, okay? And this program unleashes the research potential for science-inclined students, immerse research aspire students to an authentic research environment and learn from masters, and equip students to translate scientific knowledge to practical applications with wide-reaching impacts. And what it covers, you're learning from Science Masters, okay? You will be, the lectures and tutorials will be given by Grand Masters, okay? And also you will be assigned a master as your academic advisor to cater the needs of elite students, okay? And this is a research-oriented program, okay? And research postgraduate courses, and students will be taking research postgraduate courses and research project offered to students to enhance their scientific method and research skills. And students will have ample opportunities available in our flagship YSS program, okay? And including all those features in our YSS program. and will also be available in this new Master of Science program. And what will you learn? I think it's a little bit too early to discuss this part. So if you are interested, you can send in information to the faculty. You can also visit our website to have more inquiry about what will you learn in this program. And your program experts, okay, about the Grandmaster, are renowned scientists of considerable prestige as our masters, including members of Chinese academician, member of Academy of Science of Hong Kong, and members of Hong Kong's Young Academy of Science, international member for U.S. National Academy of Science, and so on, okay? And these are our Grandmasters, okay? Professor Chi Ming Che, and Professor Ai Ming Mok, and Professor Vivian Yam, Professor Guo Chen Zhou, and Professor Wang Yao, Professor Michael Ng, Professor Min Sun, and Professor Alice Wong. And they are all internationally well-known research scholars, okay? And you will specifically learn from these Grandmasters. And for more information, stay tuned to our faculty website, and we will, if you have any questions, you can send in information through, you can have more information through our one-stop platform for science undergraduate admissions. And for inquiries, we have the email. You can also find us on Facebook, Twitter, and so on, okay? So if you have any questions, please feel free to send in your questions. And today, we are very pleased and honored to have invited two alumni to attend this webinar to share their experiences either when they are studying at our university or in industry about the sharing. May we invite Ms. Celia Yang to, thank you very much.
Okay, hello everyone. I am very happy to be here today. And my name is Celia. I am class of 2019, so I graduated literally last year. And I have a major in geology and a minor in biochemistry. My major in geology is the previous version of the intensive program Dr. Lam just mentioned. I will first talk to you about my school life in HKU first. As you can see, HKU is actually a very diverse environment, and you can have a lot of opportunities here. And you can see from the left-hand side of the PowerPoint, it's actually what I joined during my undergraduate study. I have been a member of the school orchestra for quite a long time. I'm actually still a member of them. It's just that concert canceled due to the virus. And I am also the ex-co member of the school orchestra, so that was my inauguration ceremony. And in the right-hand side, it's about my studying. I did a final year project on microfossils. The white patches are actually the potential fossils. And you can see on the lower right-hand corner, it's actually some of my lecture time. You can see some very non-readable symbols there. And yeah, that's just learning in the science faculty. And also, I have some international experience. You can see in the top left-hand corner and the lower right-hand corner, they are my graduation field trip. They are the capstone projects in a geology major. We went to Montana, which is in the West Coast, US. We had a great time there. It's tough, but it's great. Like, we have a lot of friends, and you can see that the environment there is actually gorgeous. And I also joined an exchange program to the University of Edinburgh. It's a very nice experience. It's an experience of your life. It's a lifetime experience, okay? So you can have great professors, great lessons in the university. can also have great field trips. That one in the lower right-hand corner was a field trip to Sika Point, which is, if you have some geography background, maybe you would know that it's where modern geology starts. And you can see on the top left-hand corner is some cityscape of Edinburgh, which is a beautiful city. So my main point today is to share with you some of the career prospects of science students. You might have heard of this saying, is that science graduates tends to be less competitive in the markets. Is that really so? I think if you have planning, if you have experience, if you work really hard, it is possible and it's very likely that you will become a competitive science student. So first of all, let's talk about what is called planning. It's to know what you want to do and how do you want to achieve it. I think the simplest way to know what you want to do is to know more people. To know more people, you can do a lot of things. You can join a camp where you can know peers from your faculty, from your major, or even from the whole school. Or you can chat with different people during like lecture time, so you can know people, not only your peers, you can know some senior students from your own major. And you can join industry events, career talks, so you can have a real chat with people who are working in a particular industry. And experience is, internship basically. It can make your CV, well, more competitive when you graduate, of course, because when you graduate, you don't have work experience, right? You can't just write, okay, I'm Celia, I'm GPA, blah, 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 like that. So if you have internship experience, you will certainly be more competitive and you have more to talk about when you are having your interview. And it's also an important process for you to know what you like to do. You might have a very bad internship experience, maybe your internship sucks, but at least you ruled out one possibility of your graduation job. So that picture was taken during my internship. I worked in a contractor firm, so it's basically in the construction industry, and a consultant firm, an engineering consulting firm. And the last thing is to work hard. It's weird that people tend to think in university you don't need to study anymore, you don't need your GPA, but actually it's not the case. It's your ticket to your first job, your first internship, even your exchange program if you want to go, because like exchange university are like ranked according to your GPA. So if you have better GPA, you have better university. And also, don't just stay in your room, don't just study in the library. Also, chat with more people, join more events, build your connection, and I think you will be just fine. So about career prospects, I can tell you about what I'm doing right now. I am currently an engineering graduate, geology graduate in the Hong Kong government. It is a great program with a lot of field trips. You can see those are field trips to Lai Chi Chong, Apzhao, and that one is in Lantau Island, I think. And we also have some site visits. We have training in construction sites. That one was the most left-hand side picture. Most right-hand side, sorry, is a picture taken in a trial pit, we called it. Is one process during constructions. So thank you for your time, and just remember, HKU is a place for you to work hard and play hard. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your sharing, Celia, and I strongly agree with you that you need to meet more people, and planning is also important because for Form 6, Form 5 students, they are planning to come to the university and they will work hard, and that's also a planning. But once you enter the university, you also have to plan for your next step, for your future career as well. That also need to plan carefully and to meet the industry people, to know more people, and to communicate with people more. How about graduate studies. We are very honored to have invited Thomas, our graduate, to share with you about research. Okay, thank you very much, Thomas.
Okay, yeah, thanks for all your sharing. So I'm here to talk about research. So basically, my talk here, few minutes talk, is designed especially for students who intend or have already dreamed of being a researcher. Okay, so I'm currently an MPhil student, so Master of Philosophy student in astrophysics. So especially in theoretical astrophysics. So someone may think, okay, it's very fun to do research, but sometimes you need to have some experience, and you will face some hardship during your research. Okay, so I'll share with some of the opportunities and probably some of my research life. Okay, so there's actually two parts for this sharing. So I'm gonna introduce different research opportunities in my undergraduate career in the Faculty of Science. So the first one is the ones formally offered by the faculty or the department. So as just now mentioned, there's Summer Research Fellowship, SRF. So basically I joined this fellowship in my very first year, in the summer of my very first year, and I worked 2 months with an HKU professor. So I find him in the office and then say, hey, do you want to, can you accept me to be a research student for the summer? And then he said, fine. So I kind of learned something, and because it's just 2 months, right? And I just get into university, so I don't really know much about the research field. So I need to do some literature review, and then so the work is actually not very beautiful because there's only 2 months for research. So I at least get some taste of what research is like in the first 2 months. And then there's Overseas Research Fellowship. So I did this also in the summer, but in the summer of year 3. So I worked actually 3 months. So I write 2 months because the minimum is 8 weeks. So I worked 2 months with an overseas professor, and I gained a lot of international exposure during the 2 months, cultural exchange, and the most important thing is to learn the research culture in different places, because working in HKU is a small world. Okay, research is a very fast, big world in the international, worldwide. So you need to kind of learn how people conduct research in different places. And Director Studies, so this is a course formally offered by each department, and it's a 1-semester research project with one of our HKU professors. So here is a credit bearing. So you will be graded for this research project, and it's one semester project. So you basically work more formally on research on the topic that your professor assigned to you, and then you write a report and you do all the analysis all by yourself. And finally, there's the final year project, which I also work on. So you are formally assigned an HKU professor that you can actually choose from. So you work an entire year and you prepare for it, and it's a much deeper understanding of how the research is going. So basically after this FYP, final year project, you are kind of an expert in this field, a junior expert. Okay, there are just 4 opportunities I showed that's offered formally, but there are actually more. But these are the 4 I attended and I participated in. Yeah, and I feel joyful and learning a lot from this. Okay, and the most important and the most useful I found are actually the opportunities that are not formally offered by the department, but if it hadn't been for HKU and in the Faculty of Science, I wouldn't have these opportunities. So these opportunities are always in university. The first one, regular seminars. So people might think regular seminars are just like watching movies, okay? So someone talks, someone presents a slide, and then you just sit there and then do nothing, okay? That's not how regular seminars works. If you want to get opportunities out of these seemingly boring seminars, you actually raise questions, you actually read the papers by the speaker and then ask questions. And then after by the end of the seminar, you walked to the speaker and then try to get some connection, like email, and then try to speak with him and grab him to have a lunch with you, and then like try to discuss some possible opportunities, research opportunities with that speaker. So my FYP and my overseas research fellowship is actually the opportunities come from a regular seminar. So if it hadn't been for this regular seminars, I would have lost 2 years of research. Okay, so some would think doing research is just like laptop coding and or in your lab alone, working alone. So it's actually not the case. Research requires collaborative work. So all need to think together, because doing a good research is you can't do good research with just one brain. You need a lot of brains. So you need someone to criticize your work and then to find out the problem in the work, and so you can correct for it. Okay, so that's why casual research. So this is not formally offered by the faculty, but in your very first year, even in your very first week of your university life, you can like build up the courage to go to a professor and then knock his door and say, can I try to do some research with you? Probably he will say no, because you are just finished your high school studies. But actually, sometimes like I'm lucky enough that one professor gave me the chance to work on a mini project in my very first week, starting from very first week. So basically I did nothing actually, but at least it's a very good experience to know, to join the group meeting, to know the research atmosphere in HKU. The work is not the most important part in your undergraduate research, because you always change field, switch field, and I'm not working in the field I'm working before in my undergraduate studies. Okay, so there's a lot of opportunities. You can also lead to a publication even for casual research. Okay, so the last slide, there are some pictures, some photos taken in my overseas research fellowship. I actually went to mainland China, but I've met a very great professor, and he changed my course of research career, and he actually invited me to go to conferences. Like I don't have to pay for anything. And the middle top one is me with my current supervisor. So yeah, research is fun if you love research. So remember, you only do research if you love it. If you are thinking about whether or not to do research, you can try to explore it. But if you love it, you won't care whether it makes money or not. You will do what you love. Yeah, that's the spirit of research. Yep. So let me pass back to.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. You know, some people are very enthusiastic and crazy about science subjects like physics and mathematics, and you are one of them, certainly.
Yeah, right.
And I think there's one point is very important, that you need to make known to other people about your existence, that you take the initiative to introduce yourself to the professors, to ask for jobs, you know, for no paid off at all, okay? And then you will learn more and gain more experience and make known to other people about your existence. I think that's very important as well. And you know, you don't sit there and finish your degree and then expecting some jobs will come to find you. So that's also echo about, you know, jobless, you know, that's not true, but how you plan for your future career, I think is more important. Okay, so maybe we can take a look at the questions sent in by the audience. And the first question is, how can I build my career if I study science here at Hong Kong U? And we had some discussion about this topic, to build up your career if I study science at Hong Kong U. We have many opportunities, like we have the internship, and we have at the University of Hong Kong, we have the CEDAS, the Center of I'm sorry, I don't remember. We have the center of something like development
Yeah.
or whatever. But that's the center to help you to build up yourself, to how to equip yourself by from writing your CV and so on. And also, I think you will have a lot of opportunities like internship and working with your professors to know more about the discipline-related industry. Okay, what kind of graduates are the industry expecting from a BSc program? Okay, so I think that's very useful. That planning is also important. Get to know more people and think of what is best for you before you graduate. That's very important. And the next question is, how can I get to know what opportunities or scholarships are available for me? Okay, all these information can be found on the science faculty website. Okay, also the application, the timeline and everything will be sent to students by email from time to time. So you know, you don't, as long as you keep on reading your emails, then I don't think you will lose any opportunities for the scholarship. Okay. And the next question is, many science majors are not taught in secondary schools. How can I bridge the gap and choose my major? And this is also a very special feature of our program. Okay, you're free to choose any one of the 14 majors or the 7 intensive majors. Okay, now some science subjects are not taught. For example, biotechnology or biochemistry. Okay, students will not know anything about biochemistry and also decision analytics or risk management. Okay, so but we have 2 science foundation courses in your first year. Okay, and in these 2 science foundation courses, you will learn a little bit about every discipline, that will bridge the gap between the university level science and the secondary school level science. Okay, and also each department will have some elementary courses for students to choose from. Okay, and there would be, you know, irrespective of their level, they will start from scratch to teach the so-called university level science. Even in mathematics and statistics that I'm from, okay, the secondary school statistics and university level statistics are actually quite different, and we will teach from a different perspective. So it's always good to learn the subject all over again from a different perspective. In the secondary school level, you know, more, you know, just you need to memorize everything, but at the university level, conceptual theory would be more important, okay, to have a better understanding of the concept. So you don't have to worry too much about whether you have learned these subjects in secondary school, okay? And also you can seek help from your academic advisor as well as the professors. And we are all friendly and eager to help you to cater your need.
Okay, so there's a question for me. A student is considering if whether he or she should do science or research. So the advice for you, of course, as I just end my slide with, is the passion. So if you really love science, if you're really into science, then you do it for sure. But since you are considering whether to do it or not, in your first year, you have actually plenty of time and plenty of courses that you can choose from. So you can actually explore. Like if I'm not sure I want to do physics or chemistry or geology, then I would take each courses, each of the elementary courses, or if I don't have enough credits, I can actually sit in course. So not officially taking the course, but just sit there to listen whether I like this subject or not. And you can even sit in higher rank courses, like some more difficult courses, and see if that is really what you want to get yourself into. Okay, so if you really like that, then go for it. So if your GPA comes out a bit low, like a B, B minus, it's still fine, because sometimes a lot of students actually achieve very excellent grade in higher rank courses than elementary courses, because elementary courses, there's a lot of students there, and basically there's a lot of complicated calculations that you don't like. But for say in physics, the higher ranking courses are actually way more technical, way more advanced, and if you want to be the experts of the field, and if you are really interested in that field, actually you will excel in those courses. So don't worry about anything else. Just a matter of whether you have the passion to do science.
Okay, I think there's a question for me. How did you grab all those opportunities like internship and exchange? I think opportunities are for those who are prepared. So how to prepare yourself for opportunities is basically by having good GPA. That's very simple, because like in internship, what would they choose? They don't know who you are. They will just simply go for someone with higher GPA. And for exchange, they also rank your opportunity by your GPA. So I think that's one question. Another one is to know where you can get your information from. Yeah, like where do the company announces their recruitment notice, and when do you have to apply for exchange? And the third thing is, I think to have good English is very important. I think a lot of science students tends to have less good like language skills, but for most interview in the field, actually for most company, they do their interview in English. So I think it's also very important to brush up your language ability. Yeah.
You have the best opportunity at the University of Hong Kong because we rank #2 worldwide in being the most international university in the world.
Yes.
And I also agree with you that English and also communication skills are, very important, in job hunting, yes, in the job market as well. Okay. Our next question is big data and artificial intelligence are getting more dominated now, and any opportunities for science students. Maybe I forgot to introduce myself at the very beginning, that I'm from the Department of Statistics and Actuarial Science, and we specialize in big data, and we are hosting the program BASc in Applied Artificial Intelligence as well. But myself, I'm a statistician, and actually, for me, humans are irreplaceable. For example, we help the radiologists to develop AI machines to read the X-ray, chest X-ray, the scan, and also the medical imaging. Okay, claiming that the accuracy would be that high, okay, 95%, 98%. But still, eventually we have to be approved by a human being, okay, to scan by a human being. So basically, artificial intelligence is important, but it is a tool trained by a human being, okay? And the science program, we train students with the critical and analytical thinking, which will best help to develop artificial intelligence in the future decades. So there's no conflict, and students taking the 6901 program will also benefit from the growth of the big data as well as the artificial intelligence. And for the new program, 6688, the Science Master Class I just introduced, like, interested parties can visit the faculty website on November 11th for announcement of details. And thank you for joining us today. And we are unable to address all the questions here. And please go to our faculty booth and ask us in the live chat room. Thank you very much, and hope to see you all in September. Okay. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Thank you, Thomas, and thank you, Celia. Thank you. Bye bye.
Good afternoon. Welcome. I am Dr. Lucy Jordan, Associate Dean for Undergraduate Education here at the University of Hong Kong in the Faculty of Social Sciences. And I just want to welcome you to our first ever virtual information day. So I am joined here in the studio today with two students. Well, actually, one of them has just recently graduated, so she's half student, half graduate. That's Crystal right here. And then I've also joined here with Tony, who is entering or in his year 4 in the faculty, and then Ms. Winky Wu, who is one of the fabulous teachers in our experiential learning unit. So today, what we're going to do is deliver for you some critical information, some of the questions that you might have about what's the process, what's going on here at HKU, what kind of things can you study, but also, and importantly, I want you to have the chance to hear from people who really understand the kinds of questions that you might have. So that would be Crystal and Tony. Yeah. So today we're going to talk about the Bachelor of Social Sciences admissions, which is our flagship degree. You're waiting for me, sorry, okay. Okay. So the Faculty of Social Sciences, founded in 1967. We are over 100 professoriate staff, and we're also joined with a number of research and teaching staff, and also the fabulous administrative team members we have. We have a few thousand students on campus at any given time, 1,700 approximately undergraduate students, around 300 visiting or exchange students on an average year, about 1,400 top postgraduate students from all over the world, and around 240 research postgraduate students at any given time studying research in the cutting edge of social sciences. We have 6 departments in the Faculty of Social Sciences. So geography, journalism, politics, public administration, psychology, social work and social administration, which Tony is a representative of, and sociology, which is what Crystal is aligned with. Today we're talking specifically about the yellow bar, Bachelor of Social Sciences 6717 General Admissions entrance to HKU. As you can see, there are also a number of other admissions programs that we have, so you can find out more details about them in the chat room or in some of the bespoke talks for those degrees. Bachelor of Social Science 6717 BSOC Science. So the first thing we really want to find out about is why choose to study the social sciences? So Tony, for you, what was the decision-making factor?
Yeah, I would say it's the flexibility and the rich learning opportunities I can have in the faculty. So when I was a freshman, I actually did not know what my interest was, but I get to explore different courses at that time. So I think the lucky thing for being a social science student is that you get to try out different courses, depends on your own interest.
Right, so the broad-based curriculum, so the general admissions here to HKU allows you to try out kind of anything and everything and then make the decision. Excellent, thanks Tony for sharing that. Crystal, what about you?
Well, for me, one of the special requirements of social science is that you are able to go on exchange and internship.
Right.
So for me, I really wanted to experience learning outside of Hong Kong, the culture outside of Hong Kong. But on top of that, this kind of gives you more of an experience, kind of broadens your horizon, and it really kind of benefits you in the long run.
Right. Excellent.
Yeah.
Anything else? What about the time and the freedom?
Yes, on top of that, I think that you have the time and the freedom to really explore and figure out what you really want to do.
Right.
And you don't have to, you're not stuck on one major since once you've decided.
Right.
You're able to kind of change that even throughout.
Throughout the years that you're here.
Yes.
Right, yeah, and we'll talk about that a little bit more a little later. Yeah, thank you very much for sharing, both of you all. So when you enter the university as a social science student, there are going to be a number of different things you have to do, right? Yeah, so there's the university requirements, some of the English and Chinese language, and then there's all the disciplinary major requirements, and then the free electives. So anything stands out about the university requirements for you, Crystal?
Well, for me, if you can see the Chinese enhancement course.
Right.
I'm not very good at Chinese.
Ah, like me.
Yes. And a lot of my local friends who are, born in Hong Kong, their Chinese is way better than me, and they told me it was difficult.
Oh, wow.
So I thought, if they think it's difficult, what am I going to do?
Right.
So very luckily, communicating with the faculty, they allowed me to exempt this Chinese enhancement course, and you can take another course in place of it.
Yeah. So the flexibility there, and also the tailor-made degree program, excellent. And Tony, what about you? Anything about the university or the disciplinary requirements that, from your experience, to share with prospective admissions?
Yeah, I think some of you may be curious of what prerequisites are in the disciplinary major. So basically, it means you have to take 2 more introductory courses from other disciplinary majors. So let's say if I would like to take politics as my major, I may also need to take courses from sociology or social policy.
Right.
So I think social science subjects are quite related to each other. So it would be best for you to learn other subjects.
Right.
And it can help to expand your aspects of knowledge.
Right, right, excellent. So within the faculty, even if you have just one disciplinary major, you're going to have to meet these requirements with some of the other social science disciplines, and that's going to give you a nice broad base of knowledge, but also help you understand how your selected discipline fits in with the broader social sciences. Yeah, excellent. Thanks a lot for sharing that. And the majors and minors options. So I think sometimes when we look at everything, it can be a little overwhelming about what the heck am I going to do. So I'm really interested in hearing more about the learning journeys from Crystal and Tony. So when students enter into the faculty, they are going to have to declare at least one of these 6 disciplinary majors by the time they are in the end of their first semester of their second year. And so Tony, for you, what was that process like with the disciplinary major? Yeah.
So I determined social work and social administration in the second semester of the first year study.
Right.
Actually, it's now called social policy and social
development. Right, right. And did you know that's what you were going to study when you first came?
Yes. Actually, but actually exploring in the way of my first year.
Yeah. Yeah, exploring, and then you decided on that. Right. Yeah, excellent. Okay. And Crystal, what was the process like for you with the disciplinary major?
Well, I knew for sure I was interested in sociology.
Right.
I wasn't sure if I wanted to do psychology, sounded more practical. But when I did take the course, Soci 101, I loved it, every minute of it. So that was kind of, in my second year, I was like, okay, I'm going to do sociology.
I'm going to do sociology. Yeah. Excellent. Great. So with the majors and minors, in addition to the disciplinary choices, there also are 6 multidisciplinary majors that you could choose to select within the faculty, as well as they could be minors. So we've got the criminology, neuroscience, urban governance, counseling, cognitive science, and media and cultural studies. Now, did either of you select a multidisciplinary major?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
Yeah.
I looked at the courses under media and cultural studies. They sounded really interesting to me.
Right.
And I decided in my second or third year to make that my second major.
Your second major.
Yeah.
Right, right. Excellent. So in addition, though, right, to the double major, which is how Crystal chose her curriculum, you can also bring in 1 or 2 minors that are offered either by the Faculty of Social Sciences or by other faculties as well. So let's talk a little bit more about major and minor options. So there's, for example, if you enter in, Crystal, when she originally entered, was thinking maybe psychology, right? But then at the end of the day, she chose something different. She chose sociology and then added in that second additional major. So you mentioned about year 3, maybe you declared it. So how did you come to make that decision at that time? Could you tell us a little more about that?
Yes. Well, so in my second year, I had to declare a major, and I thought maybe I should kind of look for a minor, kind of, not just one major and that's it,
Right, right.
So I started looking at other things, and media and cultural studies, the courses were very interesting. They were up my alley. And so maybe I thought this could be my minor.
Right.
So I declared that in my second year, but by my third year, I realized I only needed 1 more capstone project.
Right, so 1 more course.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I could make that my major, and I would walk away with a double major.
Right.
Sounds much better in my opinion. So,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So up until the point of your second to last semester, actually, you can declare another major or minor, and so for you, that was a good choice. And I know in my experience from the years of working with lots of students, I find Hong Kong students are very pragmatic. So they often want, to get kind of the most value for what they are putting their energy and effort into. So more than one major, in my experience, is quite normative. But there also can be the option of bringing in a lot of different sources from minors. So for example, here we have disciplinary majors or multidisciplinary majors with different minor options. So with Tony, tell us a bit about your experience, please, and your thinking around it.
Yes, as you can see, my major is social work and social administration.
Right.
And I have also 2 minors in Buddhist studies and China studies.
Correct.
So I determined my major in the 2nd semester of the year 1.
Right.
But I was struggling to decide whether I'm going to have a double major or minors. So, so I tried out politics, counseling, computer sciences, or even linguistics.
Right.
But turns out these subjects were not my favorites.
Yeah.
It was until last year, which was my 3rd academic year, I found Buddhism and China studies fit me well, and I really enjoy studying them.
Yeah, excellent. No, so again, another kind of journey about the flexibility, the time, the freedom for exploration, and the way that you can be quite creative about kind of making the decision ultimately how you want to put together your whole study plan with the base in social sciences. So what else about our degree, right? That's the experiential learning. So this is a really important part of our curriculum here at HKU, the social innovation and global citizenship. And I'm really excited for each of you to be able to share a bit with the applicants. But Winky, since this is your expertise, why don't we pass it over to you to talk about it, because you'll do a much better job than me, I'm sure. Yeah.
Thank you, Lucy. Yes, so social innovation and global citizenship is the flagship program under our Faculty of Social Sciences. It is part of the experiential learning. So the SIGC is constituting 24 credits. So it's equivalent to about 4 regular Hong Kong U courses. So 12 credits will be coming from the social innovation part, which is about your local experience in Hong Kong. So most students will choose to do a local internship, no matter it was a project-based or a placement-based internship. And then on the global citizenship, which constitute another 12 credits, we have plenty of options for you to choose. And most students will choose from doing an exchange or doing a non-local internship to fulfill this requirement. So Tony, I know that you have been conduct 2 internships to fulfill the SIGC.
Right.
So why would you choose this kind of combination?
Yeah, so as a social work and social administration student, I want to know how non-profit and for-profit sectors work for social benefits. So I spent my last year in an NGO called Kids for Kids that is related to children and youth empowerment. And I did my GC this year in the Department of Corporate Social Responsibilities in KPMG Shanghai. So turns out these experiences did let me learn how different types of organizations work and what are their strengths and weaknesses. And I would say this experience are quite meaningful.
Right. Can I just ask one quick follow-up question? So if you think about that, Tony, like what do you think is what's one lesson you took about how they're either similar or different? Do you know, kind of think like from the 2 internships? Does anything come to mind?
Yeah, I would say that like for non-profit sectors, they may have more practical skills in organizing how to organize events for people.
Right.
And for the for-profit sectors, they may be better in having the resources to give these resources to the NGOs to deliver the service together.
Right. Interesting. No, that's really, so you're talking about kind of different types of resources, actually sort of like the practical resources as well as kind of the professional knowledge and also financial resources to help make those 2 things complementary. Excellent. Thanks,
so Tony, you
Tony.
actually maximize your opportunities to explore different kinds of work and industry.
Yeah.
And for you, Crystal, I know that you went for exchange in SAT. So how was the experience?
I did. It was great. I loved every minute of it. It was very surreal. You know, one day you're in uni, you're in Hong Kong. The next day you're on your own in a foreign country. And so this was one of the things that I was looking forward to. And I went to Canada in year 3, semester 1. And I went to Queen's University. And so I would say there's a very large difference in culture of learning, culture of living, but you end up kind of staying close with those friends because you're there for 4 or 5 months. And a lot of my friends I met there I still keep in touch with, so I loved it.
Yeah, I know that you even tell your mom it is a compulsory element.
Yes,
right?
I did. I really did. I told my parents I have to go on exchange. This is the only way to get my credits, which is not true because I didn't transfer all of my credits back. I was unfortunate in this way. But because there are so many different ways you can do your global citizenship, your GC, you can do it through the CAES program where you teach English in Myanmar. You do this for a summer. There are a lot of different ways that you can fulfill your credits for this.
Yeah, excellent.
Every year, actually, we are sending more than 300 social science students out to local community partners to intern. So we have more than 160 community partners that we work with. So these are just some of them. And I see that Kids for Kids and KPMG was on there.
Right, Excellent.
And then also we have a lot of exchange partners. So Queen's is definitely one of our long-term partners to work with. So you have many options to go exchange and fulfill your GC requirements.
Right. And those can be kind of like full year, 1 semester, but they also are like summer and winter study programs. And similar with the internship, right? There's a lot of flexibility again about how, it's like the requirement you have to do it, but then how you do it is really kind of up to the student's own study plan. So entrance requirements. Okay, so this is kind of what I call the nuts and bolts. You know, these are the kind of fact things that you want to understand and the boxes you want to check when you're doing your application, all of that. And I bet Tony and Crystal probably don't even remember that. So for JUPAS applicants, so Tony was a JUPAS applicant. And there's a couple important things to note here. So first of all, remember, BSOC Science, which is our general admissions, 6717, it has to be a Band A choice because basically, if it's not Band A, currently, we don't admit. So that's really important for application. And then in terms of your category A and C subjects, we're gonna take the best 5, but we're also gonna exclude the M1 and M2. And interviews are not that common with JUPAS applicants, to be honest, and it's not a requirement usually. With the non-JUPAS applicants, of course, non-JUPAS can be, there's a bit more kind of diversity in this pool. So, you know, we look at different kinds of scores. So were you an IB?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so Crystal was an IB admission. So usually we're gonna be looking at 34 or above for IB. And then another really common examination that we have students arrive with is the GCA levels. And there we're going to be looking at 2A, 1B, which is going to exclude the English and the Chinese language, right? So remember Crystal had that tip about the Chinese language thing, because sometimes people, you know, worry a little bit about that. They think, the University of Hong Kong, you know, it's, you know, there's Chinese language. Am I going to, you know, is that going to be a real struggle for me? There might be some variations from year to year, but we're never going to be lower than university entrance requirements. And one last thing I want to say about that is, you know, if you are from India, for example, we have a number of admissions every year from India, and we have recognition of different kinds of examination. And that's the kind of thing you can go directly to the admissions office to ask about, or you can also ask in the social science chat room, and they'll be able to help you understand the particularities of the background examination system that you're coming from. Yes. What about after graduation? So Crystal, as I mentioned, is just recently finished, and so I want to ask her a few questions about what's happening. So the job market, what's that like for you?
Well, you know, it's tough out there.
Yeah, it's a tough time. It's true.
But I was really fortunate. So I finished in summer.
Right.
In
so
2020
just recently.
summer. Yes, just recently.
Yeah.
And I'm currently in the process of getting hired. I'm getting screenings. Thank you.
Yeah, it's excellent. Congratulations, Crystal.
Thank you. And I'm in the educational institution.
Right.
So you can kind of see that, you know, you're not stuck in NGOs, the stereotype of
a social science degree. Yeah. So actually that's quite similar to about almost 20% of our graduates from last year. You know, we're having jobs across the educational sector. So, you know, from primary to, you know, to higher education. And but actually we can see here that the largest share of graduates from last year, and I can say that this was fairly reflective of the last number of years. It's not, this is from 2019, but it looks very similar for the previous years. More than 50% is going to be working in commerce and industry. So actually, like Tony's example of his internship, the second one, but even both, right, kind of having that understanding about the relationship between the nonprofit and the for-profit sector. I think that actually is a good way to begin positioning yourself for the kind of likely job that most of our graduates have. You can see that another about 25% is in that more maybe traditional social science, so working in community, social, or personal services, and the civil service in our graduates from last year. So as we wrap up this kind of more formal part of our sharing, there's lots of different things we could say. You can go look up there on the web. You see where we have the little sparkly finger pointing at teaching and learning, and there's a nice QR code to find out anything and everything. But I want to ask our in-house experts, Tony and Crystal, if there's one last thing you would say to the candidates about anything to do with admissions or studying here at HKU, what would it be? So Tony, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So my advice would definitely be plan in advance. So
plan in advance.
Yes,
yeah.
Although the university, you may have the freedom, you will have the freedom to choose to explore the subjects you like. It will still be better for you to learn the subjects you really like in advance, so that you can plan your course and your internship according to your own personal goal.
Right, right. So on the one hand, with the flexibility, which is great, you can explore things, but on the other hand, it's really important to kind of have plans and to make plans as you're moving along. And I could even say perhaps, to take advantage of the faculty and teachers, so to talk to the experiential learning unit early on, talk to Winky and her team, or to talk to your academic advisors or your student academic advisors, right? The students that sign up to be their kind of mentors answering questions, so you can really plan things out effectively for your academic career. Crystal, what about you?
I would say that you should really pick your major or your subject to match what you really like to do. Pick something you are really interested in or passionate about, because you're going to study this for 4 years at least.
Right.
Do you really want to be studying something you have no interest in just for the practicality when you come out?
Right.
I think that I really, really enjoyed my degree. I loved it, and I still have a job. Well, I'm getting a job, so I think it turned out okay.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's, and again, based on my experience with a lot of Hong Kong students in particular, like I said, practical, pragmatic. So sometimes students might feel like, oh, I should do X because it's going to give me a better chance for Y. But actually, what Crystal is saying is, follow your passion. Follow your heart, and the rest will fall into place. And that is one of the messages that we like to we hope that students might have the experience of, is that it's worthwhile to put your effort into the things that really make your heart sing like that. So thank you so much for your sharing with the potential applicants. And let's see, we now want to go to the Q&A session, right? So let's have a look at what kind of questions are coming in. So, okay, I see one here. Question 1. What kind of non-academic activities I can enjoy at HKU? So who wants to answer that question? One of you want to jump in?
Yeah, sure. Okay. I would say you can definitely enjoy different and many non-academic activities in the life in HKU. So for me, I've joined like singing contest.
Singing contest.
Yes, sing.
You like to sing?
Yes.
Okay.
Esports and gun shooting, even gun shooting. Yes.
Gun shooting?
Yes.
Singing and gun shooting?
Yeah, there are a variety of activities provided by different societies in HKU. And you can also join different societies like student ambassador or other schemes.
Yeah. So there's lots of different things you can try out, like things maybe you enjoy and things that maybe you've never even thought about trying out. So why not give it a go while you're here? Yeah. And Crystal, what about you about non-academic activities? What comes to mind?
Well, for me, I lived really far away from HKU.
Okay,
so the
so
first
local
thing,
student, but you live far away.
Yes.
Yeah, because you might as well have lived across the border. Okay.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
But I really wanted to live in halls because to my limited knowledge, I thought it was just a dormitory. You know, it's a living space, you can make friends there. But when I really did join, I realized it was more than that. It really is a commitment to the hall. It really is kind of, you form your own community there.
Right.
You take part in, you know, cultural activities, sports activities, and you really form a kind of tight-knit community with the people there.
Right, right. Yeah, no, and I think, so it was actually, I think for many students, the hall life is an important part of the life of the university that they're thinking about when they think, I'm going to university. And you're right, from my experience with my advisees, for sure, I've often heard that, you know, it is like, it's almost like a parallel university experience. And, you know, there's tons and tons of activities and different things going on. And, you know, that really does form, another sense of community that you develop while you're here. So, okay, question 2 up here popping up. How, big one, how my study will be affected if the COVID-19 pandemic remains unstable this next year? So I think, you know, we've already had COVID, you know, response going on since, well, really since January, right? You know, since right around the Chinese New Year when things started shifting. We had that 1 week of class, right? You remember? And then, Chinese New Year, and then boom. So, I think I could speak about kind of going forward, but mostly I'm wondering, what has the experience been like for students? So, you know, so for Crystal and Tony, you know, what are some of, I guess, the highs and lows of, you know, sort of life as a student during COVID that you'd like to share with the applicants?
Yes, since the university now is adopting the hybrid teaching mode, so some courses may offer face-to-face teaching as well as online teaching.
Right.
So for some courses, you can go to the campus, or you can just simply attend them through online.
Right.
So for me personally, I actually like online teaching because I don't know why, but it just gives me the courage to speak out loud in the chat room box.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Well, you know, again, I have found this with students for sure that. Surprising to me, some students that I never hear from are much more participatory when we're online. And so actually that's been one of the kind of positive side effects of going online and hybrid, and, you know, which is an interesting thing that we might never have known if we hadn't been coping with education and COVID. So, so what about you, Crystal? What, any tips or, you know, kind of feedback about your experience?
Well, as I mentioned earlier about my exchange, I didn't fulfill all my credits.
Correct.
Which means I had to do a global citizenship, or GC, at home.
Right.
In Hong Kong.
Right. So you could graduate.
Yeah, so I could graduate. You know, I was very nervous. You know, I was calling up the faculty, can you help me? How am I going to graduate on time? But very luckily, they helped me figure something out. And I ended up doing a local internship.
Yeah.
But it had a twist on it because it was focused on the global citizenship.
Right.
Yes. And so I was very lucky that I could graduate on time.
Yeah. Well, so again, I mean, I think, you know, it's what I hear there is this thing about the flexibility, even, you know, in the time of crisis, right?
Yes.
So, you know, kind of helping to respond, and, you know, that's, you know, so it sounds like overall it's been okay. Yeah. I don't know, anything else that you can think of to add about the pandemic?
Yes. Speaking about global citizenship, because many students will be worried about, because it's a graduation requirement, and during the pandemic it's impossible for you to go out really to exchange. So for example, Crystal was doing the GC at home. We were offering like a global citizenship at home, where you can do a local internship at a international organization for really some international project. So last summer we have people going to do like migration and then interview migrant workers, for example, like that. And speaking about that, I know that Tony, your plan was disrupted because you planned to go to exchange before.
Yes, unfortunately, I was planning to exchange this spring. You know, COVID hits, and then I had to. I have no choice to cancel my exchange. But luckily, thanks to the faculty's arrangement, I got the internship in Shanghai this year.
Right.
Yes.
But actually, this coming summer, sorry, it was not happening for the last summer. But in the coming semester, we are actually offering virtual exchange, so students have higher flexibility of arranging their GC requirements as well.
So we're continuously adapting, you know, and coming up with kind of new things. And I think one of the things I find exciting about it is that we're able to get instant feedback too from students about kind of like what's working, what's not working, and to really try to be creative in our problem solving. So another question here. Okay, so do I need to choose the major when admitted? And and secondly to that, the student or applicant says, I'm still not very clear which subject I might particularly be interested in. Well, let's see. Okay, I'm going to have a go to start, and then I think maybe I'll see what any tips that Crystal and Tony have. So students do not have to declare any major at admission. And in fact, you don't even need to do it during your first year. You have until the first semester of your second year, your year 2 studies. And by that time, you do need to declare at least one of the 6 disciplinary majors, right? So those are the geography, politics, public administration, psychology, sociology and China studies, and then social policy and social development, which is the new disciplinary major in social work and social administration, which is the degree that Tony is graduating from. So by the end of this first semester of year 2, you need to declare at least one of those majors. So that's kind of the take-home point about the way major declaration goes. So Crystal, or Tony, I think actually, we're going to go on to kind of giving some experiences from Tony. That's right. Yeah. I'm in control. Okay. But, oh no, I don't have control.
Yeah.
Sorry guys. I thought I was in control, but I'm not in control. That's okay. So talking here about about declaring a major and admissions. So Tony, what stands out to you about that from your experience with major declaration?
Yeah, like some of like I just said, I'm just like some of you that didn't know what your interest was. I was exploring my majors and minors during my university life.
Right.
And turns out there are many choices that you can have in the faculty. Like you can do a double major or minors, even from other faculties.
Right.
So it basically is your freedom, and it is very flexible to choose whatever you like.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah. So one thing to add on is that the university actually prefers English as the medium of instruction. So for some of you may think English is your weakness, you may want to improve your English skills because there will be lots of readings and presentations on the way if you would like to take social sciences.
Right. Yeah, and I think and that is a good way to enhance your English skill and confidence, because I think that's one of the things I would often see is that usually anyone admitted, you have the skill because you have to have the skill to be admitted, but it's the confidence, I think, about getting comfortable with presenting oneself both in written and oral form. So Crystal, what about you? Anything to add?
Well, I think that I thought, again, so psychology,
Yeah.
it's more practical, but I also think that, sorry, what was the question?
The question is about, remember declaring,
yes.
Yeah, that's right, declaring admissions or declaring majors at admission. Yeah.
So I was kind of confirmed on the sociology part. I knew I wanted that to be one of my majors.
Right.
And in my second year, I'll do a minor, expand what I can, like my skill set.
Right.
But by my third year, I just had to do one more capstone project, just one more project.
Right.
And I was able to make that a double major.
Right. So there, I think, what I'm hearing, which maybe is of interest to the applicants, is that you have to declare that disciplinary major during the second year. But you have up until the second to last semester actually to finalize, either a double major or bringing in some different minors that way. So and you can still do all of that within the four years of study, plus meeting the requirements for the compulsory internships and exchange programs. And I love what Crystal's example is that she thought she was doing her global citizenship through her exchange. Of course, she wanted that exchange no matter what. That was one of her passion about studying. But then, actually it worked out that some of the credits couldn't be transferred, but then she was still able to fit in another internship, to meet those requirements and graduate on time. So, there's a lot of flexibility and ways for you to piece together the requirements. So I see this question a lot from potential students. So will you accept my application if I put the BSOC Science, Bachelor of Social Science 6717 outside of Band A? And so the simple answer here is no, but I'll give a little more detail there. So with the JUPAS applicants, to date so far, we have only admitted Band A applicants, and this really has to do with the competition for the slots that we have. While we admit a number of students every year, we're actually not a huge program in social science here at HKU. I mean, that's one of the things I think that's really nice about our degree program, is that you really have a chance to get to know everyone while you're here, to know the other students, to know the faculty, to know the community. So while it may be a different size than some of the schools that some of you attended, it actually is kind of a small community at the end of the day, which I think really gives our students a unique learning experience. For the non-JUPAS applicants, in general, we're going to give preference to those that are ranking our degree as their first choice. So I say in general because, again, there's always some kind of things on the margin where there might be some exceptions one way or another. Okay. Psychology is our largest major currently here and is very popular. And I think we have a perfect example here. So Crystal said psychology was actually kind of what she thought when she first came into study. And so let's think about this. If Crystal had applied to HKU and we didn't have general admissions, she'd applied to psychology, which you can't do that at this stage, she might have been locked into something that wasn't actually what she really wanted to do. And this is one of the, for us, kind of selling points of our degree is, we really believe in the broad-based education in the social sciences and the fact that what we think we might want to do might not actually ultimately be what we find is our passion. So I think that was kind of what Crystal's experience was. But needless to say, most of our applicants are going to be interested in psychology. And so what I want to stress is a few things. Yeah, you can have a psychology and another major or a series of minors. And even within the faculty, some of the things that you might choose to do would be to kind of make a creative and emphasis on some aspects of psychology with your degree by partnering with one of our multidisciplinary majors. So you could have the major in psychology, but then a second major in criminology. So maybe you're interested in like forensic psychology. You're interested in kind of the psychology of criminality.
University offer criminology as a minor.
You're right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So it's like you could take criminology as a minor and then even top up like with another minor as well. If you were wanting to kind of get, maybe you wanted to do like criminology and then a minor in another social science, actually, to understand, say, maybe like a sociological perspective, which is looking at kind of the way that the structure of society influences criminology. So there's some really interesting ways that you can put things together like that. Another option, though, is we have multidisciplinary degrees in neuroscience and also cognitive science, which can be ways that you could dive in more deep to some of the biological aspects, to do with psychology. And so there really are, if you're interested in psychology, which means you're like a lot of our students and a lot of our applicants, we offer a number of unique ways that you can tailor that degree to give yourself sort of a deeper knowledge and also be more pragmatic that way, like I said earlier, taking advantage of all that you can get for what you're giving in terms of your degree study.
Okay,
you want to take this one? Yeah, look at that. Yeah.
This student is asking if internship is compulsory and what kind of internships I can choose. Yes, for B-Social students, it is compulsory for the SIGC experience. And we have plenty of options. You can choose internship and you can choose other, for example, exchange or research internship. We have all kinds of different kind of program you can choose from. And also, every year we have about more than 400 paid placement, while we're having about around 300 students going to intern. So you can imagine we have like a more supply than demand. So you have a large pool to choose from, ranging from maybe HR, maybe research, maybe politics. We have all kind of different interest that you can fit in. But if you feel like I have a particular interest in other internship, and you can apply through the student initiate internship. So every year we have about 10 to 12 students. We'll choosing the student initiate internship where you can apply for internship that outside of this pool and to claim for the SIGC experience.
Right, so if you have some idea, something that you really want to do, or some organization you really want to work with, then you can come to you and put together a proposal, and do something tailor-made for yourself, interview. Okay, when is the interview? So let's see. Let's come back to our in-house experts first. Crystal, did you have an interview?
I did.
You did. Okay, Tony, how about you? No. Okay. Yeah. So I would say, to me that's kind of, that I would almost expect that response, because the interview is not required for JUPAS, and in fact, very rarely do we have interviews for JUPAS. But I don't want to say never, because upon occasion, for different circumstances, we might. For the non-JUPAS, again, it's not required. But in my experience, often the competition is quite keen, because we tend to have sort of a bigger pool of JUPAS students that we admit to the pool of non-JUPAS, but it varies a little bit from year to year. So therefore, the competition amongst the non-JUPAS might be a bit higher sometimes, and because of that, we might then need to have some interviews, because we need a little more information to help make a decision, which could of course be the case from time to time with the JUPAS as well, which is why we say basically not required, may happen, and in my experience is slightly more likely to happen with the non-JUPAS students. So this is kind of related to that, actually, this next question. Maybe it's the same person. I am a non-JUPAS applicant, and is there any quota? So there's, Crystal, you have a view on this? Yeah, Crystal told me earlier. You want to go ahead and tell them?
Well, they say there is no quota.
Yeah.
But I think there's a little bit of a quota.
Right, okay.
From what I see.
So So again, in terms of policy, there is no quota set between JUPAS and non-JUPAS. We have certain places that are available. So for this upcoming year, places available for the combined pool of JUPAS and non-JUPAS is going to be 179 for the first year entry. But you can see combined, so sometimes there might be slight variation. Maybe one year we get like a really, really excellent pool of either JUPAS or non-JUPAS, and so we might decide we want to admit a few more of one, but that would mean then that we'd have to make some flexibility on the other side. So we do have a bit of flexibility that way to kind of respond to the circumstances. There's a lot more details about all of the you can drill down and get all the specifics if you go to the admissions office web pages at the central aal.hku.hk website to find things out there. This is another question. I love this. When I first came to Hong Kong, which was 8 years ago now, the HKDSE admission score for BSOC Science. So of course, first of all, I didn't even know what the HKDSE was, because I was not from Hong Kong originally. But similar to many places, so Hong Kong has its own kind of secondary school diploma examination. And Tony, did you take the HKDSE?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, okay, so Tony was an HKDSE student. You were an IB student, right?
Yes,
Yeah. So the expected admission score for JUPAS applicants in 2020, for reference, is going to be at least 24 marks in the best 5 among category A or C subjects. But the caveat is that excludes M1 and M2. So I don't know, again, Tony may not remember. It's probably quite similar when he applied, but I don't know, do you remember?
Yeah. The average marks for the best 5 is usually around 24 to 26.
Yeah, so around 24 to 26, excellent. And again, you can find out more details there if you go to the aal.hku.hk website for admissions. You want to take this one, Wink?
Yeah. So this question is about financial support. Is there any financial support to join the exchange program? So yes, we do have a number of scholarships and sponsorship opportunities available, so that we can provide you with financial assistance. And actually, the IAO, which is the International Affairs Office, will also assign appropriate scholarship to students according to your financial needs or academic standing. So if it's possible, also they will let you know once the application is successful as well. So we do have financial support if that's what you would be concerned of.
Right. Yeah. So I think again that's been my experience, which is there's at the faculty, but also at the international. There's different levels of scholarship, and there even are sometimes different scholarships. For different aspects of studying across the university, things that, in my experience, you also want to kind of keep your eyes open. There might be a poster somewhere, or also talk to your senior students. They might know about some different things. They're often, contrary I think to what we often might think, there's often a lot of scholarship opportunities out there, but the question is like, how do you find them, and then, how do you kind of position yourself, best to go after them. And one of the things that we didn't touch on as much a little earlier, I just want to make a plug for, is that for the exchange opportunities, there are faculty level exchanges. There's actually even some departmental level exchanges, and there are university level exchanges. So there's a lot of different opportunities and different programs, and some of those programs come with scholarships as well. So there's kind of this wide range of different opportunities around exchange. And then there's also the dual degree programs, which was something that we didn't talk so much about, again because I think it wasn't part of Crystal and Tony's experience. But the faculty has a couple of different dual degrees. So there's the Faculty of Social Science dual degree with the University of California, Berkeley. And that is going to have a special admissions thing you're going to need to pay attention to. And if you are admitted into that program, you're going to spend the first 2 years here, and then you're going to go to Berkeley for the second 2 years. So, actually, this happened before that, but the president of HKU actually was at the University of California, Berkeley for a long time, and, he is now here. So we have really strong ties with UC Berkeley, which is part of the California university system, but it is a world-class institution and has a lot of real strengths in the social sciences. We also have a dual degree with Sciences Po. So French institution. Now the application procedure for that is a little bit different. You're going to apply actually through Sciences Po, and then you're going to go there first and then come here. And I've had the opportunity to have some of the students from Sciences Po and some of my undergraduate classes, and I found, they're really, really interesting and students, and I think bring a different element of kind of diversity experience to HKU. And then there's one other dual degree program. Yes, I'm just making a little plug for these things, which is the dual degree program, which is the BSOC Science plus Master of Arts in Geneva. So this is a program that you come in through 6717, a BSOC Science General Admission. You study here, and then you apply while you are a student here. So that's something you don't have to make a decision about today. But my experience says if it's something you're interested in, you want to be planning, like Tony talked about from early on, about your course of study, and how you're going to kind of arrange things, position yourself best for that in terms of your internship opportunities and things like that. And then if you are lucky enough to be one of the 3 students that is admitted to that program, so it's very competitive, is you would complete your 3rd year here at HKU, and then you would go to Geneva to do 2 more years. And you have a year of the graduate study and then a year of an internship opportunity there in Geneva. And you exit the program with your Bachelor of Social Science from HKU and the MA degree from the Institute there in Geneva. So those are some of the dual degree opportunities that we have, which is in addition to all of the experiential learning and different opportunities like that. So from the Q&A box, here we go. What kind of jobs in specific can be done in the commerce industry after graduation? Yeah.
I think maybe Tony can speak after, maybe because you've already been to like some for-profit organization. But from my experience, many of our students, just like our internship, they will go for HR, for psychology students, and then some of my students went to, for example, consulting firm after they have done like ESG reporting, and then many of the commercial side departments have their ESG and CSR departments. So these are really the good fits for our graduate as well. So maybe Tony, do you have any?
Your internship, Was that in CSR?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
could you tell us a little bit more about that experience?
I think working in CSR, basically you will use your knowledge to to design some social activities for people in needs. Yeah, so I think basically that's what CSR is.
Yeah. So I think, I mean, I speak a little bit about that from my experience, where increasingly in the last maybe 10 to 15 years, the private sector, right, has had this big focus on developing kind of their corporate social responsibility arm, and that indeed I think that is a very interesting kind of niche where a social science background can be really useful for that, because you have the training about these issues to do with social need and social intervention, and it's also kind of understanding how to kind of diagnose social problems, like what's going on and what kinds of solutions are needed. So some of those skills can be really useful, as well as, like as Winky said, about the HR field for sure. So. Right. Okay. So the double major program, so you can complete your double major in 4 years. Yes, and that is interesting. So this person is asking, could you finish in 3 years? So. So Hong Kong University is a 4-year degree. So I say that right just because, well, I think it was 2012 when we switched from the 3-year curriculum to the 4-year curriculum. And so I very rarely, I don't know of a student that exits in 3 years, put it that way, unless, I mean, if you are a DAS student coming in, after you've done the first 2 years, then you might complete in a shorter period of time. But yes, basically you'll finish the double major in your 4 years that you're here. Student majors in psychology, can you pursue further studies and a career in counseling? Okay, one of the things that I see often with undergraduates is that many psychology students choose to double major, either in counseling or in one of the other multidisciplinary studies, which we mentioned earlier, like the neuroscience and cognitive science. Now, with an undergraduate degree in psychology, I mean, again, I'm going to be, blunt from a professional perspective. Further studies, yes, but a career in counseling, I don't know. Like at the bachelor's level, that's not necessarily going to be the case, and that is not just about HKU. That is kind of about the profession, profession globally. But while you are studying in psychology at HKU, you're going to have the opportunity as part of your formal curriculum to work closely with different professors in different kinds of experiments in social psychology and other aspects of psychology. There also will be a lot of optional ways that you could get involved in different kinds of things going on. And if you do a degree in the counseling, in social work and social administration, you also will get the opportunity to do some facilitated learning that involves actual working with groups or working in community organizations. So I think when you were a student, you will get many opportunities to get involved if you're studying psychology or related studies here that could help you with positioning yourself for further studies and an eventual career in counseling. Okay, the percent of international students, yeah. So generally speaking, our student body at HKU is about 80% local and about an undergraduate, and about 20% the international or non-local, what we refer to as non-local. And then that mix again varies about like where those students are from, and kind of there's, but we in any given year we're admitting students from Greater China area, so from mainland, from Taiwan, Singapore, as well as students from Southeast Asia, so Indonesia, Malaysia, South Korea. I see quite a lot of students that come to HKU from South Korea, and then also from Europe and from North America and other parts of the world. So that's again just my experience, but in general we've got a broad representation of students from different places. Okay. So yeah, the dual degree program with Berkeley is something that you need to do at this stage. So what I mean by that is you're not going to apply for it after you enter HKU. So you need to be admitted, in order to be admitted for the dual degree program, you need to be admitted to both, right? And the international office has the information about the application procedure for that. And there's kind of a special process. You have to, I think, go to their website, and it's like an international program admission for the Berkeley dual degree. And it's pretty straightforward once you go in there to look. But again, if you have any questions, you can go to the live chat with Foss, or you can also contact the Central Admissions Office anytime at HKU, and they'll get a response to you quickly. Okay, if I choose psychology and criminology as double majors, or minor and major, then what would be your career options? Okay, I wish that I had one of my colleagues here, who kind of works at that interface, but I will do my best to answer the question from where I sit. So I think, in my mind, if you put together psychology and criminology, you're getting yourself trained, with the breadth of the psychology degree, which is, going to give you all of the study, of the mind, of psychological behaviors, psychological, illnesses, and then you add in the criminology component, and you're giving yourself that understanding about both different kinds of psychological factors that might influence criminology or criminal behavior, as well as you're getting an understanding about kind of the interaction between, sort of the environment, that might either be facilitative or also preventative around, criminality and criminal behavior. So you're bringing together, those aspects. And I think, from the psychology and criminology, again, I guess it would kind of depend on, what's your interest. I could see somebody that is putting those two degrees together, might be drawn to some aspects of, if you think about the chart we showed you earlier, the sort of social, personal services, so kind of like nonprofit work, either it could be like a kind of preventative programs, say like with youth at risk, like youth empowerment, something like Tony talked about, but of course it could also be, more like working directly with like the criminal justice system, to kind of understand, like the types of things that are going on, with either potential offenders, or trying to deal with community behaviors. Are there any internships that come to mind about? Yes,
yeah,
excellent.
I was going to talk about, if you're really interested in maybe thinking about psychology and criminology, actually we do have some internship out of my mind was thinking quite fit for you. Actually, we have two disciplinary force was our collaborator partners. Yep. So the police and then the fire services department, they are offering they're offering internship position at the psychological services unit.
Interesting.
That means you will be able to work with their clean side.
Right.
Yeah. So you will be able to expose to the area and think if that's kind of the career that you were looking for, or is it something that you would like to try and see if it fits. Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, and that's because, say with the fire services too, what stands out to me about that is an interesting point about kind of the first responders, right? So it's like you don't always think about the fire service as being kind of like part of criminal justice, right? But actually they often are the first on the site for certain types of things. So those are some really, really, I mean, it makes me want to be a student actually. I'm like, can I do it?
Come.
Yeah. So, well, let's see. I think we're almost out of time, which, wow, it went by really quickly. So, are there any kind of final thoughts or advice or anything you might want to give to the potential applicants here, either the students or Winky?
Well, I would say that don't be shy. I think that you should really reach out to the faculty, ask as many questions as you can, because they're really happy to help you.
Yeah.
Especially with my experiences, a lot of COVID situations, they were very happy to kind of facilitate me and kind of make my life a bit easier.
Yeah.
So I would say really communicate with the faculty.
Yeah, definitely. No, I think that's a really good point. I mean, I can say as a faculty that, to be honest, I love it when students reach out to me because, and then I know who you are too, and then I can write you a better recommendation letter. Like if I don't know who you are, I can't write you a recommendation letter. Yeah. So Tony, what about you?
I would say just come. There are lots of opportunities here. Just come.
Okay, just come. Well, thank you all, the three of you, for spending this time on this, what now has become a lovely Saturday afternoon. Thank you to all of you all for joining us, via the virtual, mechanism. We really hope to get the chance to meet you in person. If you have any more questions, feel free to contact us, and welcome to join us in the class of 2021. See you later. Bye-bye.
See you guys around.
So hello everybody. Welcome to this JUPAS session, especially for HKDSU students. I'm sure you have a fruitful morning to get a lot of information about admissions and also program information. So I guess a lot of students have already visited some of the information sessions of other institutions, and you must have a lot of chance to get a lot of information. But do you have time to pause a bit and then think about what kind of university life you would like to pursue? So before we go into these details, we are happy to have Professor Bennett Yim, our Director of Undergraduate Admissions, and Kyle, and also our alumni and either our students to share with you about their university life. So, okay, so how about I will start with Ida and also Kyle first. Can you talk a bit about your DSE experience, how you choose your university, and what kind of decisions you would like to pursue for university life?
So I will start first. So my name is Ida. I'm a Year 3 student doing Bachelor of Arts with a double major in English Studies and Politics and Public Administration. So dated back to my secondary school day, I was doing BAvS, Economic and History for my HKDSE. So as you may be able to tell from my electives that my strength and interest lie on humanities subjects. So when I was doing considering my study options for university, then I also go into the fields of similar areas. So then you might ask why HKU then? Because Hong Kong has so many universities also offer English or politics major, but then you don't usually see a student doing English and politics at the same time. So this is what really HKU can offer to me because of its very flexible curriculum design. So this is why I chose HKU. Yeah.
How about Kyle?
Yeah, okay. Hi guys, this is Kyle, and I graduated in 2019, and I did Bachelor of Business Administration, double majoring in Marketing and Wealth Management. So tracing back in my high school life, I did Biology, Chemistry, and Economics as my electives. And among those three electives, I like economics the most, and because back then I thought it allows me to explain so many different happenings in my daily life. It's very relatable to what happened around me. And I thought I may want to further my study in the related field at university. And since then, I started to compare different business programs across different universities in Hong Kong. And I eventually landed in HKU for 3 reasons. First of all, I mean, Hong Kong U is the most historical university in Hong Kong, and I don't think anyone can beat the alumni network in HKU, and that's the first reason. And secondly, the senior told me that because I have a lot of friends studying in HKU already back then, and then they told me that studying in HKU, you have a lot of flexibility, a lot of freedom to choose what you like, and then it's very important for your business career, and yeah. And last but not least, you know, there's always a time when you getting into HKU, and then you feel so full of yourself, and then you're always knocked out by another smart Hong Kong U. And I think looking back, and that is one of the reasons why I choose Hong Kong U. Yeah.
So Professor Yim, you see from Kyle and Ida, we have students from different backgrounds and different experiences. So how can our university support our students?
Well, I think based on their description, certainly they mentioned quite a very diversified experience that they had, and also the different kind of discipline that actually they want to pursue. So I think for the university, the most important thing, of course, is to have a student-centered kind of design for our curriculum, and also to make sure we have the same flexible teaching environment to actually support it. And in fact, if you think about students spending 4 years at the university, And if you only give them a cookie cutter type of curriculum, so that everybody pretty much follow the same thing, they go to the same class, they actually follow the same timetable, they just earn the credit and then get graduate. I think it's definitely not what Hong Kong U want to offer to our students. And so I guess you also probably hear recently we used the slogan, aspire to inspire. So I think that actually said a lot about what Hong Kong U intended to do, which is to inspire our students to seek for their passions, their interests, and also hopefully they find their aims and goals in life and during the 4 year. And at the same time, we certainly hope that they can inspire others through the knowledge that they have acquired at the university. And then that way they can pass on Hong Kong U's legacies and all this history and legacies of Hong Kong U. So I guess the two students also mentioned something about the flexible curriculum. I think Hong Kong U has always been known for the flexibility in our curriculum design, and that means we can offer our students plenty of opportunity to actually explore their different interests, their different discipline that they probably can also integrate their knowledge with maybe their career orientations, and that way they will be able to have a personalized study throughout the 4 year.
So even though back then when I was choosing my university study, I had not heard about the synergizing study experience that Professor Yim just talked about, but looking back into my 2-year study in HKU, I find that what Professor Yim suggests fit very well with my university experience. So to take my own case in point, my first major is English studies, which is from the art faculty. Then my second major is on politics. So which is out of my faculty. So in other words, if students doing a Bachelor of Arts degree, they can do their second major out of the art faculty, but in also the faculty that intrigues you the most. And so how 1 + 1 is graded in 2, it's graded in 2 is that both politics and English, they study about humanities subjects, but when I take them together, then I can look into things from different angles, and so that I could have a fuller, wider scope and pictures to see things. So I think this really widened my horizon and would definitely open up me with opportunities in terms of the career or a postgraduate study.
Yeah, I think actually either certainly have just basically speak out the key message we want to convey to our potential student, because from her experience and even earlier from Kyle's experience, our students at Hong Kong U, they can choose up to 2 major and 1 minor, and the fact that they can not only choose the number in terms of the number of major, but at the same time they can choose very diverse major. And I think the point we really want to make is when you have this opportunity to do multiple major, and particularly those majors that are in diverse field and in very different faculty, then these different elements from the different subject area probably not only complement each other, but they also have the synergy effect, as Ida just mentioned. So I think we definitely see the benefit of the 1 + 1 actually greater than 2, rather than just simply 2.
Can Kyle also mention some of your study curriculum and share with us your experience?
Yeah, sure. In my undergraduate study, I did wealth management, and that's basically about how to manage clients, people's money. It covers portfolio management, stock analysis, and maybe estate planning and those financial kind of stuff. And another major that I did is marketing, and that's basically about how to position your business in the market, service marketing, and expose yourself to advertising kind of stuff. And yes, and just as Professor Yim said, it offers me different angles and different perspectives to approach a problem, and it is particularly important in my career, because I'm starting a startup during my year 3 in HKU. Yeah,
Carl has mentioned something that I really want to mention. You got this startup experience, and it's very unique. Can you tell us more about your how you started up, and then why do you have this opportunity to do this? Things like that.
Before we tap into my startup story, I would like to share my experience in participation in drama production. So back in year 2, I joined the drama society in HKU, and then back then I'm so close to the people that share similar background with me. Those are the financial people who are constantly looking at the stock market. They calculate the return on investment every day, and and when I joined in this production crew in drama society, and it gives me huge impact on my life. That there are actually some kind of people who devote their time without asking for any return, and that's kind of inspired me. Maybe I put it this way: it opens up my horizons of looking at things from different perspective, and then my friends returned from their exchange, and the story is that they kind of mess up the course registration, and they have to defer their studies. And the problem they bump into is that they had a hard time reconnecting to the community, and that's why we started platform called GUP, which is a campus chat app for university students. By verifying their university emails, the system will route them into different communities based on their identity. For example, if you're HKU students, so the app is going to allocate you to the community of HKU, where you can chat with all the HKU people, and the community is exclusive. And so by applying the same logic, we have presence in every single campus in Hong Kong, and luckily 1 in 3 university students in Hong Kong is now our users. So yes, from this experience, I like to bring it up that perhaps I can be an inspiration someday to inspire people to jump out of their comfort zone to try something different because of all the things that I have experienced in HKU. Because all the possibilities, they all start from a conversation, and that's why we want to host this platform to enable more visualization of domain knowledge and more social possibilities.
Well, I think Kyle's kind of sharing is very interesting, particularly about the startup. I'm sure this day many of our students would also really want to have your kind of experience. And also, I think in today's society, we oftentimes hear people talking about new technology, breakthrough, cutting edge, research and kind of various kind of things. And we're also seeing many of the traditional kind of industry also talking about they have to modify or modernize themselves. And so I guess talking about all these different demands, it's kind of get me thinking. I mean, the kind of society, the kind of people that the society is looking for is quite different from what we used to think. So in the past, we tend to think about maybe you just need to have more knowledge. And now I think the requirement is you need to be able to integrate that knowledge and actually put it to practice, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess allow me to maybe use this opportunity to share some interesting new development in terms of our program, because as Kyle and Ida was saying, I mean, increasingly the society is looking for people who can integrate different disciplines together. And so in last year, actually, we have introduced the whole family of BASC program. And so in there, of course, we have some of the more popular focus, like the artificial intelligence and fintechs and those. But at the same time, we also have other very interesting area like Design Plus, and also just kind of the global health development as well. And then last year, we also have introduced a cross kind of faculties program called GEBP, which is a Global Engineering and Business program. And that program allowed the student to be able to integrate knowledge from engineering and business. And again, it fit very well with our focus on the 1 + 1 > 2. So I guess those are programs that we'll continue to offer this year. And hopefully, like some of the students who are interested in this program can look into that in more details.
Thank you, Professor Yim. So, Kyle, I know that you haven't got a chance to go for exchange, but you have some overseas experience. What are they?
Yeah. So back then I joined a lot of case competition. So perhaps I can give you more context on what case competition is. So basically case competition is a competition where the organizers throw you a question, a certain issue for you to solve. And then each and every team, they have to propose ideas and solutions, usually in form of PowerPoint, to explain how you tackle that issue. So back then I joined a case competition that is about sustainability. It's about the sustainability goals defined by the United Nations, and then we fortunately won the round in Hong Kong, and then we were fortunate enough to fly all the way over to Canada to join the global finals. And then that was really a mind-blowing experience, because when I recall this memory, I still vividly remember one of the ideas that I heard is from UBC, and they're proposing an idea of a ranch full of crickets. So what they did with crickets is that they proposed that because so much carbon emissions are from ranches. When you raise pigs and horses and stuff, they produce a lot of carbons, and that's not very good to the environment. And by raising crickets, they actually propose like grinding the crickets into powders, and then you eat them with rice. So as crazy as this idea may seem, it is actually not some very fancy ideas. It's actually backed by a lot of scientific studies in foreign countries already. And then and amazingly, and I have never heard of it in Hong Kong. And this lesson taught me that I sometimes may have to take in information from different sources, from global sources. And fortunately, over this competition, another takeaway is that I got to build a lot of global connections. And for example, I actually had office in, I still have an office in Indonesia. And when I was doing a business trip there, and the friend that I knew from that case competition, she is actually from Indonesia. And then we still keep in touch. And when I was in Jakarta, and we actually hang out because of the occasion.
That's very interesting. So Ida, I know that you have a very fruitful university life at this moment still, and then you're planning ahead for something. So can you tell us what is your experience?
Sure, like indeed I did like a couple of things like during the whole university journey. So maybe I would start with when I was in year 1. My linguistic professor, he invited me to his linguistic research project. So I was his research assistant as an undergraduate. And so the job duties include data collection, transcription, assisting for his focus group and some data analysis. And what surprised me is that this experience actually correlates with my second major in politics, because this semester I took a course about political research methods. So when I was studying about sampling design methods, research methods, then I feel like I already know about it, because I already have hands-on experience of working in an actual academic project. So this again reminds me 1 + 1 is greater than 2, because I'm not just doing 2 majors separately. There are some intersections between the 2 majors. And yeah, so this is my first thing, the very first thing that I accomplished in university. So maybe I can talk about something not very academic related. Last winter, I actually went on an leadership development program co-organized by Common Purpose and HKU. So this program is a 1-month program to Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. So on the very first few days we went to some leadership training workshop. Then for the rest of the trip, we actually are attached to some company. And for me and my team, we actually went to multinational companies and work in their marketing and communication departments to help them solve some internal and external communication problems in their company. So I think the whole trip is very rewarding and fruitful. And I think there are 3 major takeaways from the trip. The first is like friendships. So I don't know if people out there who are also doing like a broad-based program would feel that actually because like the Bachelor of Arts, there are so many students, so it's hard to like really have a very close relationship or friendship to make. While in this trip, because like in 1 month you always see the people and then you live together and we make weekend trips together. So it really like these are really great friendships. And in the program, around like 40 students, half of them are local and half are international. So you get to meet people from like, you know, different academic backgrounds, nationality and cultures. So this is a really great experience to me, and it gains me like really great friendship. And the second thing is like the trip equipped me with some like soft skill, like presentation skills, leadership, and teamwork that really facilitate me to, you know, improve in my academic performance. And also I think it's definitely useful for my future career developments. And the third thing is it gives me career aspirations, because I get to like attached in a marketing communication departments, and I like start to find, oh, actually I'm interested in these views as well. So it gives me a career aspiration, and also at the same time it enriched my CV, and the experience actually helped me land a pretty good summer internship just last summer. So so that's why like I definitely recommend, if you are admitted in HKU, definitely join programs of similar kind. And HKU is very generous. Actually for this program they sponsor us with 4,000 HKD dollars, so it helps a lot. And apart from what I did before, I'm also like taking up the role as a logistic coordinator for the HOT Prize at HKU. So what is the HOT Prize? HOT Prize is actually co-organized by the HOT Prize itself and also United Nations. It is like the world's biggest student entrepreneur competition. So a bit like correlated to what just Carl mentioned, he joined some case competitions. So in this event, actually you can join the competition or you can help organize the competition. So in university, actually you have like so many like roles to take, and so in these like experience, I get to learn like skills about and knowledge about event planning, management, something like not necessarily that I'll get to learn from my major study or like just sitting in lectures. So this is like some great opportunities and activities to, you know, like explore yourself more and learn more things. And lastly, I know like our students, we're all very look forward to, you know, our overseas exchange opportunity. So I'm no exception. In fact, I was supposed to be in Boston College next semester, but unfortunately due to the pandemic, all physical exchange programs are cancelled this academic year. But still, I applied for next year program. So like hopefully, when things like get mild, I'll be able to, you know, make the trip, because I think like joining an overseas exchange is not just about having fun, but also like you can like widen your horizon, you get a global insight, and you expand your network. So these are the things that what makes our overseas exchange a very worthwhile and fruitful experience.
So just out of my curiosity, which university have you applied for your next semester?
I actually applied for Northwestern University, because like Boston College that I got the offer, they're not in the next year's institution list. So yeah, I have to change the option a bit, but still, yeah.
Well, Northwestern is a very interesting university. I do hope the pandemic actually situation will improve greatly, so that Ida can actually fulfill her dream of going on exchange. Yeah. So just like I think Ida's and many of our students certainly like really enjoyed their exchange like study, and to me I think it's also a very important experience, as Ida mentioned. Not only like you get to see many different things, meet many different people, but you also can spend a longer period of time to actually understand more about the culture and also like it gives you a very different like international perspective, and this perspective oftentimes is more appealing to your future employer. And certainly, but at the same time, I think Hong Kong U is certainly very supportive of this globalization and internationalization kind of move. Also at the same time, increasingly you may hear people are saying this day you need to go from globalization to localization, which is combining the globalization with localization. So we do hope our students will be able to integrate their international experience from the exchange, at the same time integrate those with their local experience, and so that they can kind of gain more benefit. And in fact, like for Hong Kong U to achieve this objective of helping our students to be more like globalized and at the same time localized, we also focus on forming partnership with many of the renowned, world-renowned university to actually open kind of offering dual degree program. And Kyle earlier just happened to mention like Canada and UBC, and it's just quite interesting. This year, one of our brand new like dual degree program is actually with UBC, and this time we are with the UBC's very famous Childers Business School, and this is a program between the HKU Business School and the Childers Business School. So again, it fit very well, the 1+1, and hopefully our students who actually join this program will be able to kind of gain benefit that actually beyond the two. Yeah.
So just now, like Kyle and also Ida are more of a humanity types of students, but how about those like for students interested in science or research? How is the university going to support them?
Well, yes, of course, most people would think like being just an undergraduate student, unlike our postgraduate student or maybe our doctoral student, then usually, of course, their work are focused more on the research. But in fact, my understanding is even for our undergraduate student at Hong Kong U, they do have quite often opportunity to join research, academic research, maybe scientific research. And because I know many of the professors, when they have like a research project, they would also be giving opportunity to our students to join as a research assistant. But actually, students who are really interested in kind of joining research, even in their undergraduate study, you don't have to wait any longer because this coming year, our science faculty will actually be introducing a brand new course, and this program is a double degree program. And what the student will get after 4 years is 1 Bachelor of Science degree plus a Master in Research degree. So the student actually get 2 degrees. And the name of this program is called Science Master Class. Now from the name, I don't know like whether you figure out like how we actually kind of name this program this way. Maybe some of you will think about, oh, because you have a master degree. But in fact, that master is not referring to the master degree, but actually referring to a very unique aspect of this program, which is the student will be under supervision by our very world-renowned scientists at the Faculty of Science. And this we call like Grand Master, Master in Research. And so this student will have the opportunity to be directly supervised by many of our Grand Master and Master within the Faculty of Science. So that's why I think that the name actually reflects this really well. And I think it's a very, very rare occasion that our undergraduate student can have this opportunity in order to be kind of supervised directly by many of our renowned scientists. And the student can actually choose from one of the 7 intensive major when they actually enter this program. So basically those intensive major including biological sciences, chemistry, ecology and biodiversity, geology, molecular biology and biotechnology, and of course we also have our physics and also mathematics. And again, as I mentioned earlier, this program is really intense for students who want to get a head start on learning about research opportunity, and they will be supervised by many of our superstar scientists. Here, there are so many of them. I don't have enough time to mention all of them, so allow me to just mention 2 that maybe many of the people are more familiar with, including Professor Vivian Yam and also Professor Mok Nai Ming. And Professor Yam is actually kind of focused on chemistry, and Professor Mok is actually focus on mathematics, and both of them have received many different awards, and particularly for Professor Yam, recently maybe in the news media, you have heard that she has been appointed as one of the very important and influential journal, being the editor in charge of examining all the research in chemistry. And that journal is called Natural Sciences, and this is a great honor, to be appointed the editor of a very, very important journal. Yeah.
So thank you, Professor Yim, for the very detailed explanation of this science masterclass. I also noticed that in Faculty of Medicine, they're having something new. So can Professor Yim also mention about this?
Okay, thank you, Vanessa. Actually, yes, we just got the news very recently. So for students who are interested in the healthcare field, so particularly if those students are interested in studying nursing, and we have very good news for you, because the medical school is proposing a new program for bee nursing, and it's called Bee Nursing Advanced Leadership Track. But allow me not to review too much detail at this point, because I don't want to steal the thunder from the medical school. So those students who are interested in this bee nursing new track, please stay tuned for the talk offered by the medical school, and so you'll be able to learn more about this exciting new program.
So just let me to re-emphasize that the talk for nursing is 2:45. So if you finish this talk and then you're interested in nursing, then please go to attend that session. So before the students can really have questions to ask, during this time, may I also give you some admissions updates for this year. So you'll see we have 3 updates. The first one is the restructuring of the surveying and conservation studies. So for conservation studies, next year you will not see this JUPAS code and JUPAS program. It will be subsumed into surveying. That means with the surveying curriculum, there will be elements of conservation studies and other different disciplines. So the quota for this program, for the surveying program, will be increased to 43 instead. So if students are interested in conservation studies, please apply to surveying. Okay. So the second point is we have some early interviews, for programs like engineering and engineering related programs, and MBBS, the medicine program. These 2 programs, they will have their online interview in December. So if students are really interested in these programs, please apply and put it in your Band A in the first stage of your JUPAS application. And while other programs, they still have interview, but then it will be organized and held, will be held in June or somewhere around that time. So stay tuned to our website as well. So for scholarship, last year we have some new scholarship for specific programs, and this year we will keep on with having some scholarships for DSU students, in particular Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of Social Sciences, BASc, the Bachelor of Arts and Sciences, and also some common programs and some caring programs like nursing, social work, and education. So please stay tuned with our scholarship details, and you will be able to apply to our scholarship in November. So stay tuned to our website as well. So after all these updates, I will take some questions, and so meanwhile, should we have, okay. So this question is about major selection. So I think should be directed to either. The student is asking if there are any restrictions or GPA criteria for your major, for declaring your major, and if you choose another major offered by another faculty, do you need to compete with those students from that faculty?
Okay, so for major selection, actually, student like from doing the Bachelor of Arts, we declare our major in our second year, but then for most of the majors, as far as I know, there aren't many restrictions or like criteria like GPA, but there like in the Faculty of Art, there's still like some kind of like restriction, but not on the GPA. For example, for like my first major in English Studies, you need to have at least level 5 in your English DSE English. And for another popular major like translation, you need to have at least 5 in both your English and Chinese DSE exam. So other than this two, I think for most of the majors, there aren't any like restrictions on that. So you just need not to be worried about that. Yeah.
There is a question directed to Kyle. So the student is asking, how can you manage your studies along with so many things that happening in your university life, like overseas case competition and then startup project? Will it be very tired? And do you have any tips on how to manage your life?
Thanks for the question. And I think fulfilling is more appropriate word to describe my experience, because although my schedule is full of different tasks, but my studies and my own company, they are all the things that I would like to do, and so I think it's all right, not too tiring for me. Still can manage that, and and definitely I'm not a master of time management, but how I manage to cope with different tasks is that I've tried to be specific on what I need to do, especially during my undergraduate, and I try to define different tasks that I have to finish every day. For example, if I have to revise economics, and so I define concretely, say I'm going to clear all the about like 5 lectures a day, or maybe 10 tutorial questions, and handle and some other different tasks about my startups, and then gradually you come to know more about yourself, about your capabilities of how much you can handle in a day, and then gradually you come to a point of to get to know more about yourself and how to handle different tasks. Yeah, it's all about experience.
There is also a follow-up questions on the startup. So in terms of like career prospect in the field of science and technology innovation, will that be not very stable? After all, nowadays with the economic downturn, so having a startup business seems more difficult than it is. Is it more safe to study like those relatively stable bachelor degrees?
Right. Thanks for the question again. So I think compared with the situation in the previous year, the things now have become. There are more support in society already to nurture you, to foster you to start your own business. For example, this funding is Cyberport, and definitely we have iDendron in HKU, supporting you to start off your business. So I think for the instability, I think yes and no, because eventually it's a startup. It's the things that no one has done it before. So there are a lot of uncertainties ahead. So yes, you can word it this way, but then I think the reward from the startup is actually huge. You also have to factor in this. There are a lot of ways you can benefit from starting a business. For example, financially, you can if you're good enough, you're fortunate enough, you can take it into IPO. And I also have a friend who who started off their business for like 1 or 2 years, and then they exited. They sold it to an investors or some institution, and they went back to work in MNC, and that's also an advantage. And from a personal perspective, I mean, when you're in a business, you are in a startup business, you are exposed to a hugely diversified of business function. For example, from building your startup, you have to know about prototyping, about statistics, about user study, and then product development, and then monetization, and then human resources, fundraising, etc., and etc. So you will have a very steep learning curve, and it's definitely good for your personal development. And the question is it more safe to study those relatively more ordinary bachelor degrees? And I think it's actually hard to define what a safer degree is, because at the end of the day, a degree can just provide you with certain set of framework for you to look at different perspectives. At the end of the day, it all takes what it takes you to success is your passion, your persistence towards a certain issues. I think that is more important.
There is also a question directed to like either or Kyle, because it asks about the major thing. So is it if you can only declare like majors in second year, does that mean that you have a year less on studying that major and have a year wasted?
Yeah, maybe I can answer this question. So I would definitely not call like this is a year wasted. Instead, I think it is a great opportunity for you to, explore yourself in this first year, like in a lower pressure year, that you can explore your all kinds or aspects of interest, and really find where your like genuine academic interest lies on. Take myself as an example. I have a wide range of interests. I'm interested in politics, journalism, philosophy, English. So, because for English, I already set my mind to it, so I am like quite determined on that. So for my three other interests, like in my year one, I take courses in these disciplines, and eventually find out like journalism is not really my thing, because like news reporting has to be like very subjectively written, the reports. So for myself, I'm more like into argumentative essays. So for that, then I know like politics and philosophy are my things. So, but then the dilemma is that I can only like declare 2 majors. So what I do is I try to look into politics and find out there is a stream specifically on political theory, which is about political philosophy. So it just perfectly combined my 2 interests into one, and that's why I was able to like locate which 2 majors I should declare. So yeah, definitely not a waste, but like a great opportunity to know yourself better.
So some of the questions I think is directed to Professor Yin, because they're asking about like the science master degree, the science master class. So after getting the bachelor degree from science master class, is there any requirement on GPA before I can proceed to my master degree? And there is 2 more questions follow up, is like the quota of this program, and also can the students go for exchange?
Okay, maybe I'll answer the last question first. So because I think students are quite interested in exchange. So the answer is yes, you can still go on exchange, like even though you choose this kind of more rigorous program. And then in terms of the quota, I think according to the faculty, the quota for this science master program should be around 15 to 20. And then I think the big question about whether you need to meet any other requirements like before you can move on to the master, the answer is no, because this is a more integrated program. So even starting from the 2nd year, as I mentioned earlier, the student would be taking like master level courses. Of course, these courses will be more integrated, like with the undergraduate curriculum. And so, I mean, basically, there's no other requirement after you join the program. So as long as you kind of progressing, then you'll be getting 2 degrees. Yeah.
Okay. There are some of the questions about like also DSE subjects. Like I study biology and also English literature, and I'm interested in dentistry. So can I apply? The answer is yes. You only need to have one science subject to apply for dentistry. So if you are having like biology and English literature, I'm sure you can still apply for dentistry. Okay. Do I need to apply for the JUPAS scholarship separately? The answer is also yes, because we would like not only to see from your scores, but also your personal statements and also some of your extracurricular achievements, so that we can assess you like all-roundedly. So you have to apply to us, and you can refer to all the details in our website in November. Okay? So, a very good question. What's the difference between double degree and double major? Can I have Professor Yim to talk about it?
Okay, thank you, Vanessa. So if you look at the name, like double degree, so oftentimes it does involve like more than one degree. So for example, the science master class, you'll get like one Bachelor of Science. At the same time, you'll also be getting a Master in Research. So that's like 2 degrees. Now, the other cases, you can also see, for example, like when we have a double degree with another institution, another world-renowned university. For example, the UBC, Hong Kong U, like the dual degree. Then basically, you'll be getting 1 degree from Hong Kong U and then get another degree from UBC. So, but double major, those you'll be basically studying all of those in Hong Kong. And then you'll be choosing like more than 1 major. So like Ida, she had 2 different majors like from 2 different faculty. And for Kyle, I think he's 2 majors within the same faculty. So you can tell, you can choose certainly like if you want to focus in one faculty, you can do that. You can at the same time you want to do like across faculty, you can do the same. Yeah.
Like maybe I can supplement a bit. Like for double degree, we have business and law, government and law, and also literacy studies and law. These are all called double degrees. And just now, like Professor Yim also mentioned about global engineering and business program, this is also a double degree. And right on this, we have questions on GEBP as well. So basically, the students would like to know more about what the program is about.
Okay, so this is also a very interesting program. So the student will spend 5 years and get 2 degrees, one from the engineering and the other actually from business. And also because this is a program that is jointly offered by the 2 faculty, so the student will be able to actually take advantage of all the extracurricular activity, all the opportunity. For example, like Kyle mentioned, the case competitions, coaching for the competitions, and all kinds of other kind of interesting experiential learning offered by both faculty. Yeah.
Okay, there's students who are interested in studying English. Can I give some tips for this?
Yeah, sure. This is like sort of like broad questions, but like I could like still try to like give some insight. Yeah, for studying English studies and BA. So to give you more information, like English studies in the Bachelor of Arts, it has 2 streams. One is English studies, which is the one that I'm doing. It's more focused on English literature. But the other one's called language and communications, and more on linguistic, which is a more scientific approach to study English language itself. So I think in the first year, like related to the previous questions, that you need to like explore yourself, try different things to see whether you're more like a linguistic person, a literature person, so that in your later years, then you will like have a better choice, that you study something that you're really interested in and you with strength with. And the second tips is probably like if you do English studies, we have like quite a lot of readings and writing. So hard work and determination, as cliche as it sounds, like these 2 things are like much needed so that you can catch up with the reading work and also the essay work. Yeah.
Okay. So I think a lot of students are really interested in going to exchange and also internship, because we got questions asking how soon should I start to look or to apply for these elements? Can Cal talk about
sure.
this?
Perhaps I can talk about my story. So my first internship was during the summer in year 1, and I don't think that is a very good idea because the internship experience in general they're not that fruitful from my perspective. So but for ordinary career, you may have to have some sort of internship, maybe from MNC, in order to open the door to an interview. So I suggest that you can start looking for an internship from year 2 onwards. I mean, try to explore as much as you can during your freshman year, because after that you won't be able to afford the time to do much of an exploration. Yeah.
So maybe
The student would like to also know if Hong Kong U have any like AI or fintech programs to be applied.
Yeah, so I kind of quickly mentioned earlier within our family of BASC program. In there we have 2 specialized ones, which is one is focused on AI, and then the other one is actually focused on fintech. But again, it's like besides those 2 kind of focus, students who are, if you are interested in design, so we have a design plus, like within that set of program. We also have a global health development also. And then if you kind of say, well, I really don't have a particular focus at this point, I want to really have a really multidisciplinary kind of study, then you can actually select the just the BASC, and then you'll be able to have multiple track actually within that particular program, so that you can kind of explore maybe kind of more across the arts, the science, and even the social sciences. Yeah.
Okay. So there is a student asking about program choices. Should I look at the median or lowest quartile scores of Hong Kong U announced, like the admission scores? So I think I can help with answering these questions. For the admission score, we only release like the upper quartile, the median, and also the lower quartile. We haven't released any lowest score for students to be referenced. So I think you can definitely refer to the lower quartile and also median for choosing your programs. But there is a strategies for you to be considered when you put it in your band A or even A1 or A2 and A3. And it also depends on how the program, like the quota of the program. If the quota of the program is very big, so you can have more confidence in putting in a lower quartile or even a score lower than the lower quartile, because lower quartile is like the lower 25% and there's still tail afterwards. And then if the program is small, then you may need to think, do you still have the confidence to put on like your band A1, 2, or 3? So all these JUPAS strategies, I think after your DSE examinations, during our JUPAS Info Week, we will really focus and tackle all these strategies and let you know how you can put your band A choices and how you can take advantage of all these strategies to have your programs put in your JUPAS application. And also, these 2 years we have expected score, the scores in which students can reference to. And I think nearer the time, like in June or July, Hong Kong U will soon have this expected score released to students so that they can be more actualized with how they can put in that JUPAS.
Vanessa, actually, I also want to maybe mention, because I oftentimes hear there's a misperception among many of our potential students who kind of really underestimate the chance that they can get into Hong Kong U. So I think I would advise students actually you have to have kind of higher aims, and for motivating your study. So I would ask you to kind of look into the score more carefully, And then also like, maybe pay attention to later on when we get closer to the, after the exam, we will also be providing very good advice and the expected score and all those things like that you should take into consideration. At the same time, like don't belittle yourself. I think aim higher. Only if you aim high, then you can achieve higher level. So yeah.
That's a very good advice from Professor Yim. So before we end this session, can I invite like Kyle and also Ida to try to encourage our DSU students a bit?
Sure. Maybe I'll start first. And I know HKDSE is a tough task, but then just remember that it's only grind that you have to go through, and it's only temporary. So be persistent and just work hard, and you eventually get to HKU. Yeah.
Yeah, so I know that like this year isn't an easy year, and then DSE is like tough. We have all been through it, but then like Carl said, it's a like temporary pain. So like if you can get through this, then like university life like should be quite like easy for you. Yeah, so like keep up the good work. Yeah.
So thank you very much for all your sharing, and we'll end this session. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Eric Schuldenfrei. I'm representing the Department of Architecture here in the Faculty of Architecture. And thank you for joining us today for the dialogue with the Dean of Architecture. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the panel here. We all have heads of department and also Christophe Corolla. Christophe is the head of the Design Plus program of the BASC program. He's a director for that program. Just to his left is Kelvin Wong. Kelvin is professor in real estate and construction and the head of the department. And to my left is Matthew Pryor, who's head of the landscape division of landscape architecture. And it gives me great pleasure to also welcome the Dean of Architecture today, who's been able to join us, Professor Chris Webster. So we'll have a conversation more today as a format, introducing different programs, but really focusing on the larger picture, the larger, bigger picture of why architecture is so critical in this part of the world. So could you kindly start, Professor Webster?
Thank you very much, Eric. I'd like to start off with talking to you about the thing that really drives us in the faculty. Faculty of Architecture is a faculty of the built environment. That's a faculty of human habitat. It's a faculty of the world around us that we inhabit as urbanized human beings. We are right at this point at a very, very poignant moment in the history of human civilization. For the 50,000 or so years of modern humans' existence, civilization, and prior to civilization on Earth, the humans have lived at very, very low density. Hunter-gatherers, subsistence farmers in the Neolithic and early Bronze Age. Only very recently, very, very recently, people started to live in cities. And the poignant moment that we are at coincides with your careers. The next 20, 30 years or so is a moment in history, in civilization, that we have never, ever been at before. And if you've read the brochure, if you have the brochure in front of you, you might have to look. There's a what we call in maths or statistics, a step function. It's a phase change. For virtually 50,000 years, humans have been living at near zero urbanization. Within the course of 200 to 300 years, that has risen super exponentially, and by the end of this century, by the end of your career, over 200 or 300 years, we have moved from a non-urbanized planet to an urbanized planet. Now, why does that matter? Why does that matter for what we do as teachers, researchers, architects, landscape architects, planners, etc.? What does it matter for your choice of career? Well, it matters because cities contribute to all sorts of problems. They are engines of growth, they are engines of welfare, they are a super blessing to humanity, if you like, that have raised humanity out of the dust, but they also come with their curse. And what we do in our faculty is help manage that balance. We train students to design, imagine, build, create, govern the cities of the future. Nowhere like the present, over no time recently have we seen the consequences of this. We are in the present time that is also very poignant in the short term, coming to grips with these issues. I was asked recently, what is the post-pandemic city of the future going to look like? Well, my students in our first year course, I pose that back to them and say, what do you think? From my expert view and our expert views as urbanists and designers, let me tell you that every time there's been a pandemic in the past, in modern history, in recent history, cities have recovered. Cities are hugely resilient. They are self-organized, complex systems. Urban planners, I'm an urban planner and urban economist, like to think we can manage cities. I've got two architects sitting either side of me. Architects like to think they can design cities. Let me tell you, as you know from your experience probably, cities take on a life of their own. 1665 and 6 were two very bad years for the City of London, where I come from, where my colleague Matthew comes from. I'm from the north of the Thames, he's from the south of the Thames. We'll ignore that difference. There was a plague which wiped out 20% of the population of London, 1665. The next year there was a fire of London, the Great Plague, the Great Fire. What happened when architects, planners as they were then, engineers, surveyors, got round to rebuilding London? Let me tell you, in terms of the shape, nothing. There were a few very nice new architectural inserts, acupuncture development we call it these days, but broadly the City of London got rebuilt on the same early medieval grid that the plague had worked its way through. So cities are very resilient. Something like 98% of European population live within 1 mile of a medieval church in Europe. Things don't change. What can we do? What can you do? Pandemic is just one existential issue. The other, climate change, energy. Cities and buildings create something like 36% of the energy output associated with the Anthropocene. What can we do? Well, if you were going into medicine, some of you are probably considering medicine, you would go through a learning system, a sequence of your education that goes from something like anatomy to pathology to prognosis to diagnosis. And that's exactly what we do in each of our domains. The anatomy of the city. The cities that are in the process of housing virtually 100% of the world's population. What is their anatomy? What are the urban dynamics that keep them working? What is the urban economy that shapes the transactions that keep cities so robust? We teach you that in urban studies. So I'm shifting now to a slight focus on urban studies. In our urban studies degree in particular, although in other subjects too, you'll get this big picture. What is the anatomy of the city? You will become experts on human habitats, how to double guess them, how to invent the future in more ways than simply imagining it, as an expert of city processes. Pathogens and the problems of cities. Pathogens in medicine, there are pathogens in the city. How do we spot, monitor, how do we make cities greener, more smart? How do we then diagnose the problems as professional urban planners, urban managers? How do we use massive urban data that's now available with us? 5G, networking capacity, modern urban computation, blockchain technology, modern sensors will revolutionize the cities in your generation and make them smart. How do we harness that technology to make cities, to moderate the negative effects of cities? Prognosis, diagnosis. So that's what you'll get in urban studies. You'll get something very similar. This is a hugely important field, and we'd love you to join us in our passion for saving the planet our way in these respects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It has me also thinking about the realm that public health has and plays within our cities as well. And I know that you often work with different people globally looking at issues around public health, both in terms of our sort of short-term health, but also in terms of chronic diseases as well. And that cities are often seen as a place where maybe exercise might not happen, or we might be less healthy, or we might be more healthy. And the research that you're doing also starts to reveal things that we might make as an assumption, test those assumptions to see how we can redesign our cities. And I was wondering if you could just speak for a moment about that before we move on into real estate and construction next.
Sure, fascinating. I was talking to the chief engineer of Hong Kong's new Lantau Island yesterday, a whole bunch of engineers. And I posed the question to him, and this is what you might do if you become an urban planner or an urban designer working at that scale. What shape is the island going to be? Answer, or rather the reason behind that question is because it matters for health and it matters for energy. Shape actually matters. We did some interesting research recently on density in the United Kingdom and asked what is the most healthy density to live at. The most unhealthy density to live at is the typical British leafy suburb. If you move further into dense cities, people tend to walk more, and that has a measurable impact on the probability of getting heart disease, the probability of getting obese, etc. You could never design a city to optimize heart disease because you'd not optimize something else. But this is the science that you need to know in order to make informed decisions as designers and planners.
Thank you. Can we turn next to Kelvin Wong and real estate and construction?
Thank you. So I'm Kelvin Wong from Department of Real Estate and Construction. So in our department we have an undergraduate program called BSc Surveying. And I think the keyword for today from Professor Webster is that we are building the city of the future. And this is not completed by a single discipline or profession. So that's why surveyors, for example, work very closely with architects, with designers, with urban planners and urban managers and landscape architects. So we all work together. But then at the same time, for surveyors, they also take a very special role in building the city of the future. So although we call ourselves a BSc, so Bachelor of Science, so we are in fact more interdisciplinary than what the degree name has implied. So in our degree course, we will cover actually quite a number of topics, including law, management, economics, and technological innovations. So that means, no matter you are from a science and art or business background, you might be interested in us because we cover such a wide issue. Because when you build a city of the future, you have to take into account all these legal issues. Of course, you have to deal with money, right? Because there are a lot of stakeholders in the development process. And also you have to manage the expectations, manage all the stakeholders in the city. And finally, as Professor Chris Webster talked about, we also focus now more on technological innovation. So even in the construction and real estate industry, we have a lot of new tools, maybe blockchain and also IoT and other stuff that we are also trying to incorporate into our program.
I actually come from the US, and so I spent a long time in New York City, over a decade. And one of the things that impressed me most when I first came to Hong Kong 13 years ago was how technologically advanced the whole city seemed to be. And often in America, we think of New York as the technologically advanced city. But even friends who visit now are actually incredibly impressed with the innovation that happens here. And often it happens here first. And I wonder if you could just speak a little bit more about what is happening in terms of innovation, in terms of our built environment. What is our future coming to? So at least I can inform my friends in New York.
Right. So I think there could be like two aspects of it. So one is more on the construction process. So in the past, as Professor Webster said, when we build a pyramid, then we may need a lot of setting out and things. It's the same for modern buildings. So if you have to build a high-rise building, you can imagine how difficult it is to coordinate different parties. So we have an architect, designer, who do the plans, and then we need some construction workers, engineers to make sure that the buildings will be safe there. And then, so who will be coordinating all this? So in the past, we will have project managers. They could be architects, surveyors, or urban managers. But now, if we talk about technology, then we can actually change the way of thinking of the construction process. It's not that linear nowadays. So it is more like, well, this is the final product we want. So we may not build everything on site now, for example. So we may actually build something in a factory.
right? We well design everything, we produce everything to every detail, and then we transport that to the site. So for that to occur, I think there will be a lot of technological input to this coordination. And of course in our industry that will be called BIM, so Building Information Modeling. So that will become a key part of the industry, not just in Hong Kong, but I think every part in the world.
Can I come in on that? Please.
Yeah.
So the conversation I had yesterday with the chief engineer of Lantau Island, so this is a new town, possibly 250 to 300 million thousand people.
Used to dealing with 100 million, so.
Yeah, I used to working in China, mainland China. So this is a big deal for Hong Kong. When we were talking about shape, I suggested to him that the most optimal engineering shape is a circle. That's because the area to perimeter ratio of a circle is the most efficient. It's the most efficient geometric shape, if you like. So if you wanted to minimize engineering costs, which is something you might study in Kelvin's department, REC, that would be the shape. If you wanted to maximize the value of this land over the life cycle of the city, you would want to take into consideration real estate value, the land values created, and the optimal shape for that is something like a starfish. Hence you see a lot of artificial island developments, Dubai, etc., looking like a starfish or something even more bizarre, like a map of the world. The response of the engineer was, actually the shape is going to be defined by sea currents. That's something we'd probably study in architecture and urban planning. So I said to him, coming back to your point, Eric, if you were able to model the city in a building information modeling system, BIM model, so you had a digital twin of the buildings and the entire new system, new city system, then you can actually project, you could model over the entire life phase, and you could work out the balance between the additional engineering costs of going away from a circle with the additional benefits over the life cycle, 100 years, 200 years, of going more towards the star form of island. You can only do that if you've digitally modeled your design, the object of your design.
I really appreciate the idea of also looking at ocean currents, because that way we could actually start to reconsider how and who we are designing for. We often think that we design for humans, but when you're modeling ocean currents, you could actually start to consider reducing the ecological impact that we would have on other species. And I think as a human sort of species, we should start to reach out to the other species. We should start to think about how we create better ecosystems, not only for those species, and of course to protect those species, but also for ourselves. That often we think of the world that we try to control benefits by always controlling the hardscape, but reimagining how we actually control and work within an ecology, because we also know that stress levels come down. We'll live longer, actually, with it more greenery. That if we live more in a symbiotic relationship with ecology, it actually will make us happier. And so there's a lot of considerations that we think of to optimize, but sometimes to aim to optimize ignores some of the critical elements about what makes it human for us and habitable. So I was hoping to turn now to Matthew Pryor, looking at landscape architecture, ecology, some of these other wider issues that make our cities pleasant to live in.
I was going to say, you know, I've been a landscape architect 30 years, and the question I always get is, you know, what does a landscape architect do? But you've just given
it keeps us alive. They keep us alive.
You've just given this wonderful description of what we do. Landscape architecture is really focused on two things. One is the environment, and the other one is community. And how do we use our design skills, our planning skills, our construction management skills to try and negotiate the best arrangement between environment and community? How do we create that environment that makes us healthy, that makes us happy, that sustains natural systems? I was very intrigued, you know, the islands being shaped by ocean currents. a lot of what we do is shaped by the natural landscape systems or the natural systems we have, whether it's in response to the climate or the hydrology or even the underlying geology, which is a big factor here in Hong Kong. Landscape sees, and landscape architecture sees the city in terms of these systems, starting bridging in scale, not only from the object and the site to the district and the territory, right up to the country scale, so that we understand how they all fit together and how all the forces and the dynamics influence each other. And as we seek to build things and to intervene, we understand what those impacts are going to be, the impacts on environment, whether that's ecology or climate or our water systems, and also impacts on our communities. The other question I get asked all the time is, okay, we understand what a landscape architect does. What does a landscape architect do in Hong Kong? I mean, you look out the window, you think, where's the landscape gone? And of course, my response to that is an easy response, is that yes, landscape is a very challenging discipline in Hong Kong, but we have a lot of opportunity. We have a great deal of need. When you get to this level of density, the efficiency, the engineering efficiency can make us physically very healthy, but we have great challenges on mental health in terms of the way that we live so close together, the fact that everything is managed for us. You know, our environments are highly prescriptive. And landscape architects are now engaged in looking to see how we can design and work with architects and planners and surveyors to make the city greener and healthier and more relaxed and more happy, and looking at the social benefits and how can we use what we see out of the window, how can we see all these building surfaces as sites of production, how can we make energy out of it, how can we make food out of it, how can we capture water or sequester carbon. So the landscape architect will look at Hong Kong and say, well, this is a land of great opportunity, because we can see that at these extremes of density, we have a real challenge of balancing environment and community and making sure that we sustain both equitably, and not just thinking about this year, next year, but thinking about these sort of 20, 50, 100-year timelines, and how if we make a change here, it's going to influence there. If I have flooding in the middle of the city, maybe my solution is right up in the country parks. I need to plant more trees up in the country parks to buffer the movement of water in heavy rainstorms. We can only get to that point if we understand it all as a system. So you're quite right, the ecology and the environment, very much central to what we do as landscape architects, and draw us together with all the other built environment disciplines.
And I know you've been doing a lot with the rooftops, and the reason I love rooftop farming so much is that, well, one, it takes away the energy, because actually if we heat our rooftops because of the sun, it reduces the solar gain, so it drops the temperature off the rooftop. It makes it easier to air condition our spaces using less carbon footprint. Yeah. But also we can visit the rooftop. It's much more accessible for a lunch. And also we can farm and eat our lunch from the rooftop.
I have once or twice eaten my lunch entirely from the rooftop. I got my students to build a rooftop farm here at Hong Kong U. That was about 8 years ago, and it's still going. It's part of the general education initiative here. And it's about 400 square meters, and there's about 100 people involved, open to anybody. And it was a project to demonstrate that we could do this and to understand the technical difficulties of constructing or retrofitting a rooftop farm onto an existing building. But that led on to a whole series of research studies, really asking the question, why do people do this? Why does everybody want to go and farm on the roof? We did all these fabulous surveys. We went around and asked everybody. We took photographs of everything. And the conclusions that we came to were that the rooftop farms produce very little in terms of food. But what they do produce is enormous amounts of happiness. You visit any rooftop farm, any farmer will produce 3 small tomatoes and will tell you over the course of about 3 hours how he grew these tomatoes, and you know the love and the effort, and he'll show you the website, the Facebook website that these tomatoes have, and you just the social benefit, the empowerment of being able to grow something and to interact with nature and to participate in a project with colleagues and make friends and learn skills. Fabulous. Yes, we've got all the green building benefits, you know, the solar heat, mitigating solar heat gain and noise and capturing water and everything else. But this I think is one of the things, one of the insights that our sort of research produces, that maybe we shouldn't look at the rooftop farm as a site of production in terms of food security or food health, but maybe we should be arguing for it in terms of social benefit, the fact that people really enjoy being up there, and it's right in the middle of the city and it's very healthy.
So interestingly enough, I think I'm the only person in Hong Kong who grew up on a farm in the middle of rural America.
You would be surprised.
And the one thing that I love, actually, I have met other people from my state, and my state is entirely rural. So there are, I can't be the only person in Hong Kong. However, one of the things that I always loved about growing up on a farm was that every birthday we would plant a tree.
Oh,
so,
yes.
And you choose your tree. So I one year chose a cherry tree, one year I chose a pear tree. The reason I mention this is because you have a different connection with your environment. When you're participating in your environment, when you're growing things in your environment, you feel both happier because you actually, your attention allows something else to survive, which is actually somewhat, I mean, as you pointed out, we've been living our whole civilization, 50,000 years of living with farming, with growing things and being very close to nature. It's only very recently that we've actually changed into becoming urban.
And let me add an interesting fact to that before you move on to architecture. The design of the classic Greek and Roman buildings with the portico and the columns and things typically follow what's called a golden rule that you'll learn about if you come and study with us. There's been some recent research that shows that the explanation for that golden rule, the golden rectangle, 1.618 is the fractionality, has arisen in human cognition. We think that's a beautiful dimension, mainly because we are farmers and hunter-gatherers that have evolved on a plane, and this is the optimal way of scanning the horizon, given speed of vertical and horizontal scanning in the eye. So yeah, even a rural background determine what we see as beautiful in architecture.
That's actually the frame almost of the 16
screen.
by 9 of the screen. And actually that frame was interesting because, sorry, I have a film background as well, the PhD in film. And so what's interesting about that frame is that they experimented with every type of frame. It used to be 4:3, which is more squarish, and then in the 70s they really stretched it out to go beyond your vision. But we actually came back to that frame because it's actually comfortable for us. And these things that you think, your phone, the TV screens, the computer screen, you think that that proportion comes out of some sort of technological need. It comes out of us. We design for us. And so these worlds that we create need to be constructed, need to be optimized for the islands, need to have this concept of how greenery plays into it and is very close. So I think the challenge for the future isn't to live within a mile of a church steeple, but to live within 10 feet or within the same footprint of greenery in order to actually have an opportunity to still return to our roots in a way.
And I think this is particularly important for the low-income groups, the aging society, for young people. In Hong Kong, young people don't really get many opportunities to touch the soil, to engage with nature. Put it on the roof, particularly if you can have some sort of intergenerational aspect to it, so old people, disabled people, sort of people who otherwise don't have other places to go. It becomes this sort of commons, this beautiful commons area. And it's just out there. It's just right in the middle of the city.
In terms of how this relates to architecture, I've been thinking about this quite deeply, actually, because Hong Kong is often seen as sort of a laboratory. And it's often seen as a laboratory for the future of the city, because Hong Kong is one of the few places on earth that actually urbanized 100% urbanization first. And we have very dire needs in our city. We have to house 7.5 million people in a very small amount of area. So I think the question that really comes from an architectural perspective is this question of how do we imagine our future and what do we need to change in order to do so? And I often think of architecture as one of the most intellectual tasks on earth, because not only does it have a mathematics and a science to it, but it also has art and humanity. And we're actually knitting together not just one area of knowledge, we're sort of knitting together all these areas of knowledge. And I was just reflecting because we just published this year's prospectus. So this year's prospectus, you can actually get it. We have it in the Department of Architecture and the Faculty of Architecture as well, or we could send it to your school. And what it is actually both a prospectus looking into the future, but it's a review looking at the past year. And obviously it's been a very difficult year from many perspectives, but it also allows you to re-question what the future holds. And actually, even reflecting after the Great Fire in London, there's this aspect after the Great Fire of building the city slightly differently in order to, well, at one point make it more fireproof, which is important, so to learn from past mistakes, but at the other end, to also try to reimagine the public spaces within architecture and to give more public space as well. And I think it's this idea of architecture's role, not as a single building, but as the public space to gather, and really a reflection of humanity. And I think there's a huge advantage within architecture of really reflecting on this concept about how architecture isn't just about giving the base survival of a place to sleep or a place to work. Architecture really needs to aspire beyond just the building into reaches of our society. And the other aspect of this is that in the last 20 years, China has added around 300 million population to its cities. Just for a pure sort of comparison, the population now of America in 2020 is 331 million. So that's like building America, every road, every building, every hospital, every school, every workplace in a span of 20 years. In order to do that, you think in a very sort of dire way, because you actually try to collapse and make it economically viable, because they didn't have the same budget that America had 200 years to build America in a much different budget, in a much different time frame. So in order to accomplish this, you have to think very differently. You have to think in terms of how you have a base, a prototype, and then replicate. And my philosophy is, and I think for our department, is that we need to rethink that prototype. The prototype that it's based on today, it was 1922. So it's 98 years we've been following that same prototype, more or less, of the cruciform tower. And I think that prototype is vastly out of date. And I'm beginning to think, what are we going to do? 2022 is almost here. So we have 2 years to work on this problem and come up with a vastly different prototype. And in many ways, that's what this prospectus and this review is about. It's actually not proposing a building. It's thinking about architecture as a prototype. How we design something that then goes on to affect 300 million people. And as our world urbanizes, I believe by 2050, it's 3 billion people is predicted to have become urbanized. Correct me if I'm wrong. So what that means, and if anyone else corrects me if I'm wrong, but that's the number I have in my mind for 2050. So if 3 billion people are living in cities, what this means, actually I think currently 3 billion people. I think we're heading towards another 3 billion by 2050, is the number I have in my mind. So we're heading to another 3 billion. So what that means then is that we're designing this prototype that gets replicated. That's going to have a vast impact on our world. And it's not just the spaces that we need to live in for better mental health with less stress levels. It's also these spaces that we need to think about, as I was saying, this balance in ecology. And if buildings take up 36% of all energy use on Earth, it's 39% of the carbon footprint alone. So the building and the construction industry is 39% of the carbon. So our responsibility is vast. And our effect on just not one person, or 1,000 people, or 10,000 people, we're now thinking about what we do as architects is going to have an impact on the globe.
But we need to work together.
But we need to work together.
Which is why we have the Design Plus guys giving us the interdisciplinary.
And also that's why we also move within scales. We move from urban planning to how we construct our buildings, to how we interface with the ecology and the environment, to how we design for our cities. And moving into Design Plus, it's a new program that was started 2 years ago. Christoph Krola is leading this effort.
Yes, hi. Thanks, Eric. So yes, I'm Christoph Krola. I'm now directing the Design Plus program. And we've been through this presentation in some form or format a few times, and I always find it very, very difficult to come in and present the Design Plus because I'm an architect. I'm a practicing architect as well. And here I am presenting a program that is not architecture, that's totally different. And why would there be a need for that? So maybe a good way to say it, I have 3 boys in kindergarten, and I was recently in conversation with Eric, and apparently we figured out that, you know, like every parent, you're imagining what they would do when they grow up. 2 out of my 3 boys will have a profession that doesn't exist today yet. So as Dean Webster was saying, if you look at the speed of urbanization, it's basically this jump if you look at a 300-year period in which this urbanization is taking place. But it's more than exponential in its speed, so the acceleration of these changes that we're seeing today are much faster than they were 150 years ago. So this rapid change in our environment has a huge impact on the professional industry as well. So why was Design Plus created? Specifically to tackle that gap that we have observed in the professional industry. Everybody has an idea of what an architect is, or what a surveyor is, or maybe what a landscape architect is. But if we know now that in 10, 15 years, the whole professional landscape is going to change, how do we train people for that landscape? So the Design Plus is specifically created to basically sculpt the leaders of the future that are going to be equipped with tools and techniques and a mindset and theories and experience to be able to be nimbly responding to that changing landscape. That's what the plus means. It's Design Plus whatever's coming at us. So it's a brand new program. We're now in our 2nd year. It's a Bachelor of Arts and Science. And the main goal of this program is to create the innovators of the 21st century. It's mirrored to some programs that you may have seen in the West Coast in the US, for example, that have been at the core of the sprawl of innovative companies in Silicon Valley and whatnot. There's many, many examples. But Hong Kong as a geographic location is now at the core of the human planet, basically. Within a 5-hour flight radius from where we are, half of the world's population is living. With Hong Kong as a core here in the Greater Bay Area, this is going to be the first city of 100 million people. So what better place to be than here today to participate in this great challenge? So that's where the Design Plus program came in, because we thought that there needed to be another answer as well, in addition to these existing programs. So what we're trying to do in the Design Plus is basically train people in design in its broadest sense. It's multidisciplinary, it's interactive, it's technology-driven, it's technology-based, but it also has all its different sub-focuses. And we want our students to basically find their identity and their passion within the program by allowing them to also pick from the vast opportunities that we have in the curriculum across the university. So we have a strong core curriculum of 4 years that's driven by design, where we give them all the tools and techniques to develop their basic skill set. But they can choose their own major or minors in addition to that if they have a passion for fintech, for example, or artificial intelligence and machine learning, or marketing, or structural engineering. All of those different disciplines can be combined with the philosophy and the mindset of design thinking so that they can become these new professions that we don't know of today. And just listening at the earlier conversations, quite a few have been mentioned. For example, a maritime computational fluid dynamics expert who would be analyzing ocean currents and be able to create simulation models that would allow us to predict shapes of these islands. None of that existed 20 years ago. A BIM specialist, that didn't exist until 15 years ago, and now they play an instrumental role in the built environment. Same with any types of app design, for example, or game development, or augmented reality and mixed reality being kind of the latest hot thing that's coming into the conversations as well. So what we're trying to do in Design Plus is create this environment where we're basically joining our students on this journey to explore and be open to these new information that come in, and then together try to come up with questions and also answers to how we can contribute most of that as designers, in addition to what architects or landscape architects or urban planners or surveyors can do. So that's why we're still within the Faculty of Architecture, because a lot of the design at Hong Kong U is actually centered there. So it's a great place to be. And a lot of our students also overlap with students in the other courses. But so what we're trying to do is basically tap into all the resources that we have available and create these brightest entrepreneurial minds that are going to be the visionary inventors of the 21st century that are going to lead our way forward.
May I? I love your interpretation of the plus. I was one of the originators of the idea. Actually, as was
the whole team, as was Matthew.
And the plus was definitely then design plus engineering plus economics plus biology. Yours is a much better interpretation. It's design plus whatever's coming at you down from the future. Yeah, and I love that. So from the faculty-wide point of view, we're moving very solidly in a multidisciplinary trajectory, and I know some students you're very interested in this. We're particularly interested in students who can perform at a very high level on both sides of the brain, left and right, linear, non-linear, complex, reductionist. So the idea is really to enrich the community within a community of students within the faculty by this really different, forward-looking, innovative people who spend half their time in a history lab class, half the time in a economics or physics lab, and half the time in making spaces. Or we have what we call in the faculty on the 7th floor Silicon Corridor, where we clever colleagues in REC are making very interesting technological IoT devices. Lovely, okay.
I love the program so much that I'm teaching the core history course for it as well, because it actually touches upon a lot of my own research and also my own background in terms of the PhD. And Matthew was also instrumental. So it was actually a deep collaboration to actually realize it. And it wasn't just a collaboration within the faculty, we reached out across the university.
We partners right across the unit, from education to law to finance. And I love the whole concept of founding these future professions on design thinking. We don't know what they're going to be, but they need to have those core skills and competencies that will allow them to grab the opportunity.
And we've been also reaching out for this program very specifically regionally. Some of our teachers are coming from around the region, and also globally, because this is becoming more and more an effort globally. Design is becoming much more important, and it isn't the design of a tangible object. It's really this way of thinking, and this sort of more philosophy about reaching beyond. But I think in really realizing any work, it's really about extending beyond what we know as well.
Yeah, the multidisciplinary nature is at the core of it. And one of the important aspects of the courses I'm teaching at Design Plus is how data and the management of it and having access to it can become a new language that allows multidisciplinary collaboration. There's maybe one point that I want to add to it. Later tonight we're doing some presentations of the programs as well, where we'll have the slideshows. And one of the graphs that are really fascinating in that is about the value add of design. and how you see that from all the design graduates. There's a chunk of people that still do traditional design work, but a vast majority of them become incredibly valuable in all kinds of disciplines outside of the conventional design world. And that realization that the mode of creative thinking, the capacity to bring people together around the table and guide them in decision making, bringing these disciplines together, is so much at the core of what is needed today in any profession that a graduate from the Design Plus program, I believe, will have a huge market value afterwards as well, because of their versatility and because it will allow them to develop their own persona and their passion more forward.
So we have time for a few questions. And also the event that Christoph is referring to, so at 6 p.m. we have an event within the Department of Architecture, but also with Landscape and Design Plus. So hopefully you can also join us at 6 p.m. So that's completely separate from this type of panel. And we're also diving a bit deeper and more specifically into some of the programs. So we can start to take questions from the audience. And I can start to see the question that comes up is the first one, is why is interdisciplinary learning important and how is it relevant to our future career? I think because Christoph just answered that in a way from the design perspective, perhaps we can start to think about this from another perspective. And I know in REC, you already mentioned, Kelvin, this concept that it's also looking to the legal side. It's looking into the coordination side, and also I can imagine the amount of time that's spent in terms of planning construction. I wonder if you could speak a bit more about this interdisciplinary nature.
Yes, I think the second part of the question actually answered the first. So it is actually very, very important to the career, because when you graduate, you have to work with many different people who are from different backgrounds. They could be designers, they could be future innovators and urban planners and landscape architects. And they are from different backgrounds, and they will look at your project or your buildings, from different perspectives. So that's why, if, when you are coming to us, study for 4 years, you have exposure to all different sorts of students here and different sorts of professors. Then you will know, okay, architects will think in a certain way, and maybe surveyors will also think in a different way, and urban planners, another way. Then you will know, well, from different ways, then you will know, when you talk to people and how the best way you communicate your ideas with others. And at the end, we want to create positive social outcome. I think that is also, our topic for today.
And Matthew, I know as Associate Dean for Teaching and Learning, you also started a faculty interdisciplinary course as well. And so it also spans beyond and brings us all together in a way.
I think it's fundamental to what we do. The fact that, you can describe us in terms of the sort of traditional disciplinary headings. But in fact, there's so many things that join us together and that we intersect together, not just in terms of processes, but things like materiality, the way that we conceive things. And it seems to me that in future, we're really only going to be successful if we can work as a team and collaborate as a team. And the idea behind the sort of first year interdisciplinary courses was really this: how do I build a team? How do I work as a team? I'm a landscape architect, but to be an effective landscape architect, I need not only to be able to speak planning and surveying, but I need to have that network. I need to be able to call on friends, and when I have a project, I know I'm not going to be able to do it by myself. I need to have all those friends, all those contacts, and the language. I need to be able to speak other people's languages, disciplinary languages. And so we have the FICs, the Design Plus, I think, has that at its very core. And the interdisciplinarity is not just in terms of the way that we teach, but also in terms of the students and the student mix, and the pedagogical mix, and the fact that we look outside the campus so often to try and engage with different communities and different geographies. So there's become very much a focus of what we do across the entire faculty.
A word, if I may, to historically place that. At the very earliest stages of human civilization, at the early and middle Bronze Age, big buildings, monumental buildings, were built by single experts, if you like. They were surveyors, architects, engineers, all rolled into one. they could do it. The project was simple in that sense. 6,000 years on, 5,000 years on, production of the built environment, the creation of that human habitat that suddenly engulfed the world's population into cities from nothing, is multiple times more complex. And no individual person or profession can have that themselves. So it's not just that to be a successful professional you have to network with each other. The whole process has split up into multiple parts and expertise, and so we have to work together. We aim to train you in that respect to become successful built environment professionals of the future.
I actually really love this idea that we rely on one another. It's not just about working with one another. It actually is about how one discipline relies on all the others, and not just within the built environment, but within law, within medicine. We can't keep a person healthy unless we have a healthy city. And so all these professions and actually all our thinking actually relies on one another in effective communication. Also, cities are a great generator of wealth. They're a generator of wealth because they're bringing people together. They're providing opportunities to meet and to actually share ideas. And one of the questions that came from is another one that says, perhaps the landscape architecture can be a result of to reflect the identity of the human in this land. For students, do you think that the architectural education makes them establish a close relationship with the environment or give them creative ideas to build the land? And I'd have to affirm that this is actually how we're thinking towards the future. And I think that even 10, 20 years ago, we wouldn't ask ourselves this question, nor would the great mind who would hopefully want to grab into the profession, such as a student, actually ask such a question. And I think that it's showing a reflection that these are not singular tasks, these are shared tasks.
Yes.
And it's through our communication with one another that actually we're able to address it. So I would say wholeheartedly. And I think there's a huge movement within architecture to think not just about our building sitting in a landscape, but our building as a landscape. In fact, one of the buildings we just completed, I also have an architecture office, and one of the buildings we just completed was the world's first upside down landscape in a way. Actually, we wanted to keep it just ferns, just raw nature in a way. But because it was a spot in the city which you wouldn't be able to have much landscape. So we looked for every opportunity to bring it in. And in many ways it is a reflection, a true reflection of how the landscape students and the architectural students work together, and also the design and real estate and urban. But we also even share a floor for one of our studios. And so they interact in a very strong way.
But of course all of this is a reflection of the urban community. You design that building in response to the community needs and their desire for identity and for function and facility. You know, it's not just a pretty shape. It's based very heavily within environment and community, and I think all our professions are founded in that way.
I think maybe something to add to the question as well. It's one thing to think like that, but one of the things that we're doing throughout the whole faculty is also trying to bring the students the tools and the techniques and the methods on how to do that, and train them on how to become experts in achieving that goal through design studios and through creative work, which is a very fun thing to go through as well. It's a very stimulating exercise to go through, because I can imagine if you're entering, maybe you're an 18-year-old or 19-year-old considering coming to the faculty, it may all sound nice, but the question can maybe be, how do you do that? And it's actually really worth looking through the prospectus that Eric was holding to have a look at all the techniques and methods and creative exercises that we create for students to train them for that, and how in those techniques we're also always trying to bring in the latest technologies so that you can have that vision and take that with you forward after you graduate.
Another question's just come on the screen that relates to this. As you were talking, it reminded me of the importance of experiential learning in the faculty. So I'll just say a word about that. I think somebody's asked what's the highlight of undergraduate learning in the Faculty of Architecture. Each of our undergraduate programs has a very strong emphasis both on project-based learning in the studio and also on outside experiential learning. One of my favourites, we seem to be talking a lot about landscape this time, but that probably says something to students that's important, is Landscape Architecture's program over the last 5, 6, 7 years in Southeast Asia, working in Myanmar, in the city of Yangon, which is a hugely flood risk city on the Irrawaddy River. How can that be planned and designed at a site level, building level, and whole metropolitan planning level to minimize flood risk in human nature interactions, negative interactions? We take our landscape takes its students to along the Belt and Road Initiative route number 6, coming down from Yunnan in southwestern China to Laos, Cambodia, and then to northeast Thailand, working on practical problems, working with communities. Architecture takes its students into rural China, building rural schools, bridges. We've got several award-winning architectural interventions into the beautiful landscape in Fujian province up in the mountains. And it's amazingly inspirational for our students to go and work with some of the best minds in the world who will teach you if you come and study with us, working with local people, local communities, urban and rural. Urban planning takes its students into mainland China, to Europe. We've worked in Poland, Australia recently. Real estate. Oh, one other thing to say there, we've only got 3 minutes left, is probably to flag up their overseas exchange. So year 3 in our program is uniformly reserved for a semester out. An increasing number of our students spend time in Europe. Majorities tend to spend time in UK and Europe, some in the States. But a lot of our students spend a semester abroad studying in some of the best universities and some of the most exciting
Added to that,
locations.
We also send students to international competition. So just before the pandemic, we sent a group of students to Vancouver to participate in the international real estate case competition. So there will be such opportunities.
We also have been offering courses that are located in Paris and also Vienna. We have ones this summer coming up that are located in Norway, looking at Scandinavian architecture as well. So more and more we're working within the region, within Taiwan and Japan as well, and then also expanding outwards every year. And what this is also giving us is this amazing opportunity to intersect with other minds around the world. And architecture, and also everyone in the built environment, really has this amazing ability to look at the problem from a different perspective, to look at it from a European or from South American, or to look at it from the perspective of Russia. It actually allows you to look into how we could change our own cities, and also, probably equally important, is what we can offer. Because again, we're at the cutting edge of urban living. And so what we can offer, as I opened up earlier, what we can offer New York, what we can offer the rest of the world as well. So we have just 1 minute left. So I just would like to thank everyone on the panel. I greatly enjoyed. This is actually why I love the Faculty of Architecture, is because it is the conversations like this that one shares our own disciplinary knowledge, one reaches out beyond ourselves, and really we can have this amazing dialogue, in fact, and see how each discipline impacts each other, and really working together in order to have a new vision for a new world. So just to also say again that at 6 p.m. we have another event for the Department of Architecture featuring landscape architecture and also Design Plus. And there'll be more events throughout this year, so please join us for those future events. Thank you very much for joining us today. And thank you. Bye.
Hello， 大家好，網上嘅觀眾大家好，同埋各位同學仔大家好，歡迎嚟到我哋香港大學創新創業中心 iDendron 嘅一個環節。今日咧，我哋會探討下究竟喺香港大學入面，我哋點樣去啟發一個創新嘅道路，點樣去做自己一個初創嘅企業呢？今日我哋請到3位港大嘅創業者嚟參與呢個環節啦，同大家分享下佢哋喺香港大學嘅創業入面嘅歷程。咁喺我嘅右手邊有Dr. Andy Lau， 係工程學院嘅畢業生啦，亦都係我哋PhD 博士嘅畢業生嚟嘅。咁而家係 Concept Limited 嘅聯合創辦人。中間嘅係 Carl Leung， 係 Group 嘅聯合創辦人，亦都係我哋BBA 商學院嘅畢業生。而喺最右手邊嗰位就係 Miko Law， 係 Solution Technology Limited 嘅聯合創辦人，係我哋理學院Bachelor of Science 4年級嘅同學。咁我哋接下嚟嘅環節咧，除咗有3位嘉賓去分享下佢哋嘅創業故仔啦，同埋佢哋究竟做緊啲咩嘅時候咧，咁我開始之前都會想同大家分享下香港大學喺創新創業呢個板塊入面，今時今日究竟係點樣去幫啲我哋嘅同學啊，或者年輕嘅校友去做創業創新，將佢哋嘅一啲意念去實現成為產品或者服務，去為呢個社會帶來改變嘅咧。我哋香港大學嘅 iDendron 咧，就其實已經喺 campus 入面有一個共享嘅工作空間啦，俾好多好似3位創業者嘅朋友同埋同學仔喺入面去做佢哋自己嘅項目。咁我哋呢個地方亦都係有各類型嘅活動會喺入面舉辦嘅。咁接下來都想同大家睇一條片，係去介紹一啲我哋嘅工作同埋一啲創業者嘅分享。
我覺得其實香港或者 iDendron 唔係一個地方咁簡單，其實一個載體包住好多 Hong Kong U 裏邊嘅人啊，或者係啲人才添啦，身邊好多人才啦。咁我哋其實唔單止係好似出邊咁樣樣，出邊可能係一個地方，但係未必同其他人真係會有好多 connection。但係呢度唔同，即譬如大家嘅可能年紀比較相近啦，大家嘅志向或者 vision 啊目標相近啦，所以好容易可以問到，即譬如隔離台即斟杯咖啡又可以同人傾下偈，跟住就問一問佢其實大家。即係可能個策略上或者方向上有冇啲咩，大家可以互相取長補短啦，或者問下啲 referral， 咁其實好實用嘅好多嘢。咁我就覺得呢一個係一個我哋覺得 iDendron 同 Hong Kong 俾到我最大嘅 value。
iDendron is a very important resource to a startup. For example, some senior advisor can tell you the business strategy, how to elevate your company, and also iDendron can arrange a lot of good events and programs to let you know about the startup ecosystem and the strategies.
We joined iDendron Seed program because we are actually all both from Hong Kong U as well, and essentially we felt that this is an environment that we are aware of, and the fact that students are very approachable when it comes to talking about personal finance was attractive to us. So essentially we felt that this is a good environment for us to be able to work on this project and talk to the right kind of people.
係頭先唔記得介紹自己，除咗介紹之後，我就係香港大學創新創業中心 iDendron 嘅高級經理 Lawrence。咁其實啱啱都睇咗個片段，都見到我哋好多林林總總嘅活動啊，workshops 啊，係去支援翻我哋自己嘅港大朋友同埋同學仔去創業嘅。其實都可以好快咁樣同大家分享下，究竟喺大學入面，其實我哋係用啲咩方法去將我哋嘅意念變成實質嘅產品或者服務嘅咧？咁係大家睇到呢個圖表啦，喺上面嗰條路徑咧，可以睇到一開始我哋其實好多唔同學院嘅研究人員或者教授咧，其實佢哋喺佢哋自己嘅研究項目入面咧，都會揾到一啲新嘅意念或者發現嘅。咁通過呢啲發現咧，佢哋就將佢通過申請一啲專利啦，變成發明啦。咁當有咗個專利嘅時候，其實都係一個好未必係最成熟嘅技術。同距離喺市場上出現嘅產品或者服務仲有一段距離嘅。咁下一步要點做呢？一個有專利嘅技術嘅時候，係有2條路可以行嘅。 咁睇到藍色嗰個啦，其實可以通過一個叫做 licensing， 一啲將大學嘅技術 license 俾出面嘅企業，等佢哋去做一啲發展R&D 嘅工作，然後佢哋就會將呢個技術融入喺佢現行嘅產品入面推出市場。咁呢個係其中一個我哋將大學嘅研究技術或者科技轉化嘅一個過程。另一個更加有趣同埋更加多香港大學嘅教授同埋研究人員做緊嘅方法，就係佢哋自己去將呢個技術變成一個佢哋成立佢屬於自己嘅公司。呢啲教授可能會同佢哋自己嘅博士生啊，或者研究嘅同學咧，去成立一個公司。咁我哋今日嘅 Andy 咧，其實就係通過呢個路徑去成立咗 Concept Limited。咁一陣間佢都可以分享下呢一方面嘅一啲經歷同埋經驗嘅。而大家可以將個視線擺喺下面咧，一個短啲嘅路徑咧，由零去到2到3年嗰個時間咧，就係而家越嚟越多嘅同學仔或者年輕嘅校友會選擇嘅道路啦。好多時佢哋可能真係同幾個同學仔喺宿舍嗰度，或者飲下酒傾開，有個 idea 幾好喎，不如試下 set up 個 website 啊，或者 整個 app 試下有冇得做啦咁樣。咁就會嚟我哋 iDendron 嘅創新創業中心啦。咁我哋去同一齊走呢條道路，睇下點樣可以幫佢做一啲培育嘅工作啦，睇下佢需要咩資源等等。最後咧，如果試咗啦，喺市場上面係有一個好嘅反應咧，亦都可以成立間公司，將一個試驗品正式推出一個市場，咁就去睇下可以 fulfill 到一啲市場上面有啲咩嘅需求等等嘅。咁今日嘅 Kyle 同埋 Miko 咧，佢哋自己項目咧都係有一班 friend 傾出嚟啦，有啲係喺一啲本科嘅課程入面，大家做咗個 group project 之後，發覺原來我都幾得意，可以繼續去試下點樣做咁樣。咁呢啲都我哋而家見到越嚟越多我哋嘅同學係從呢兩個方向去創造自己嘅項目嘅。咁喺香港大學入面，我哋而家嗰個 ecosystem 嘅生態圈係點呢？其實我哋個策略就好簡單，就係先做大個餅，通過唔同嘅一啲創業嘅課堂啊、workshops 啊、一啲 hackathon，啱啱片段睇到一啲 hackathon 咧，或者一啲興趣小組 interest group， 可能有啲同學對 AI 或者big data、RTO 嘅興趣，自己 form 咗唔同嘅 group， 咁我哋都會支援。喺呢啲唔同嘅項目或者活動入面咧，我哋其實已經係聚集咗一大好多各類型、唔同背景、唔同學科嘅人才㗎啦。咁有晒呢啲人之後，下一步係點咧？我哋都會幫佢哋去 partner， 成立唔同嘅團隊，佢哋就可以參加唔同嘅比賽啊，或者繼續去做自己嘅產品等等嘅。咁有咗唔同各項團隊之後咧，佢哋亦都會聚集埋一齊。喺校園入面，啱啱我哋嘅 iDendron 嗰個 workspace 入面，就每日以繼夜以繼日就喺入面度努力工作。咁 online offline 我哋都有唔同嘅群體去交換唔同嘅資訊，喺創業圈入面一啲心路歷程或者艱酸等等嘅。咁最後啦，我哋有一班好有潛力嘅初創隊伍之後咧，我哋都會喺校內校外去揾唔同嘅資源啊，業界嘅專業人士啊。資金鏈啊，投資者咁樣去幫佢哋走得更加遠嘅嚇。咁而家就係而家香港大學發生緊嘅事，同埋就係唔同嘅同學，當佢有意念或者佢已經有團隊嘅時候，就會加入我哋 iDendron 呢個大家庭大群體。咁我哋就同佢哋一齊行呢條艱苦但係相當之有意義嘅創業路。咁接下來嘅時間，我都會將個時間交俾3位啦，去介紹翻佢哋究竟今時今日係點樣去開始佢自己創業路啦，同埋佢哋做緊啲咩嘅。好，首先由阿 Andy 講先啦，係。
大家好，我係 Concept 嘅 Andy， 咁就好開心今日有機會可以同大家分享下我哋公司呢幾年嘅創業嘅路啦。咁就我介紹多少少自己先啦。咁我本身係喺香港大學讀medical engineering 嘅，咁而家都改咗名做 biomedical engineering 啦。咁之後我就喺大概2015年度嘅時候咧，就完成我嘅 PhD 啦。咁就同我嘅教授去做咗我哋而家公司嘅主要嘅核心技術。咁當時見到個技術都相對成熟，咁我哋就喺嗰一年嘅年尾就成立咗 Concept 呢間公司啦。咁其實 Concept 呢間公司我哋係 position 係啲乜咧？其實我哋想做啲乜嘢咧？咁喺個 slide 上面其實大家都見到啦，其實我哋好想解決一個問題咧，就係喺biomedical 或者喺 medical 上面咧，其實有一個問題叫 false positive， 即係假陽性嘅問題。咁呢個假陽性嘅問題其實即係咩咧？即係話本身個病人冇事，但係 show 到佢有問題喎。咁然之後佢就要去再做好多唔同嘅一啲分析啦，同埋做唔同嘅診斷。咁譬如以乳癌為例啦，咁其實譬如一個女性如果喺正常自己檢測個乳房嘅情況下，可能發現有硬化或者有任何異樣嘅時候，咁佢哋通常就會去睇醫生啦。咁睇醫生嘅時候，通常醫生咧就會可以叫佢照一啲叫做 ultrasound 超聲波啦，或者係X 光 CT sorry 應該叫 mammography 啦，即係乳腺嘅嗰個成像啦。咁同時咧，其實如果發現有問題啦，咁其實佢哋就會去再做下一個步驟，就叫做抽一個活體組織嘅。咁通常咧呢幾個步驟咧，譬如由影像去到抽取呢個活性即係組織嘅時候咧，其實每一個100個病人裏面咧，其實只係得5個病人咧係需要去做呢個活體採取組織㗎。咁即係話其實有95%個病人咧，其實已經係花咗大筆嘅金錢去做呢個活體檢驗。咁其實呢啲咧活體檢驗嘅測試咧，其實比較都可以幾侵入性嘅，即係 depends on 唔同嘅器官啦，譬如肺部啊，或者係其他內部嘅組織咧，就會更加需要多啲嘅金錢啊，或者係時間，甚至乎對身體嘅創傷都會大啲嘅。咁其實我哋咧，我哋希望未到嘅，再翻個 slide。咁其實咧其實我哋就希望去解決呢個問題，希望可以去有一個技術可以幫病人咧去減少佢哋嘅呢一方面嘅支出啦。咁係啦，咁可以去下個 slide 度。咁我哋 Concept 呢間公司其實個核心技術咧，其實係一個專利咗嘅一個超高速嘅成像技術嚟嘅。咁呢個超高速嘅成像技術咧，其實你可以想象為一個好快嘅影相機，可以將每秒鐘可以 capture 到大概幾萬甚至乎10萬張血即係細胞嘅影像啦。咁當每一個病人佢哋有一個sample 寄過嚟嘅時候，其實佢哋入邊已經有幾千萬甚至乎幾億粒嘅血細胞。咁我哋就透過呢一個咁高速嘅技術咧，就希望可以喺一段短時間內，可能半個鐘或者1個鐘頭之內咧，就可以完成晒成個檢測啦。咁當我哋攞到咁大量嘅 data 之後咧，就會經過我哋一個 AI-based 嘅 image analytics 嘅神經網絡嘅系統啦，咁就去幫我哋去分析翻每一粒細胞嘅影像，去攞到佢哋唔同嘅features 啦，譬如佢哋嘅大細、高矮、長短，或者係佢哋入邊嘅樣貌個分佈係點嘅樣。咁其實我哋就可以分辨出佢究竟係一粒正常嘅細胞定係一粒唔正常嘅細胞。咁譬如以癌症為例，咁我哋可以分到佢係一個癌細胞定係一個唔係癌細胞。咁從而咧就可以去幫我哋去分析到，透過大數據咧就可以分析到每一個病人都本身係一個大數據嘅資料庫，去分析到究竟佢係咪真係有一個問題啦。咁我哋希望就係將呢個技術可以帶到俾唔同嘅病人，去減低佢哋呢方面嘅不必要嘅支出啦，同埋令到成個檢測成效更加高嘅。唔該。
相當好嘅技術 ，Deep Tech 去 disrupt 翻而家個做法，亦都可以令到多啲嘅病人得益咁嘅。咁不如下一個我哋請 Kyle 講下佢 group 嘅故仔，或者介紹下自己先啦。
好啊，咁我叫 Kyle 啦，我就係2019年嘅畢業生嘅。咁我喺 ConU 嘅時候咧，我就讀呢個嘅wealth management 啦，同埋 marketing 嘅。咁我間公司就做social media 呢個 industry 啦。咁我哋解決緊一個咩嘅問題咧？咁其實真係要 go back 翻去我year 2嘅時候啦。咁即係 year 2嘅時候咧，咁嗰陣時咧都未係諗住去搞一啲 startup 咁樣嘅。咁嗰陣時就係諗住去揾一啲 internship 啦。咁都係發覺咗一個好大嘅一個問題咧，就係依家喺一個網上面嘅 social media 呢個光譜上面咧，你發覺去揾唔同嘅 connection 咧，其實係好難嘅一件事情嚟嘅。再加上就係嗰陣嗰啲朋友啦，即係依家嘅一啲 partner 啦，咁去 exchange 翻嚟喎，咁發覺同呢個校園都脫節咗啦，就冇一個平台咧，可以幫佢了解翻呢個成個 community 發生咩事咁樣。佢哋亦都冇可能喺即係 year 4嘅時候去再住 hall 啊，或者去參加啲數，亦都好嘥佢哋嘅時間咁樣，因為大家嗰陣都差唔多係好 career related 嘅一個階段啦咁樣。所以我哋就諗住可唔可以 以去重新想像下我哋即係交友呢一個模式咧？咁所以其實我哋咧就想喺呢個社交光譜上面咧有一個 hybrid 嘅位置。咁呢個 hybrid 嘅位置即係咩咧？譬如你睇翻成個 social media 嘅 landscape 咧，即係一邊就可能係 Facebook、Instagram 啊、LinkedIn 啊呢啲啦。咁就可能我今日識咗 Lawrence 喎，咁我就會 at 你 Facebook 啊、at 你 LinkedIn 啊咁樣。但係好少就會調翻轉嘅，其實係啦。咁另一方面咧就係一啲討論區，譬如 Reddit 啊、香港嘅高登連登啊呢啲就比較係內容向嘅，即係你唔會喺上面去交友嗰啲比較少啲啦，因為你都唔知嗰度嘅人嘅背景係點樣，你會比較小心一啲。咁我哋嘅做法咧就係我哋 group 咧 as 一個 verifier。譬如我哋依家 start off 係一個community， 係一個 university 嘅 community 入邊啦，就係我哋用你個大學 email 做一個嘅認證，即係譬如你一個香港 U 嘅人嘅話咧，你一定係有 at HKU.HK 呢個 domain 嘅。咁我哋用呢一個 as 一個 verifier 啦，就去做一個嘅認證啦。咁你咧 as 一個香港 U student 咧，就會喺個香港 U 嘅 community 入邊。咁同樣嘅 logic 咧，我哋中大會有 community 啦，科大會有 community 啦。咁如此類推咧，我哋喺香港每一個 campus 入邊咧，都會有一個咁樣嘅社群入邊啦。跟住喺每一個社群入邊，你淨係可以同香港 U 嘅人咧就接觸得到嘅咧。即係咁，我哋就藉此咧打造一個比較安心啦、舒適嘅 environment 啦，就俾啲人去交流嘅。咁都幸運地啦，我哋喺18年嘅1月 launch 咗呢件事之後咧，咁依家有35到40% 嘅香港入邊嘅大學生咧，都係我哋嘅用戶嚟嘅咁樣，係啊。咁咧，所以總而言之係去下班。係我哋想做嘅一樣嘢咧，就係我哋想透過呢個group 呢個 app 啦，做到一個 verify 嘅 network。咁即係 eventually 咧，我哋就想跳出大學生呢一個嘅 market 入邊，我哋 eventually 想做到嘅嘢就係每一個人都可以揾到佢自己嘅一個小圈子啊！我哋係識個 verifier 咁樣咯。咁喺每一個小圈子入邊咧，可以做到一個好安全嘅，我覺得好舒適嘅 information exchange 啦，係啦。咁從而 based on呢兩樣嘢咧，你就可以對嗰個圈子咧建立到一個歸屬感咁樣。呢個就係我哋個 vision 就係 visualize 唔同嘅 domain， 就幫唔同嘅人揾到佢一個小圈子咁樣。係咯。
明白。我諗 Kyle 呢個項目咧 group。尤其是喺疫症底下咧，就更加有佢意義，因為大家都係 Zoom 上堂啦，好多時未必有一個面對面可以喺大學個校園生活度識到新朋友，但係就通過 group 咧，希望可以補充到嗰個因為冇得上返校園上堂嗰個缺失啦，咁都可以繼續識到唔同圈子嘅朋友，係啦。咁最後都請阿 Miko 講下自己做啲咩，你嗰個就特別啲啦，嗰個亦係一個硬件上嘅創新啦，係。
咁大家好啦 ，Hello， 我叫 Miko 啦。咁我亦都係 Solution Technology Limit 嘅 CEO 同埋 Co-founder 嚟嘅。咁其實成個 solution 嘅概念點解會有我哋想做呢個漁業設備嘅呢個概念呢？咁其實嚟自於我哋大學嘅課程嘅。個課程名咧係叫Oyster Aquaculture 啦。咁由我哋嘅教授 Dr. Rajan 去舉辦嘅。咁成個概念係因為我哋見到其實好多年嚟，其實漁業嘅設備，尤其喺亞洲呢邊咧，係冇更新過嘅。咁點解咧？係因為外國，尤其西方嘅設備，相對嚟講咧係比較貴，而中國或者亞洲嘅養殖相對嚟講咧，佢哋需求係一個密集式嘅養殖，咁所以佢哋需求嘅成本係需要低嘅。而外國嘅高成本 equipment 咧，就唔適合用於一個亞洲嘅市場嘅。咁但係然而喺呢個情況之下，亞洲亦都係呢個水產養殖業嘅最大出口國。咁以蠔為例啦，咁中國其實係佔全世界90%以上嘅蠔嘅 output 嘅。咁但係呢個咁大嘅市場，卻缺乏咗一個最緊要嘅設備，就係養殖嘅設備。咁所以我哋就諗啦，咁如果有一個咁大嘅市場，有咁大嘅需求，而缺乏咗咁多咁重要嘅 equipment 喺度。咁其實作為一個科學嘅學生，有冇一啲好簡單嘅方法可以解決到呢？咁所以我哋就諗住以一個簡單嘅設計上嘅改變，去轉變咗而家亞洲面對嘅問題啦。咁而呢3個問題係亦都影響咗除咗蠔啦、貝類啦，包括咗其他嘅養殖嘅。咁其實包括咗譬如颱風嘅影響啦，咁一啲產品嘅質素啦，咁同埋一啲勞動嘅不足啦。勞動力嘅不足啦，咁所以咧呢3個係而家所面對嘅主要問題嚟嘅。咁所以我哋嘅諗法好簡單，就係越簡單越好，因為而家一個亞洲嘅漁民所需要係一個簡單不過有效 又平又環保嘅一個設備嘅。咁所以我哋決定用一啲好簡單不過好重要、好顛覆性嘅設計改善。咁我哋設計咗2大系統，咁其中一個包括一個浮沉系統啦，同埋一個運輸系統嘅。咁令到頭先所提到嘅3樣問題啦，颱風嘅影響啦，一啲唔均衡嘅產品質素啦，同埋人力嘅短缺啦，係一次過改變晒嘅。咁呢個亦都係我哋而家所做緊、我哋設計緊嘅嘢啦。咁呢個但係成個概念都係源自一個課程，就係 Oyster Aquaculture， 正係 Hong Kong U 我哋喺 Hong Kong U 裏面見到呢個產業上嘅需求啦。咁亦都係 Hong Kong U 嘅教授同埋產業支持我好多，咁我哋先會開始咗我哋呢個 solution 嘅 journey 嘅。
多謝 Mika 嘅分享，我諗你而家都final year 嘅同學又要兼顧自己嘅生意或者自己項目，我諗都相當繁重啦。咁其實聽到3位嘅分享咧，即係都聽落好似好理所當然啊！即係話，唉，有啲嘢想做就做啦。咁但係其實我哋讀過即係喺香港大學讀過書嗰陣，其實有好多嘢好困身啦。你又要去返實習啊，又要見工啊，又要諗下會唔會繼續去外面 exchange 或者讀書咧，去外國出學咧？如果係嘅，又要諗下要寫唔同嘅 statement， 要準備咁樣。咁其實我諗我哋日常生活都見到好多問題，或者覺得有嘢要改善嘅。但係你覺得即係最令到你哋去做呢件事嗰個熱情或者個動機係啲咩咧？
或者可以答呢個問題先啦。咁我哋自己個動機咧，其實講真 ，group 唔係我哋即係第一個一齊搞嘅一個 project 咁樣呢個機構partner。嗰陣都有諗過有好多嘢想搞咁樣啦。咁所以其實即係 details 唔多講啦，但係想我哋嗰個 drive 咧，嗰個位就係當你遇到一班志同道合嘅人咁啱，大家都有一啲啲冇嘅 skill set， 或者好似取長補短嘅時候咧，你就會好想去同佢哋做一啲嘢出嚟咯。即係 honest 一開始未必真係見到有呢個問題然後去 solve， 其實真係一班人聚集咗，大家都好多想法喎，間唔中都會拋啲橋出嚟話呢度有問題，嗰度有問題，咁講下，跟住就後尾就發覺呢個問題我哋想解決，值得解決，跟住我哋就去馬開始去 build prototype 啊，跟住就好多 trials and error 柴娃娃咁樣摸住石頭過河嘅，一路行就去到依家咁樣。
咁或者我再補充我自己嗰方面嘅動機同埋個熱情啦。咁其實我哋嘅動機就都好簡單嘅，就係我本身 PhD 讀嗰個做個 thesis， 其實就係同呢個核心技術有關啦。咁所以基本上我哋就係希望透過將呢個技術帶出嚟，係希望可以真係可以幫到病人嘅。咁同埋都見到即係我自己屋企人都曾經試過呢啲咁樣嘅情況，咁所以都更加大嘅感觸係希望將呢樣嘢係可以攞到出嚟啦。咁另外我覺得個熱情方面，某程度上我覺得係受感染於我嘅教授嘅。咁Kevin 係一個好好嘅，即係我覺得佢除咗係一個老師之外啦，教授之外咧，咁佢其實本身都同我哋好 close 啦。咁所以就其實佢嘅堅持啦，同埋佢嘅努力，甚至乎佢嘅付出咧，其實都大家都睇到佢係有幾熱衷於研究啊，熱衷於一切關於佢嘅學術生活上面嘅嘢。咁所以其實自己潛移默化底下都會俾佢感染到咯。咁就所以就膽粗粗一齊去返呢間公司。
對於我哋嚟講，其實我哋最在意或者我哋覺得最成個 journey 裏面最鼓勵我哋係學以致用。即係因為我哋喺大學裏面，我係讀生態學系啦，咁我哋會接觸到好多相關嘅知識啦，尤其係論文啦。咁但係論文係一個紙面上嘅知識，咁其實係需要將呢個知識轉化出嚟嘅。咁而尤其我見到兩位做緊嘅問題都係一啲好 practical， 而家好需要嘅解答一啲難題啦。咁我哋亦都見到呢個困難，喺我哋 case 就係一個蠔業一個貝類養殖業嘅困難啦。咁我見到呢個困難，我哋認為我哋做緊嘅嘢係真係幫到成個食品生產鏈嘅喎，咁亦都係真係有意義嘅。咁所以我覺得喺成個 journey 裏面最鼓勵其實係唔同嘅產業嘅用家啊，同埋一啲嘅investor 覺得我哋嘅嘢係真係做到嘢，幫到佢哋手嘅。咁呢個係鞭策我哋一路向前嘅動力。
明白，我覺得3位都 分享得好好，即係我睇到係有歸納兩點啦。第一點就好似 Carl 咁樣，即係成個嗰個自由嘅氣氛，大家可以 jam 嗰個羣體嘅感覺，係令到自己個創意好充足啊，好澎湃。咁亦都好多空間俾大家去試，俾大家去錯。咁唔 work 嘅咪 move on 去下一個 idea 咯。而阿 Miko 同阿 Andy 佢哋嗰個諗法其實亦都係好，因為好多同學仔可能覺得我讀呢個 course 或者我讀呢一課嗰陣時係為咗完成個學位之後就喺翻個專業度發展啦。咁但係其實如果我哋讀嗰個科，諗下究竟對而家個世界係點樣 relevant 咧？點樣相關咧？咁我哋就係讀呢個 course 又做咗學生，又會唔會應有辦法係令到自己嘅時間或者心血或者我哋嘅智慧係可以貢獻到相關嘅事情咧？咁我覺得呢個亦都係對可能而家睇緊 live 嘅同學仔都有啲啟發嘅，即係我讀呢一科我就唔係淨係諗話完成咗嗰啲 ABCDE Hong Kong U 俾我嘅 programs， 究竟背後嗰個 programs 係會想我哋做到啲咩咧？咁樣係啦，咁都想問下，尤其是Carl 同 Andy 嘅，即係好多人話大學生又冇乜工作經驗，業界嘅經驗又唔夠，點解一畢業就決定成立自己公司，唔去返下工攞下經驗先咧？係
好，咁我哋嗰個嘅考慮因素咧就係其實因為我哋比較好彩嘅，因為我哋 undergrad 未 grad 嘅時候咧就已經開始咗呢個 project 啦，然後喺我哋 final year 嘅時候咧就已經有少少起色咁樣。其實我覺得呢一樣嘢 kind of 都 drive 咗我哋去繼續呢一個 project 咁樣嘅，呢個其一啦。其二就係即係覺得咁難得聚咗一班人可以做到啲嘢出嚟，有少少眉目咁樣啦。跟住我哋自己就覺得即係身為商科嘅人，如果我出嚟嘅話，投身大公司，好多時候就會有一個跳入咗個舒適圈度咯。如果舒適圈度之後咧，我自己就冇乜信心，我自己會再跳翻出嚟咁樣。咁所以就係趁住仲年輕嘅時候就可以放手搏一搏，因為即係 based on 我哋嘅 experience 啊，之前嘅一啲經歷咁樣，我哋覺得都 afford 到呢個 risk 嘅，其實同埋我哋自己都係幾想 work on 呢個問題，所以就一開始就一 grad 咗就做呢一件事情咯。咁的確相比起你做完幾年嘢之後再翻嚟做 startup 係會辛苦咗嘅，因為好多嘢我哋都唔知啊。即係譬如請一個人正常嘅一個 process 係點樣咧，我哋係完全 no idea， 即係完全由自己摸索出嚟，由零開始咁樣啦。咁我諗呢個位就係有好有唔好啦。唔好就係我冇一個固定嘅框架去做呢件事，咁可能我揾到一個我自己嘅方法，可能 efficient 啲咁去處理呢樣嘢。唔好嘅地方就係可能我要兜路咯，有時候。
Andy 咧，
好咁其實我咧啱啱讀完 undergrad 嘅時候咧，係有出去做咗一年嘢嘅，係啦。咁跟住之後先翻嚟讀翻 PhD 嘅。咁但係我會覺得嗰一年嘅俾我嘅體會其實都幾深嘅，因為就係意識到原來自己讀完書之後係希望將自己知識應用翻，即係做研究同埋去做啲高科技啲嘅產品啦。咁其實，但係嗰一年咧，其實都睇好多，因為其實嗰一年係需要經常來回內地啦，去廠嗰度嘅。咁其實裡面都睇到好多啲生產線啊，或者係佢哋叫做品質控制上面嘅一部分嘅呢一方面嘅同生產線有關嘅嘢啦。咁其實我覺得呢一啲其實都對於我而家去做呢間 startup 其實裏邊嘅一啲考慮其實都會更加多，同埋去會諗多咗究竟下一步應該去點樣做啦。咁係啊，so far我覺得都係幾 OK 嘅。咁同埋當時就點解讀完 PhD 就搞，其實係都純粹係因為見到技術成熟咯。咁同埋都會有其他嘅 research group 其實都做緊類似嘅嘢。咁所以都係嗰句嘢就係 time to market 啦，即係 startup 都好緊要呢樣嘢。咁所以就嘗試去成立一間公司，盡快去將呢樣嘢做出嚟咯。係
啦。最後問咗最後一條問題啦，然後之後我哋可以回答翻網上面觀眾嘅問題啦。如果而家俾你哋做翻 Hong Kong U 嘅 freshman， 翻 Year One 啦，啱啱考完 DSE 或者報完 JUPAS 放咗結果，入翻 Hong Kong U 讀書，你哋會唔會有啲改變咗嘅選擇，去令到你哋可能更加好準備自己做 startup 咁？
我覺得最緊要係敢講去敢問咯。即係可能 尤其我 Year 1、Year 2嗰陣，可能都係坐喺度聽書，咁好認真嘅。咁但係其實大學係更多嘅想像可以，即係其實無論係一個創業者啊、上莊啊、住 hall，其實每一個都係一個機會咯。咁即係如果從一個創業角度嚟講，其實好多教授都好肯幫手嘅，無論邊一科嘅教授都係。所以只要有一個概念，不妨同個教授講。咁好多時就係個教授就係一開始幫助你、啟發你，同埋一個會帶俾你更加多 connection 嘅一個引路者咯。
咁要俾我做翻 freshman 咧，即係入翻呢個2021定2020啊，咁呢個 intake 我都唔係好記得。我會即係嘗試下啲新嘅啲 double degree 嘅 program 咯，係啊，好似有啲廣告有啲黑色。呢個個位就係覺得自己讀 business 係有個可以做得更加好嘅位，就係多啲 industrial knowledge， 譬如 product design 或者 technology 點樣去真係 code 一件 product 出嚟咧。即係如果我有多啲 knowledge 嘅話咧，我諗我可以俾到多啲 insight 點樣去 build 一個 product， 甚至即係落手落腳自己去 code 啊咁樣。因為我哋習慣咗就係所有嘢都自己嚟咁樣咧。即係如果可以當初有呢個 skill set 嘅話咧，咁就會好啲嘅。
咁我先，哇，其實我嘅 freshman 都應該10幾年前。咁啊，其實我諗咧，我 base on 我睇翻，其實而家啲即係 Kevin 個 group 嘅一啲學生啦。咁其實如果我係 freshman 嘅話咧，我就會覺得我自己希望自己決定將來嘅方向早啲啦，即係盡快決定自己方向。因為我啱啱都講，我出去做過嘢，跟住又翻嚟讀 PhD。咁其實中間係有啲轉折㗎。咁其實衰咗其實我覺得有少少浪費咗啲時間嘅。咁所以我會見到而家嘅年青人，佢哋去好早，可能 Year 1、Year 2已經係去揾 Kevin 去佢個 lab 嗰度去做 with RA 嗰啲。咁其實呢一個都係一個好嘅方向。其實我自己如果真係做緊 freshman，我希望自己快啲決定到自己應該將來條 path 係點樣行。究竟你想行 research 啊，定係想去 industry，甚至乎你想做其他嘢嘅創業都好嘅。咁快啲決定好，然之後你就自己去即係花多啲時間去走向呢個方向咯。係啦 ，thank you。
三位都講好，又歸納一下啦。Kyle 嗰個講法就係、即係有一個跨學科或者我諗大學入面唔同課程就唔係話你淨係讀 business，淨係識 business， 就係識 account 啊、marketing 咁樣。就應我諗而家社會嘅或者世界問題好複雜咧，就係識自己個科咧係唔足夠嘅。咁大學嗰個土壤嗰個跨學科，你自己可以讀唔同嘅課程啊，或者就算你未必一定要去讀啲 credit 嘅 course， 亦都可以幫到自己有啲新嘅 skill set。阿 Miko 同阿 Andy 嗰個咧，我都覺得係一個好好嘅觀察啦，真係好多時啱啱入嚟讀大學嘅同學仔可能比較會靜啲、被動啲，睇定啲先，或者上啲100幾200人嘅堂咧，亦都未必會好主動去同啲教授或者老師去交流嘅。但係其實就係嗰啲交流先係最，我覺得先係最值錢，啲學費應該嗰度，嗰啲先最貴係咪？咁就係通過一啲咁嘅交流咧，多啲了解到嗰個 professor 佢自己，可能佢自己嗰個研究興趣會唔會有更加大嘅潛力，或者佢可能都揾緊一啲後生嘅學生或者年輕嘅朋友去一齊搞佢自己公司喎。咁樣我諗好多唔同嘅機會，亦都好需要大家踏出一步咯，問多啲，講多啲自己嘅諗法咯，同周圍嘅朋友或者自己老師係啦。咁好啊，我哋而家可以睇下網上面收到嘅好多唔同嘅問題啦，咁亦都歡迎大家如果見到有啲即刻有諗法嘅都可以一齊答啦咁樣。啊呢個就問 iDendron 嘅好快答啦。iDendron 會唔會提供 funding 資助初創團隊？我哋有唔同嘅 funding scheme 嘅，咁就睇翻你哋嘅咩 stage 啦。咁我哋會睇翻我哋同出面嘅一啲資助嘅機構咧，亦都有好多嘅渠道嘅。咁所以就有大量嘅 funding 嘅機會，咁所以 funding 唔係太大問題，反而係你個意念或者你個團隊夠唔夠強，去說服到人去支持你更加重要。好，下一個問題就係點先可以入到 iDendron 做初創團隊？會唔會睇成績？睇唔睇你讀咩科？就我哋唔睇成績嘅，亦都唔會睇你讀咩科嘅。但我哋好希望你哋嘅團隊咧係有唔同科目嘅人才啦，甚至其實你同外面嘅大學嘅同學去 team up 都冇所謂嘅，因為都知道可能其他大學佢有佢哋嘅科目，亦都會幫到你個項目去做得更加好咁樣嘅。咁我哋科技類啦嘅沙會支援啦，其實有啲社企類未必同科技相關嘅，我哋都會支持嘅。有啲好似舉個例子，我哋有個團隊係幾個中醫嘅同學。 佢哋係對運動亦都好有興趣嘅。咁佢哋就成立咗個社企啦，去訓練一啲視障人士，教佢哋做一個盲人嘅推拿同按摩，然後將佢哋帶去唔同嘅運動比賽同場合度咧，提供呢個按摩嘅服務，咁就幫到啲視障人士有更加多嘅工作機會啦，亦都去揾翻佢哋嗰個生活嘅意義嘅。咁所以呢啲非科技類嘅初創或者社會企業，我哋喺 iDendron 入面都會支持嘅，係啦。咁呢個問題就真係問翻3位啦。網上嘅朋友就問你哋3位覺得自己讀嗰科對創業嘅幫助大唔大？
不如我答先啦。咁我覺得都大嘅，因為本身即係唔好計 PhD 嗰段先啦，咁自己做翻自己 core technology 一定大嘅。咁如果我以前讀 biomedical engineering 嘅時候，其實以往學過嘅知識其實都幾有用嘅。譬如會學翻啲人體構造啊，嗰啲或者係一啲唔同嘅細胞嘅功用啊，或者唔同organ 佢哋自己有咩特別嘅地方。咁呢啲其實都對我哋去認知翻個疾病，然之後去揾我哋嘅技術可唔可以幫到呢個疾病咧？其實係已經有咗個基本嘅一個門檻，即係已經大概知道情況係點樣樣，咁之後先再去揾得深入啲咧。咁其實都有講啦，萬事起頭難啊嘛。咁你開頭嗰一步，如果你連啲基本嘅 terminology 或者一啲基本嘅知識都唔識嘅話，其實就到幫你去揾翻你 tackle 嘅問題係大嘅，我覺得。咁所以自己學科對於我哋呢方面，尤其是解決問題嗰度係大嘅。
咁因為我自己嗰間 startup 就相比2位就唔係咁 deep tech 啦。咁我自己個科對我創業嚟講係可以分2方面睇嘅，即係 knowledge wise 咧，其實就唔多，因為其實business 都係比較着重你嘅思維模式啊，你個框架啊嗰啲咁樣，即係所以 in terms of 訓練你個思考框架咁係有用嘅。譬如你讀 marketing 啊，甚至讀finance 嗰啲科咧，佢可以俾到你一個 framework 去 approach 一個問題啦。因為有時候有啲問題真係好 broad 嘅，譬如market entry 咁樣，我哋去入印嚟，我哋由邊一個 function 開始着手去做呢一件事情咧，咁即係有時候讀咗 business 嘅時候 ，at least 你有一個 hint， 你大概知道由邊一方面入手去做一個 research 啊，去了解呢個問題，跟住去解決佢咁樣。
咁其實好同意 Carol 嘅，即係其實對我哋嚟講直接話個 knowledge 上好嘅大貢獻，其實並唔係嘅，因為始終我哋做嘢並唔係直接 base on 我哋個學科去做嘅。咁但係其實我覺得喺 ConU 或者其實學習過程幫到我哋係一啲soft skills 咯，即係譬如話思維模式啊，或者我哋點樣去 analyze 啲嘢啊。咁呢一方面其實我覺得從學科裏面，以我為例啦，我係science 嘅，咁其實我哋會學好多 analytic skills 啊，好多 data management 啊，咁呢啲嘅影響咧其實係決定咗我哋將來公司發展嘅一個思維模式啊，同埋我哋行事方式。咁所以我哋可能會用一比較學術化嘅方式去分析一啲數據啊，咁所以呢一方面其實可以話嗰個影響係長遠嘅咯。
你另一個主修係 business 咁？
我係 double major business。同埋嗰個叫主 major 係 ecology，
所以又可以做 CEO， 又對自己嗰啲生態學亦都有相當深嘅
有嗰個火花咯，有衝擊。
補充多樣嘢就係講起就係，我覺得soft skills wise啦，其實譬如我係商學院嘅，即係成個氛圍都其實係有少少即係改變咗嘅。即係本身我唔係一個真係咁 extrovert 嘅人啦，但係你喺個 startup 嘅時候，你好難話因為我唔係一個 extrovert 嘅人，所以我唔做呢啲啊。咁係唔得嘅，即係個 mindset 係唔得。所以基本上你喺商學院咧好多嘅課程啊嗰啲，你要逼住要同人做group project 啊，或者成個氛圍你要去玩 case competition 啊咁樣，即係會 groom 到你成為咗你要習慣同唔同人相處、唔同人接觸咯。咁對我依家即係工作其實都係有個幫助喺度嘅，我諗個氛圍環境。
好多謝3位嘅分享啊！咁我哋下一個問題咧就係一個創業嘅團隊啊，最少要有幾多人啊？咁你3位都有經驗，或者我可以睇下，因為我哋去見唔同 iDendron teams 都會有呢啲觀察啦。咁我自己又覺得咧，即係一人團隊係好難成事嘅，因為始終件事亦都係相當之 demanding， 係好辛苦嘅。咁好多問題你未必自己一個人嘅腦可以解決得晒，亦都未必自己一個人好有信心去答晒所有問題啦。咁所以一個團隊好重要。 咁香港大學喺大學做 startup，我覺得最大嘅優勢就係你自己個團隊係比較容易組合到啦，同埋亦都會好個信任亦都會大啲嘅。始終大家嚟自同一個群體，同埋相識比較耐，大家個基礎會強啲嘅，係啦。3位覺得點啊？呢個問題？
哇！呢個問題都幾豐儉由人嘅，係啦。咁如果以我自己嘅經驗嘅話，就係譬如我哋有啲唔同嘅核心技術嘅話，咁好明顯就係每一個核心技術，我哋都一定要有一個主力嘅人員去負責呢一 part 嘅。咁譬如我哋公司有3個大嘅核心技術咧，其實我哋點都有3個甚至乎以上嘅人嘅。咁當然啦，其實我哋自己本身開頭成立一間公司嘅時候咧，係唔齊嘅呢啲人，咁係需要慢慢咁揾翻嚟。咁我自己覺得即係經驗話，我知應該要有翻啲 business 嘅人啦，即係 multidisciplinary 會好啲啦。咁就先會令到件事磨合得好啲，同埋可以從多角度去了解翻究竟點樣先可以令到呢件事成功咯。係啊。
其實我覺得呢個問題要睇下你係一個處於咩階段嘅一個創業家啦，即係譬如好似我哋呢啲 first time entrepreneur 嘅話，其實一個人係好難成事。第一就係個skill set 問題啦，第二嗰個即係你task有好多嘢需要 set up 嘅時候咧，你必須要有幾個 partner， 即係每一個負責唔同嘅嘢咁樣啦。但係當然你係一個比較有經驗啲嘅，譬如 serial entrepreneur， 好似譬如我舉例子 Elon Musk 咁樣，佢係唔需要一個 partner 去 kickstart 佢一個新嘅 business 啊嘛，因為佢有嘅係資金，佢隨時可以用一個資金去 recruit 唔同嘅 specialist 入嚟幫佢 kickstart 一個 project。咁所以其實好 depends on 你手頭上嘅資源係有幾多咯，in terms of 個資金 ，in terms of 嗰個 talent 係啊。
因為我哋時間唔係好夠，我好快咁樣去 go through 埋啲題目啦。呢個有趣啦，有位朋友問就話，唔同嘅公司喺同一個 workspace 度做嘢，驚唔驚洩漏商業資料？咁我哋就唔會嘅，大家亦都互相尊重啦。同埋，如果當一個團隊去到某個規模咧，即係亦都未必會再嚟 iDendron， 因為佢哋可能有出面有啲獨立嘅辦公室，去真係處理一啲商業嘅機密嘅資料咁樣嘅。跟住有一個問題就問就話如果我有個 idea， 但係我冇自己嘅團隊喎，可以點樣做？咁我哋 iDendron 網上面亦都有一個配對平台啦，同埋我哋亦都有林種種嘅活動 programs 去等大家認識到志同道合嘅朋友嘅。好，下一個就係 iDendron 係咪24小時開放？係咪可以做通宵？咁呢個好有彈性嘅係咪？即係你做創業嘅時候，好多時都係要捱更抵夜咁做㗎啦。咁我哋都會保持呢個彈性嘅。咁就官方係11點夜晚閂門，咁但係有需要或者嗰陣時趕緊一啲項目嘅 deadlines 嘅時候，亦都可以同我哋嘅同事講啦。咁我哋會有呢個彈性嘅，係啦。咁最後一條就係你哋做 startup 嗰陣有冇住 hall 啊？你有冇住 hall？生好似都冇㗎嘛？
我完全冇住過。
我諗個 iDendron 已經係你哋半個 hall 啦，已經由9點入到嚟嘅12點先走咁樣。又喺 campus 度食飯咁樣，其實香港大學 hall 咯，佢哋已經係住緊，就冇住某間宿舍咁樣嘅，係啦。咁係咪係啦？咁我哋今日呢個環節嘅分享亦都相當豐富，有唔同嘅創業家喺度同我哋分享啦。咁多謝大家參與呢個環節，咁希望喺未來香港大學 iDendron 可以見到大家。Thank you。
who are going to brief you on the core components of the scheme and give you a sense of what you need to do to apply for it. We also have some students who have experience of this scheme who can tell you what it's been like to join the scheme and learn at both Hong Kong U and Cambridge. We launched this scheme with Cambridge 8 years ago. So the first cohort joined the Cambridge track, the Hong Kong U Cambridge track, in 2012. At that point, it was just a scheme in engineering. It's subsequently been extended to computer science within engineering. And from this year, we're adding in natural sciences and at Hong Kong U, the Faculty of Science. So it's become a much broader scheme, enabling students to study across engineering and science, and in the process to gain 3 degrees in 5 years. So it's a 2+3 scheme, 2 years at Hong Kong U, 3 years at Cambridge. And in that time, students will gain a bachelor's degree from the University of Hong Kong, so either a Bachelor of Engineering or a Bachelor of Science. And then moving on to Cambridge, they will gain a Bachelor of Arts, which might sound a bit strange, but that's one of Cambridge's oddities, I guess, and also a Master of Science or a Master of Engineering, all, as I said, within 5 years. We recruit absolutely the best students, as you would imagine. So if you are one of the top students in Hong Kong, an elite student who's looking at Hong Kong U, looking at the best programs that we can offer, this may well be the program for you. Joining us in Hong Kong, Professor Edmund Lam is Associate Dean for Teaching and Learning in the Faculty of Engineering. So he understands the engineering components of the scheme. Professor Alice Wong is Associate Dean for Teaching and Learning in the Faculty of Science. So she will understand the science components and the natural science components as well at Cambridge. And we also have, I don't know the student member's name. Rupert, yes, we have Rupert from engineering who's joining us. Science, sorry. Science. And then Guo is joining us from engineering.
Yes.
And then finally in Cambridge, we have Professor David Cardwell, who is PVC for Planning and Strategy at the University of Cambridge, and frankly is the godfather of this scheme. He's a great friend of Hong Kong U. He comes every year, COVID permitting now, but he's been coming every year to interview students, to see who can make it onto the Hong Kong U Cambridge track from our initial cohort of students joining the program. And really he's been the mastermind behind this program over the past decade. So it's great to have David here with us right now today, and he is going to speak next. So David, over to you.
Okay, thanks Ian, thanks for that introduction. So what I really want to do is to describe the Cambridge aspect of this scheme and how that fits into the overall management and aims of what we're trying to deliver. And to say something about what you can expect if you come to study in Cambridge and how that kind of benefits you long term. I think the first thing I want to say is that this is a unique scheme. The University of Cambridge famously doesn't offer joint degrees with any other institution. We've had year abroad schemes, and for example, in modern languages, that's part of the curriculum, but it only awards its own degrees. So this isn't a joint degree scheme, it's a partnership. And it's structured in such a way that Hong Kong U Cambridge, but more importantly, the young people participating get an enormous amount out of it. And the unique nature of it means that students who take what would ordinarily be 4-year courses in Cambridge study for 5 years, as you've heard. But students who take courses that would ordinarily be 3 years, like computer science or natural sciences, biological, do a 2+2 scheme. And at the end of it, they are alumni of both Hong Kong U and Cambridge. They have a number of degrees, as Ian has outlined, which again makes the scheme unique. But more than anything else, it makes them extremely employable. You know, we've got Southeast Asia and Europe basically as a foothold of two world-leading institutions, and to have degrees from both of them makes a lot of sense. I think by doing 2 years at Hong Kong U as well, it means the overall cost of education compared to studying exclusively in the UK is very competitive. So students are not disadvantaged financially. and now the scheme is open to a broad range of Hong Kong U students. I think we can thank an enormous number of people who've put effort into making this program work. It's not been straightforward to get two world-leading universities to agree to collaborate in this way. And as I said, Cambridge only collaborates with HKU like this. There are no other universities that we have this particular scheme with. But really, the individuals that have made it work are the students. And all the planning and all the aims and aspirations are fine. But if you just don't generate the right students, then the scheme will collapse. So I think moving forward, anybody who benefits from this scheme owes an awful lot to the students over the last 8 years who've made it such a success. And it has been a real success. When we look at Cambridge, our courses are extremely academic. So quite often students will apply to study at Cambridge to acquire experience in courses that are irrelevant. So, for example, our engineering course is 2 years of very general engineering. So you can't decide that, well, actually, I want to be a civil engineer and I don't want to do electrical. At Cambridge, you can't do that. So it appeals to a certain type of engineer in terms of engineering. And that's very compatible with the course curricula at Hong Kong U. So one slight area of confusion in the past has been, in Cambridge, computer science is a very different course to engineering. So if you wanted to study computer science, you wouldn't apply to engineering. At Hong Kong U, computer science is incorporated within engineering. And in the early days, that did cause some confusion. So it's important to understand that if you are applying for engineering, then you will be interviewed for engineering. If you want to do computer science, then you should apply for computer science, and both are acceptable. And personally, I'm delighted that we're extending the number of subjects that are available this year to the sciences. That just tells you just how successful the scheme's been over the years and the high level of credibility. But I have to say, the standard of students over the past 8 years has been extraordinary. Typically, Cambridge, and let's just look at engineering for a moment, receives 7 applications per place. So for every single student we admit, there are 6 students that we turn down. Over the years, for engineering alone, the success ratio for applicants from Hong Kong U has been about 1 in 2. It's extraordinary. It's 4 times better than the university average overall. And there's a very good reason for that. And the reason is that Hong Kong U put a lot of effort into explaining the scheme so students understand what they're applying into. They're very carefully selected before they get to Hong Kong U to begin with. They're then further selected. Hong Kong U really understands what the students will be doing in Cambridge, and therefore can advise and make sure that the best and most appropriate students apply. Because at the end of the day, we want the students to be successful. If we admit a student who struggles or has a bad time or doesn't enjoy the experience or doesn't come out with a good degree, then collectively we fail that student. So it's in everybody's interest that the standards are high and that the right students are admitted. So in admitting students, Cambridge looks at a number of things. Obviously, we interview students, but it's not just about the interview. Most people think it's only about the interview. It isn't. We look at your motivation for wanting to study at Cambridge, and that comes through very clearly from the information that we get from Hong Kong U, because we share that information. We look at your academic record to date, wherever your education was, wherever your domestic education, if you're a Hong Kong national or you're a Chinese national or you're Indian, if you're studying at Hong Kong U, that's a qualification to be considered for this scheme. We look at what your lecturers and your faculty say about you. You'll be required to take a test. Every student who's admitted, at least for the subjects that are part of this scheme, will have to take a Cambridge administered test, and that is at the beginning of November. And then finally, there's the interview. So we look at a raft of different elements and levers to understand whether you're going to perform well on the course. And if you do, then it's in your interest to be admitted. As Ian said, I personally do the interviews in engineering. We're extending to natural sciences this year, and we have a colleague who will be doing those interviews. So there'll be now 2 of us. We typically shortlist round about between 13 and 15 students in computer science and engineering, and similarly this year in the natural sciences. And of those students, it's about 50% of those that are admitted. Obviously, with natural sciences, this is an experiment for the first time this year, so we have no statistics to give you. But I'm expecting about 1 in 2 offers per applicant to be maintained. And I think that's healthy for both Cambridge and for Hong Kong U. What we're looking for are students with academic potential. So when I'm evaluating a student, of which the interview is part, I'm asking myself, are they going to get a good degree? And for me, a good degree is an upper second class honours, which is the second highest degree Cambridge awards. It goes first, upper second, lower second, and then we don't even think about what happens below lower second. So unless I think you're going to get at least a 2-1, I don't consider it in your best interest to go to Cambridge. It's much better to carry on at Hong Kong U and really capitalise on the learning that you'll have had in your first 2 years and come out with a world-leading degree there. So it is a balance. We aren't offering any fast-track route into Cambridge. The assessment process for Hong Kong U students is exactly the same as all of the students that apply to Cambridge. We don't ring-fence places. If you're good enough, you're going to be made an offer. If we consider that it's not in your best interest, then you won't be made an offer. Students usually choose a college, and the college is always an area of much discussion. Cambridge is slightly odd for many reasons, but one reason is that the university doesn't admit its students. That's a task for the colleges. And we have 24 undergraduate colleges. Students choose their college and they apply to that college. That college then is responsible for processing the application and deciding which offers it's going to make. And then students turn up at the university in the relevant department on the first day of term. And often the head of department only knows which students he or she will be educating 2 days before term begins. So in engineering, for example, that's 340 students each year. On average, around about 12 to 15 students per college, all descending every day on the Department of Engineering for exactly the same education. So the point about college choice is don't agonise over it. At the end of the day, you will get exactly the same education whichever college you study at. You'll get the same education, you'll get the same degree, you'll sit the same examinations, you'll get the same example papers, you'll do the same practicals, but you'll do it in college-based groups. Cambridge has one big advantage in that there is some small group, what we call supervisions in Cambridge, in their colleges. So students with a supervision partner, twice a week, we'll sit down with a supervisor and we'll go over what's topical for that week. So I supervise electrical engineering. So next week I'll be looking at induction motors for second year students. We have an example paper and we'll be going through that. And that's very good for students. It means you have to prepare for it, but it means that if you've got specific issues or problems you want to discuss, then they're focused on you. It's not a big group that we're teaching. It's 1 to 2 with a senior member of the department or the college. So the first message is don't agonize too much over your college choice. There are no bad Cambridge colleges. They're all outstanding. And you'll find yourself in a community there that will make an impression on you for the rest of your life. If you can't decide or you can't choose a college, you can make an open application. And if you make an open application, the university will allocate a college to you. And it'll do it on a statistical basis. So we can't predict year on year which colleges are going to be popular for which subject. But when we have all the applications in, we can make sure that the applications are distributed more uniformly by using the number of students and making open application. I would emphasize that the college doesn't care how it arrives at your application. When I interview, I will not be talking to you about why you chose your college and why and what were the underlying reasons. Choice of college is absolutely nothing to do with your academic potential. And as part of the interview, I will only be focusing on determining your academic potential. So one thing I'd like to say possibly before closing is that unlike US universities, we only evaluate students in the specific context of the subject for which they've applied. So if you're applying to read physical natural sciences, the interview and the rest of the assessment will focus on your potential to do well in natural sciences. What amazes me when I open Cambridge applications is whatever the students who are applying to us have done, they've done extraordinary well. So, quite often if it's a martial art, it's a black belt, and you have to be very careful how you interview those students, of course. If it's music, it's often grade 8, and that's extremely demanding if you know about music grade 8. If it's a sport, it's usually done at a very high level. But I have to say, we don't take that into account when we make offers. There is an indirect benefit that you're bound to be able to communicate better, you're bound to be more confident, you're bound to be able to cope with stress better. So there is an indirect benefit, but ultimately the offer will be based on whether we think you're going to do well in your course of study, and nothing else matters. Your religion, your nationality, your gender, your wealth, it's all absolutely irrelevant. I'm only looking at academic potential when I make my assessment of candidates from wherever they are, whether they're regular applicants, UK applicants, or part of the Hong Kong U scheme. So I guess in finishing up, I'd just like to say that my view is that we've evolved over the last 8 years a world-leading scheme. It's completely unique. Cambridge and Hong Kong U have got an outstanding collaborative working relationship. I'm also a distinguished visiting professor at Hong Kong U, so I genuinely represent both institutions. It is a fantastic opportunity to the successful candidates, but you need to understand the standard is extremely high. You'll have to work extremely hard, but your predecessors have performed outstandingly well. And I would argue probably the best cohort admitted to any subject in the history of the university. And that is something I don't say lightly. So I think with that, Ian, I'll probably stop. I'm sure there'll be time for questions later.
Great, thanks very much, David. We'll have some input from Edmund. So Edmund, just as a reminder, Associate Dean for Teaching and Learning in the Faculty of Engineering here at Hong Kong U. So Edmund, over to you.
All right, thank you. I believe there's some PowerPoints I can show. So I know Professor Cadwell is always very thorough about explaining the scheme. So what I'd like to do is just a one-page summary. Actually, can somebody help me? Yes. So just a one-page summary, and I like numbers, so I just put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One unique program, as you just heard, Hong Kong U and Cambridge put together this scheme. It involves 2 top universities, right? And I put down the ranking, but it's much more than the ranking. You can look at the graduates, look at how the impact to the world that the universities are having. And then practically, I think many of you would be interested to know how you can get in. And at Hong Kong U, we have 3 different JUPAS codes that you can choose from. One is what we call the main program for Bachelor of Engineering. And then the other one is called Engineering Science. And the third one is Biomedical Engineering. Right? So if you want to get into this scheme, the first thing that you should do is to put us in your A1 choice into one of these JUPAS programs. Right? Now, you probably ask, well, what happened next? How do I indicate my interest if I pick these codes? This year, engineering will be interviewing students in December. So when you come, you can indicate your interest, and we will have some ways of perhaps giving you advice. Right? But what if you have not made up your mind at that point, but want to indicate or became interested afterwards? The real important part is after you get into Hong Kong U Engineering, we will in September, in your first month here, we'll give you more details, and you can indicate your interest, and we'll have the screening test, and then we have shortlist candidates, and then we'll work with each individual shortlisted candidates about applying to Cambridge through the scheme. Right? So that's the first thing at this point you need to remember is how you get in through these JUPAS codes. You heard about many degrees, and sometimes we said you get 3 degrees, sometimes we said you get 4 degrees. The reason is that you get the Bachelor of Engineering degree from Hong Kong U, and you get the Bachelor of Arts and the Master of Engineering from Cambridge. But because you get the Bachelor of Arts, Cambridge also will award you the Master of Arts. So sometimes I like to say 4. But in any case, it's a very good deal. You think about it, usually you spend 4 years, you get 1 degree. And now you get, I don't know, 3 or 4 degrees. And then these are professional degrees, meaning that your Hong Kong U degree is accredited by the Hong Kong Institution of Engineers, meaning that you can work in Hong Kong as a professional engineer. And similarly, for the UK part, if after graduation you decided you want to work in the UK, you could. You are also an accredited engineer there. And in fact, the engineering network worldwide have all these reciprocal arrangements so that even if you decide maybe you want to work in Europe or America or some other countries, through these professional agreements, you can actually also be professionally accredited. You'll also be professional engineers in many, many countries, right? And then 5 years. This is a simplistic view saying that the first 2 years you're at Hong Kong U, and then 3rd, 4th, and 5th year you're at Cambridge. I said this is simplistic because it doesn't mean that after year 2 we'll forget about you. We'll say, okay, now you're at Cambridge. No, in fact, we consider these group of students both Hong Kong U and Cambridge students. In fact, in the earlier cohorts, some of the students who have gone on to study at Cambridge actually come back and spend some time in the summer doing research here. And also, I'll show you some pictures. This, thanks to Professor Cardwell, he arranged a very nice trip for us to go to Cambridge last year, and we visited with the Dean of Engineering and myself and 2 other Associate Dean of Engineering. We visited a few colleges. We had dinner in a very nice college with the former, some of them have already graduated from the earlier cohorts. Some are current students at Cambridge, right? You also see another picture with the Dean of Engineering and Professor Caldwell, and then the Vice Chancellor at Cambridge. And then the top right, you can see those mostly those are the graduates. They are, because we were having lunch at London, and they talk about their life after finishing their studies at Hong Kong U and Cambridge, and we had a very enjoyable time. So I hope that some of you will get into this program, and someday maybe we'll have some of these very interesting, very nice meals, chatting together and all that. So thank you. And now I pass to Professor.
Thanks very much, Edmund. So again, Professor Alice Wong is Associate Dean for Teaching and Learning in the Faculty of Science at Hong Kong U. And she's going to explain the new component that we're adding this year, which is a science track within the Hong Kong U Cambridge scheme. Alice.
So first of all, for science, we are very honored and delighted this year to join the Hong Kong Cambridge dual degree program this year. And we hope to leverage on or build on the success from engineering, learn from their experiences, and hope that to make this program dual degree even better. So for science, we have done the selection slightly different on the Hong Kong U side. So all students, they have to be within the Young Scientist scheme, and then they would select whether they have a check like box, whether they would want to go for the Cambridge track. So for the Cambridge track, it will be for selected Young Scientist scheme participants. So as Edmund mentioned about the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'll explain a little bit. For science, it will be 1 to 4 and 5 only, because we have only one admission code, the JUPAS code, and that is 6901. So for the Young Scientist scheme, which we have for about 10 years, it is an early research experience for our very outstanding science students. So for these students, we guarantee them with the local research fellowship, overseas research fellowship, international exchange, or visiting summer study programs in elite university worldwide. They also have the opportunity to attend scientific conferences. They have a research mentor, and then they get enrolled in our Frontiers of Science Honor Seminar, which they get exposure to interdisciplinary research topics from different members and teachers, professors in our faculty. They get stipend for their research activities as well as entrance scholarship. So for the Young Scientist scheme, they will start doing research even in their first year, which is a little bit an extra opportunity, additional opportunity than other undergraduates in our faculty. They get opportunities to do a second summer research fellowships, a local one or an international one. And then in their third year, we encourage them to go for exchange or visiting or summer studies. And then the final year, they would do their final year projects and attend international conferences. So these are some of the exchange opportunities, summer studies that we had specifically reserved for our Young Scientist scheme students. So how to join the Young Scientist scheme? In a way, how to join the Cambridge track, that you have to have your DSE score, the best 5, to be at least 35. And then you will be automatically accepted to the YSS with no interview at all. So we will also select a small group number of non-JUPAS applicants to join the YSS as well. So when you join, you have a checkbox to indicate whether you would like to join the Cambridge track. So for the Cambridge track, as I've mentioned, that it will be one JUPAS code only, and you can do 2 or 3 years, 2 years at Hong Kong U, 2 or 3 years at Cambridge, to get a maximum of 4 degrees: the Bachelor of Science from Hong Kong U, Bachelors of Arts from Cambridge, Master of Science from Cambridge, as well as Master of Arts from Cambridge as well. For those who either cannot, because of academically they are not accepted for the MSci in their 5th year, or for certain subjects, there is no MSci available at Cambridge, they will do a 2+2 and getting a maximum of 3 degrees. And those students, we also lay out their learning pathway of how they can make up the credit difference here at Hong Kong U. So here is the general curriculum layout, which these informations are all on our faculty website if you are interested. So with all the details of how many credits you have to complete at Hong Kong U, and then how much you can transfer from Cambridge, including those doing an MSci or not. So as I've mentioned, how do you enroll in Cambridge track? First of all, you have to select 6901, our Faculty of Science Broad Science program. And then you have to get DSE score 35 or above to admit into the YSS program. You have to put us in Band A, otherwise we will not consider that. And then for these Cambridge track students, we also require you a higher math standard. So remember, in your JUPAS, you have to have M1 or M2, and with a level 5 in your English language. For those doing non-JUPAS exams, the IB one, we require you to have high-level math. For the GCE A-level math and further math. So these qualifications are important. So this is just our first cohort of applicants for this year. We hope that among these 20 students will be able to successfully get some being accepted by Cambridge. So as you can see that we have students from DSE, IB, GCE A-level, and Gaokao. And we have some of them with very top scores. For the DSE, the range is 35 to 42.5, IB 42 and 43, and GCE A-level is 3 A-star to 4 A-star. So how do we support our students in doing that? Later on, Rupert will share with you more. But basically, we will help to review the students' personal statement. We will help the students to prepare their reference letter, which by this time they have all been submitted already. And then we are planning in November, we'll do a mock interviews with our Hong Kong U professors, including some at the Cambridge alumni, which they have experience in the interview. And then we will also providing them with updates and useful resources from time to time. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Alice. Now we move to Zoom and to Guo, who is a student engineer. Guo, please.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Yang Guo. I'm a year 2 student majoring in computer engineering. I was shortlisted as one of the candidates in Hong Kong U Cambridge scheme last year, and I got the conditional offer from Cambridge, luckily. Today, I'm going to talk about my experience in the scheme, as well as how the faculty have been supporting me. I'll start with the Hong Kong U Cambridge scheme process. The candidates were selected by the results of the screening tests held by the faculty. To be honest, when I became one of the candidates, I felt excited but didn't know what to do, as I had no idea about how to apply for Cambridge. And then the faculty came to offer me help. I remembered well that it was September 13th when we had the first meeting discussing the following events. At that day, I first met with other candidates and Mr. Derek Ho, who has helped us a lot. I volunteered to be the coordinator, responsible for connecting students better. After that, we candidates were having a difficult time dealing with application forms, midterm tests, Cambridge pre-interview assessments, and the following interview. At the same time, we received much support. The faculty had planned to host several academic advising sessions, covering mock-up interview, curriculum requirements, etc. Professor Edmond Lam acted as our referee. He was the director of the scheme last year, and he made many efforts to guide us in our studies. After months of study, we were told to attend the interview. That day, I dressed formally and I felt a little nervous. Mr. Drake Hale encouraged me when I walked into the room. The faculty had prepared a huge HD TV used for interviews. I felt like Professor Caldwell was sitting right in front of me during the interview. The results were released at the beginning of the second semester, and we have been working hard so far to meet the offer conditions. Mr. Daniel Au came to help us this year. There are special arrangements like a summer research internship. We needed to contact professors in private, applying to do research in specific areas concerning our majors. In this manner, we developed the ability to do research and prepared ourselves better for courses in Cambridge. In conclusion, there are many challenges and also opportunities in the scheme. While under pressure from the competition, I feel lucky to have a clear goal and have many instructors. I am looking forward to further studying in both HKU and Cambridge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guo. And then finally, Rupert from the Faculty of Science at Hong Kong. Rupert, please.
Maybe I should read the camera. So hi everyone, I'm Rupert Kwan, a year 1 student in the Bachelor of Science program. And I'm proud to be in the first cohort of the Hong Kong U Cambridge track in the natural science. So first and foremost, why I would choose the Cambridge track. So basically, in my secondary school, I joined quite a lot of science competitions and programs, and since then I built up my science interest and my confidence in science. And it is at that time I decided I would like to pursue my future career in science. And when I was told that Hong Kong U is having a track that allows us to go to Cambridge, as well as having the opportunity provided in the Young Scientist scheme, I just like, wow, and choose it directly in my JUPAS. So maybe you like to know more about how to prepare yourself in this scheme. So soon after your DSE, you'll be invited by the Hong Kong U Science to have a math test and an interview. And some selected students, as just Professor Alice Wong just mentioned, will have a conditional offer on it. So first thing you have to do is to do well in your DSE, so you can fulfill the conditional offer. You will have like a few weeks of time after the DSE to prepare for your math test and the interview. And in that period of time, I think you can do more math regularly to keep your math knowledge and your sense in your math fresh and familiar, so you can do well in the math test. Also, in the math test, you should expect something that you have never seen before. So I think it's a good idea to learn more outside the curriculum. The interview will come shortly after the math test, but it is not that academic like the Cambridge interview. And the questions are more general and focus more on your experience and your interest. So after you've admitted into the Hong Kong U and get into this track, you also have to pass through the admission test and the interview by Cambridge, which I haven't gone through, but I can share with you how to prepare it. So as mentioned by Professor Cardwell, the interview by Cambridge is more academic and more specific to your field of interest in science. So maybe it's very important for you to be familiar with your field of interest in science and maybe learn more outside the DSE curriculum, which could help you a lot in both the test and the interview. So for me, I do that by participating in those science-related competitions and programs in my secondary school, but it's not the only way. So I think you will have to find the best way that suits you most. However, for the Form 6 students that are going to have the DSE soon, I believe that you should focus on your DSE first and start the preparation during the long summer holiday after DSE. You have plenty of time in that holiday, and I'm sure you will have enough of time to prepare for the test and interview. So I think that in that time, in the summer holiday, I believe you can self-studying on the A-level syllabus or with some university textbook to know more knowledge in your field of interest in science. So lastly, I believe this track is very beneficial to me and to those who would like to pursue a science career in your future, because you can study in the world-famous universities, both the Cambridge and the Hong Kong U. And you also have the opportunity provided by the YSS scheme, such as to research fellowship programs in your year 1 and year 2 summer, and international scientific conference opportunity, and so on. Moreover, just like any of the exchange programs, you live in Cambridge for quite a long time, for 2 to 3 years, and you can experience the life and the culture there. So here's my sharing today. I hope you can understand more on this track, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Rupert. So now it's over to everybody who's joining us for this webinar. For any questions you may have for the colleagues who are with me here in Hong Kong, or for Professor David Cardwell in Cambridge, or even for the students who are participating or hoping to participate in the scheme. We have about 15 or 20 minutes for Q&A. So we start with a question from Science. How can I indicate my interest in the Cambridge track? Alice?
So as we have talked, first of all, you have to select 6901, and then you have to put it in your band A. So in that case, the faculty will then contact you, and then you can indicate if you want to join the Cambridge track.
Okay, thank you very much. So very straightforward in science. 6901, and do very well in your DSE.
Yes,
and you will have a chance to enroll in YSS and then move on up through the Cambridge track. Again, for science, around when will the admissions test and the interview be conducted by Hong Kong U?
Yeah, for the Hong Kong U one, as Rupert mentioned, we'll do it in the summer, so around May or June, after you finish your DSE.
Okay, thank you very much. And then for Edmund, engineering and also the computer science tracks, who's eligible to apply for the Hong Kong U Cambridge undergraduate recruitment scheme in engineering and computer science?
In the engineering and computer science side, we are making it available to essentially all who come in through the free JUPAS codes. Of course, every year, actually, a large number of students indicate their interest, and I think there's no surprise there. But they have to then pass the screening test. So it's really the screening test that helps us shortlist the candidates in the engineering and computer science.
Okay, thanks. This is a question for Rupert, who is, as you know, a year one student in the Faculty of Science at Hong Kong U. I'm still considering if I should do science or research. How do you determine to pursue science and enroll in the YSS and this Cambridge track?
So basically, I choose to apply for this for the Bachelor of Science mostly because of my interest. Because I believe that if I want to do well in something, I will need to have the interest in doing something, and so I would be more happy, be happier, and be more successful in that.
Okay, thank you very much. A question for Edmund relating to the computer science component of the engineering track. How many students each year can qualify for admission to Cambridge through computer science?
Right. The short answer is it really varies. Computer science is a very popular discipline, I think, worldwide in the past few years with all these development in AI and many areas where computing has shown enormous power. And therefore, computer science programs is difficult to get in, I have to say that. So it really depends. Every year we have students applying through this. And from our side, when we do the shortlisting, we don't have a particular quota for engineering and computer science, because at Hong Kong U Engineering, we actually cover both. And each year, I think we have roughly maybe 10 or so in each side. And then it's really depending on the performance and the competitiveness on the Cambridge side to see how many gets in.
Okay, we have another question for Edmund. It's a student who's sitting the DSE in 2021, so is in Form 6 right now, I guess, and is asking about joining the scheme if they missed the deadline for application to engineering in 2020.
Well, if you are sitting for DSE in 2021, that means you are currently going to apply for Hong Kong U right now. So as I said, apply through those JUPAS codes right now and indicate your interest. And then when you come in at Hong Kong U in September 2021, go through the screening test, hopefully get shortlisted, and then we'll proceed on the interview and the whole procedures. Right.
Okay, there's a question for Professor Cardwell. What kinds of, I don't know if you want to answer this one, David. What kinds of questions will you be raising in the interviews? Will it be tech-related questions or much more general discussion for students applying to the engineering or computer science track?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very happy to answer that one. So as I said, the objective of the assessment process is to establish academic potential. And I mean, obviously, we celebrate the broad abilities of all our students, but we don't interrogate them at interview. So the personal statement's an important one. What I look for in reading the personal statement is a way for me to get into the interview. So, you know, if you've represented your nation at badminton, as some students that I've interviewed actually have done, then that's a good talking point to kind of settle you down. So that gets me into the interview, but then very quickly I'll go into fairly technical questions. And as far as I'm concerned, we're looking for highly motivated students to study their subject, and I'd expect that to come through. So if you haven't got anything to tell me about anything that's going on in the world that's related to your subject, an alarm bell rings straight away. So I might invite you to tell me something about something you're interested in. But then I'll go into a series of fairly technical questions, and that they will cover mathematics, and they'll cover physics. They'll cover areas that you've been taught already. And this is fairly early on in your first year at Hong Kong U when we have the interview. So a lot of my questions will be related to what you've learned at school, but I'll go beyond those. We'll start talking about things that you haven't learned and that I wouldn't necessarily expect you to know the answer to. But what I will expect you to do is to have a sensible discussion and to bringing elements of what you do know, so we can explore how they might relate to the question I've asked. And I'm interested in your thought process. Do you just say, sorry, I haven't learnt that? Or, well, actually, I haven't learnt that, but I've learnt this. And, one example could be simple harmonic motion for the engineers and physicists out there. Everybody's done simple harmonic motion. You can all tell me that acceleration is directed to a point. But my question would be, well, what about damped harmonic motion? Which of the three equations would you modify? And the answer is velocity. Having done that, mathematically, how would you modify it? And you do it by introducing an exponential term. How does that affect the solutions for position and acceleration? And therefore, can we sketch that out? Guess what? You get damped harmonic motion. But nobody's done damped harmonic motion in their sixth form studies. So the questions will be absolutely with technical focus. We'll cover many subjects. We're not looking for students to get everything right, because that would be ridiculous. I'm looking for how you think, how you kind of approach this problem solving. And, if you're a good student, I'll push you to your very limit, including often pushing me to my limit. If you're not a good student, and I have to say, over the years, I haven't interviewed a single Hong Kong U student that I wouldn't consider to be a good student. But when I do interview students who shouldn't have applied, and some do get through the net, not with Hong Kong U, I kind of back off the technical difficulty. The aim of the interview is not to make you feel stupid or small or to upset you in any way, but to get you through it in a way that I can understand what your academic potential is. So a long answer to a short question, but expect technical questions, expect to be pushed, don't expect to get everything right, but do your best.
Thanks a lot, David. We had a question about academic exchange. Do students get an opportunity for academic exchange from Cambridge?
What do you mean by academic exchange, Ian?
A semester, in a third country, on a third campus.
Yeah.
And bringing the credits back to their Cambridge transcript.
Yeah, no, they don't. Cambridge doesn't credit any material that's taught anywhere else in the world other than Cambridge. Full stop. So if you want to take a term out, then you'll sacrifice the year. If students wanted to take a year out to do something else, in theory they could do it, but very few do. I mean, most students are desperate to get to Cambridge, and the last thing they want to do when they get to Cambridge is go somewhere else. So we've got a very stable undergraduate cohort that stays in Cambridge. Our students get their additional experience by work placements over the summer. We don't have a semester system, we have a term system. So we have 3 8-week terms, and the final term is exam term, so it's really only half a term. And that leaves more than half the year when students are not at Cambridge. So that can give you a good opportunity to do other things, especially in the long vacation when you get up to 12 weeks. And it's part of the engineering course requirement that you do 2 internships anyway. So you'll have to sort that out as well. But we don't do generally academic exchange. And if we did, it would seriously disadvantage the progress of the student in the year. I think you need to understand that the pace at Cambridge is relentless. It's breathtakingly difficult, which is why we need to get the right students. The right students thrive in that environment. But our students, for example, can't take part-time work. They just don't have the time. They'd sacrifice their degree if they do. So we don't do academic exchange as part of our formal term time structure, but there obviously are opportunities to work wherever you like over the summer vacation.
Very much, David. And as Edmund mentioned earlier, some students come back to Hong Kong, reconnect with Hong Kong U, or do their internships here in Hong Kong. So that is one way in which we keep in touch with the students who are on the scheme. Okay, this is the last question. Do students need prior work experience or any prerequisite courses before they can enroll in this scheme? Maybe Alice or Edmund?
I think they don't require any prior work experience. I mean, in science, there is no prerequisite courses, but as Rupert has mentioned, that you want to prepare yourself a little bit more than just at the DSE level for the subject in order not to enroll in the scheme, but for the interview.
I think definitely the same in engineering. You don't need to have worked, but you do need to have the problem-solving skills. You do want to demonstrate that you can look at the problems and you can make use of your scientific and mathematical knowledge. So there's no specific subjects that you need to know beyond what is normally in the secondary school curriculum. But you do want to have some breadth, knowing more broadly than purely what is in your syllabus, I guess.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm afraid we do have more questions, but I'm afraid we don't have more time. So thank you very much for joining us today, David and Guo, who've joined us through Zoom, and Edmund, Alice, and Rupert, who joined me here in Hong Kong U. If you'd like to know more about the scheme, you're of course welcome to email us at Hong Kong U. You can send a message to Edmund, to Alice, or myself, and we'll be happy to get back to you with any further details that you require. Thanks for your interest in this webinar. Thanks for your interest in the scheme. Please do consider applying. 6901 for science, and then the 3 different codes that Edmund mentioned for engineering. And of course, you need to concentrate on your DSE studies or your other IB, A-level, whichever scheme you're doing for your end of school exams. And do very well in those exams, and you could well be a candidate for the Hong Kong U Cambridge track. Again, thank you very much for joining us this evening. Thank you.
and welcome to this very last session for the Information Day for Undergraduate Admissions 2020 at the University of Hong Kong. And today what we would like to do is for some of the overseas audience who may not have had a chance to listen to us earlier, to provide you with some information about the University of Hong Kong and also the application for undergraduate admissions to the university. Each year we actually receive a lot of applications from students, and on each of these applications we actually get to read their personal statement, and they will tell us what their aspirations are. It may be about them wanting to be a surgeon, a lawyer, chief financial officer, research scientist, all of that. And all of these are actually very tangible, real aspirations that students would like to achieve. But at the University of Hong Kong, we are actually trying to push that boundary a little bit more, to challenge everyone a little bit more. Because at the university, we are not looking to just create or impart knowledge. The idea behind the university and what we're trying to do is to provide a platform where students can be nurtured and be matured into an inspiration for everyone in the community. And that is what we are meaning when we say aspire to inspire at the University of Hong Kong. And today maybe what I can start off with is to share with you some of the inspirational stories that students, alumni, researchers at HKU has achieved over the years. Actually, very recently, we have a team of students that was a project that was started by some engineering students 4 or 5 years back, looking to raise interest in ocean exploration. But along the way, in achieving that, inspiring people to be interested in about ocean exploration, they ended up breaking a Guinness World Record on the way, and that was actually in January of the year. Or you might be looking at improving mental healthness, raising awareness for mental healthness, improving youth therapy sessions. And with all of that, the students managed to actually win the world champion in the Microsoft Imaging Cup contest. Another way, advancing science, and I think these are things that are very timely to us as well. For students, for researchers, for scientists, they might be thinking about they wish to advance science in their research and have a very practical use. Very recently, a team of HKU researchers have discovered the antiviral strategy in combating COVID-19, and that was a very recent and very valuable contribution in our fight to make sure, in our fight against the pandemic as well. What do students actually do and when they're going through the university experience? Picked out some keywords of when we interviewed these students or alumni, what they thought about their experience at HKU, and here's what they came back with. Intellectual rigor. Definitely the University of Hong Kong is a school that asks students to contribute academically. Many of our students actually matriculate through their undergraduate degree programs within the stipulated 4-year time frame, and they matriculate because we expect our students to matriculate, to be intellectually rigorous in their studies. There are also abundance of experience for students to take part in terms of building up their profile, building up their attributes so that they can actually be an inspiration. Part of that might be a research experience that students will go through, or a capstone project that all students will be completing in their 4th year that will combine and add together, integrate the knowledge they've gained over the 4 years. For social sciences students, a part of their education will be about social innovation, about them connecting with the local community as well. Other things that is very trademark of the HKU education is that we offer students a flexible curriculum. And in the flexible curriculum, we ask our students to be very active learners. When you're an active learner, you're imagining a lot of different possibilities. And that is also another way where you can truly find your own path at the University of Hong Kong and create your own experience. You mix and match your courses, you mix and match your opportunities like internships, like exchanges, overseas studying trips. All of these come together so that you have a very unique and individual experience. What you will also find is a wealth of support that is available at the University of Hong Kong. Alumni will attest to that. Terence is actually an alum who has started his own sustainable, his own shop, his own startup that is working in terms of food sustainability. What he is doing is he is taking food that is close to expiration date or close to use by date and selling it in his shops for the communities in need at a reduced price. So these are actually projects and ideas that were created at the university because they have something they would like to achieve, because they are trying to inspire others to achieve a higher goal. And with that, that is why we are very glad to see our graduates have very good employability records. 13 years, consecutive years, where we have a virtually 100% employment rate for our graduates, and our graduates actually rank 9th most employable graduates in the world. Part of the reason why we think that is the case is because the university is very highly regarded and recognized in the world. If we go by any of the rankings, it is telling us that the degree that you will be earning from the University of Hong Kong will be very transferable, will be very portable, and you're not limited to just 1 or 2 specific disciplines. The University of Hong Kong is a comprehensive university. By that we mean we have programs that are offered across disciplines, across faculties, and you will see actually we have disciplines that are very highly recognized in the world, regardless of which areas of studies you might be interested in as well. Our students are also learning from very world-class researchers. Many of them, over 100 of them, rank amongst the world's top 1% in terms of their research output. International faculty, over 60% of our faculty members are actually from international faculty, professoriate staff that will be involved in the teaching and learning. Students are also looking at your experience, and part of that is a whole person education at the University of Hong Kong, where we build up the platform for students to find what you're truly interested in. You're looking at over 130 clubs and societies that you may be part of, sports teams, cultural associations that you can take part in as well, or you might be part of members of one of the residential halls or colleges. Another thing that you might be finding, looking at food options, restaurants, food outlets, Asian, international cuisines, all of these options will be there to make sure you have a supported and also comfortable student life at the university. Now, the university offers 41 undergraduate degree programs across 10 faculties. These are undergraduate degree programs that have a wider spectrum of specializations. If we count the number of majors, minors, disciplines that are available to students, you will find approximately 100 choices available to you. Among all of these, there are also some very unique programs that you might look at. We call them interdisciplinary programs. So one of them may be the Bachelor of Arts and Sciences. In addition to the comprehensive Bachelor of Arts and Sciences program within the Faculty of Social Sciences, you will also find specific programs within this family, like Design Plus, that deals specifically with design thinking, applied artificial intelligence, financial technology, or global health and development subjects. Another program that you might be interested in that is actually a cross-discipline in a double degree nature is the Global Engineering and Business program. This program, we're asking students to combine their expertise and specialties. At the end of 5 years, you will actually be gaining an engineering accreditation and at the same time be graduating with a major, a specialty in the business field. All of these are very helpful because when we look at very recent research, recent reports by the World Economic Forum, we're looking at jobs. A lot of the old traditional jobs might be in decline, but what is called jobs of tomorrows are being created. And these are programs that would allow students to earn the interdisciplinary skills, complex problem solving, analytical skills, interpersonal relations issues. All of these will be available for students to earn in the program so that they will be successful and they will be desirable graduates for companies to hire as we move into a newer model of economy and employment. Some of the programs that you might be thinking about may not be as interdisciplinary in nature at the University of Hong Kong, but we still ask our students to design your own specialties. Some of you may be thinking about a more traditional route where you go into a traditional field, a professional field like medicine, nursing, architecture, engineering, or you might be truly looking at majors that will combine disciplines across faculties, across units. When you are doing that, when you're adding one major plus another major, what we expect you will come out of it is you will be gaining results, attaining results that is more than 2. In that sense, you have more connections because you're integrating resources from different disciplines. You have more skill sets because it's not just 1+1 skill sets from different disciplines. You're integrating and creating new ideas out of it. You have more exposures out of your experience as well. And in terms of experience, our students are definitely not limited to Hong Kong in itself. In the past years before the pandemic, we actually record over 100,000, over 10,000 number of visits for students who've taken overseas learning experience as well. These are things that they've done, maybe a short-term study trip abroad. It might be a course that they've done. It might be an exchange program. It might be a field trip. All of these enrich the life of our students. We are active partners with over 3,070 partners in the world in 45 different destinations. And on top of that, some of you who would like to challenge yourself may be thinking about a university collaborative program. These are dual degree programs or joint admission schemes that we have with well-renowned universities. I'm sure many of you already know the names on the screen for you. That these universities joined together with the University of Hong Kong in offering a 4 or 5 year university experience, where at the end, the graduates will actually be awarded degrees from 2 institutions. If you imagine that, what you're gaining out of this experience will be more than just 2 degrees. You're having the network, alumni connection from partners around the world. You are actually experiencing different culture. The term of globalization has been thrown around for a number of years now. Everyone is looking at how to globalize your experience. What these dual degrees will actually help you achieve is to achieve a sense of localization. What it means is taking the global ideas and making it applicable to your own culture, making it applicable to your society, integrating the knowledge. And again, that is why we're looking for students at the university who is looking to be an inspiration, because when you combine different ideas and combine different experiences together, you chart your own pathways and you will find ways to inspire others with what you've gone through as well. Now, I've talked a little bit about the university already in the past 10-15 minutes. What I would like to do now is to provide you with more information about the application, especially for those of you who are looking to enter the University of Hong Kong in fall 2021. When we say that it is an international admissions process, this is actually for students who are completing an IB diploma, GCE A-level, a Canadian high school, a provincial exam, French baccalaureate, any regional or national examination. It does not have to be, you do not have to be an international or non-local student to apply through this scheme. You might be a local student, but you're studying one of these curriculum and you will be applying to the university through this international non-JUPAS application. The key thing to remember is that the University of Hong Kong has a first round evaluation that is due on November 18th of this year. What it means is that when we take students in, and by November 18th, we know the students are very keen and interested in the University of Hong Kong, and we will be proceeding to arrange interviews for shortlisted candidates. We'll be arranging evaluations on these profiles, and we aim to inform students and applicants of their application decision in the new year, very much in January and February. For those of you who may not feel exactly ready yet, the university is going to maintain the application system to be open in a rolling admission sense all the way until August. However, you do have to realize that when you're applying through rolling admissions, it will be subject to program availability. One of the key things to keep in mind when you're looking at applying to the University of Hong Kong is to make sure you check the expected lower boundaries. These information is posted and available on the website. And when you look at that, they will tell you specific general information like the one you're seeing on the screen right now. For an IB diploma student, you might be looking at a range of 31 to 45 in terms of the lower boundaries. It's a huge range because the University of Hong Kong actually has over 40 undergraduate degree programs, and each of them may have a slightly different expected lower boundary. These boundaries are not supposed to be used as requirements for entry. Instead, you are using this to assess your own application, to determine whether or not you are putting forward an academic profile that is competitive for the program you're looking for. So use these as reference and use these as guidelines as you complete the application for the University of Hong Kong. For those of you who might be thinking about application, keep in mind that the University of Hong Kong is test optional for students whose qualification has an exit examination by the examination board. So what it means that for an IB diploma student, because you already go through the IB examination You are not required to submit any additional public examination. The same for the same for a GCE A-level student, the same for any French baccalaureate students. So as long as there is already a public examination or assessment attached to your qualification, you're not required to submit an SAT for assessment at the university. However, you might wish to also consult what we call program-specific requirements for admissions. These, again, they're on the admissions website, and they inform you specifically about the program to which you're submitting an application. What are things that you need to watch out for? Some examples and ideas of that you might see if you're applying for an engineering program. They will look specifically at your math and physics. If you're looking at medicine, medical or Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery program, they might be looking specifically at your chemistry. Other things you might find is some of the business programs might expect students to have a higher level of English proficiency. If you're applying for architectural studies, they do have an aptitude exercise that they wish their students would complete. All of these information, again, is on the admissions website, and you can refer to that to the specific program to which you're interested in. The University of Hong Kong is an English medium institution. Our programs are taught in English, and therefore we do ask our applicants to provide a proof of language proficiency for English. It may be in the form of an IELTS or TOEFL result. It may be an SAT reasoning test, or you might already have fulfilled it with your secondary school qualifications. So if you have an IB, your Group 1 English will very much likely meet the requirements already, or your GCSE English first language, GCSE English second language, all of that might be applicable as well. So check on the website to see if you already met the requirement. There is also a requirement for a second language proficiency. Now, this does not mean a Chinese requirement. Sometimes we always get the question of students, do I have to know Chinese to enter the University of Hong Kong? And the answer is no, we do not ask our students to have a Chinese proficiency for general admissions. Some programs may ask for communication skills or being able to speak speak Chinese to a certain level because of the need within the program. However, for admissions to the University of Hong Kong, we ask instead for a second language proficiency, which refers to a language other than English. We have seen French, we have seen Spanish, we have seen Korean. I think a number of years ago, I have seen Latin being used on the application. So all of these will be applicable for you. So what I would do is we have the chat function open, we have the Q&A function open, and if you have any questions, feel free to type it in the Q&A and we will try to answer as many as we can. But as you're doing that, I have a few hints or reminders for you to go through. So first of all, you are able to apply to the university with your predicted results. So even before your final results are released, you are able to submit an application. Just make sure that on your application, you provide the university with information on any expected examination or expected qualifications and accreditations that you will achieve. For an IB student or an A-level student, your school may have predicted results or anticipated results to show, and you can actually include the courses that you're currently doing at the program and update the university once the results are available. Provide us with your academic history. I think especially for this year, it is becoming more and more important, especially when many of you have had quite an unusual and abnormal study experience in the past year and a half already. Knowing where you come from, knowing the context of your academic history will be very helpful for our evaluation. So definitely on the application, please let us know what you've been doing in your junior high school, secondary school, all the way onward, and that will be a component that we will look at the application stage. And I've mentioned this a little bit earlier, you are able to update your academic results directly on the application account when you're submitting the application to the University of Hong Kong. Even when your final results are released in July or August, you will have the opportunity to update that, and that will help us process your applications much faster. And finally, you are supplementing your application with one personal statement and two references. When we say references, it could be a teacher, it could be someone whose organization you've interned at, it could be someone who's known you well. The key for all of these is for you to not to outnumber or not to produce in quantity these materials. What we're looking for is a good quality piece that would tell us about your intention, about why you would like to study at HKU, what you'd like to achieve, going back to the idea, what sort of inspiration you would like to be as a student at HKU. You upload these information, you upload your personal statement on the application account, and your referees, when you nominate them, will receive an email asking them to provide a confidential reference for your application. And finally, on your application to the University of Hong Kong, you get 5 program choices on the non-JUPAS application or international application route. You do not have to use up all 5. Sometimes students believe that by filling out all the program choices means they're more dedicated and more interested at the university and they get a higher chance of being admitted. All the programs will look at your applications independently and individually. What it means is we look at your application profile and they assess you based on what you presented to see your fit with their particular program. In some cases, you might even get more than one result, more than one offers from the university as well. And you are allowed to keep more than one offers on hand as long as they're conditional offers, as long as your final results have not yet been released. And with that, I think I've covered in the past 20-25 minutes brief information about the university that I hope is helpful for you. I think we have some questions that maybe have typed in, so let me quickly search through that. Sorry, let me. Okay. Any tips for writing personal statement? Qualities that we're looking for in the personal statement. I think briefly touched on that as well. So in the personal statement, we're looking. Maybe this year you're particularly fortunate because we already come out to say we're looking at students who are aspiring to inspire others. How would you like to do that? How would you like to be an inspiration? What sort of academic history you've gone through? What sort of experience have you had that will help you illustrate your intention to study in the course, help you to present to us that you're ready for the course, you're ready for the studies at the university. And within that statement, keep in mind this one statement will be read by all your program choices. So with that, in your personal statement, you may have a chance to actually have to address one program or all your program choices. It is entirely up to you. But we're looking for qualities. In terms of the qualities that we're looking for, definitely we're looking for students who have clearly thought out what they would like to achieve with their degree. The qualities that we're also looking for at the university, actually we do give you a hint of that as well on the application account. On the non-JUPAS application, there is a tab where you put in your extracurricular activities. And on that, we're not looking the number of hours you've put into each activities, but we're looking at qualities you've gained and matured and nurtured through these involvements. So we're looking at leadership, we're looking at communication skills, we're looking at global mindedness, to name a few. So these are some of the hints that you might take. Do I have to ask school teachers to write references, and there are references from teachers more preferred? To be honest, I think we work with a lot of the schools that you might be from. We have a very long list of counselors that we're very familiar with. I kept hearing today a lot of the students came up and say they met me at the school. So definitely we have a good relationship with many school partners. Your school counselors or teachers, if they have access, will be able to provide the predicted grade or school transcript directly to HKU for evaluation purposes. At the same time, on that same platform, they will be able to present a reference. We don't particularly request a reference from a school or a teacher, but your teachers are usually one of the best people to provide that reference for you because they are able to tell us your academic history. They've met with you for much longer, they've seen you grow as a student, and they're going to be able to tell us information about your application and about how you learn much easier. So, so for that specifically, we don't have a preference, but I think sometimes if you ask your teachers who are able to illustrate your abilities more, that might help us understand your application better. Is it compulsory to live in the hall and or on campus? No, it's not. For non-local students, your first year access to a hall of residence is guaranteed. You will apply through our CEDARS, which is the Center for Student Development on campus. You apply through them and you will actually be assigned a hall place for your first year. In the subsequent years for non-local students, you will have to apply for readmissions into the halls of colleges. So it depends on whether or not for your own personal experience, whether you wish to stay at the hall or whether or not you've been involved in the activities as well. Some students may find that after 1 year in the hall of residence, they would prefer to actually live out on their own, to go out and to actually rent an apartment with a few of their friends. The advantage of the University of Hong Kong is that we have our own metro station. It's 10 minutes from a shopping district and on the metro line in Hong Kong. The furthest you will really go is about 2 hours. So even if you are renting a place that is not the closest to the university, you will still have very easy access to the campus, and that's not something you have to worry about. Okay, so back on the personal statement, do I need to write more than one personal statement? So I've gone through that. No, you actually will only be allowed to upload one personal statement. If you have more than one personal statement uploaded to the system, we will look at the latest one as the final version. Is SAT required? Okay, so that goes back to what we were talking about earlier in terms of requirements for the university. For majority of the students, SAT is not a requirement. So if you are completing, like I said, an IB, A-level, Indian board exams, if you're in the Bangladesh high school, if you're in Kazakhstan, all of these have an assessment at the end of your secondary school year that we're able to refer to. So we do not need the SAT. However, if you're in the US high school curriculum, for example, where there's no benchmark assessment upon graduation, for graduation purposes, at that point, we will ask for an SAT and ACT or other form of public examination that will help fulfill the requirement. So it depends on which curriculum you're currently studying right now in secondary school. Not all students are required to submit an SAT. How many years of transcript should I include? So for the application I mentioned earlier, we prefer to actually see your academic history from year 9 onwards. For all the things you put in, you are recommended to actually have a documentation and reference for us, and you can upload that. So throughout your entire evaluation application process to the University of Hong Kong, we are very happy to look at electronic copies. You can upload these documents directly on the application account, and we will be able to evaluate your applications based on that. Do keep an official copy and official or certified copy, because we might ask to see the original copy when we're preparing you for registration to the university. But if you're saying exactly how many years, preferably when you have input since year 9, your academic history, then you have some sort of transcripts or proof of that since year 9. Okay, how much time do we have to respond to offers? Do we have to pay a deposit and pay more than once? The offers from the non-JUPAS international route usually give you about 2 to 4 weeks to respond to the offer of admissions. When you're accepting an offer, you do have to pay a deposit. But if you're receiving more than one offer, you only have to pay one deposit. So your one deposit will be for your admission for the entire year to the University of Hong Kong. We do ask you to respond within the 2 to 4 weeks window. However, if you have difficulty, let us know and we can work with you on a case-by-case basis. But usually, we do ask students to keep to the 2 to 4 weeks window just out of fairness for the other students who are also applying. Okay, if I've gone through a lot of these questions, if my predicted grades change later on, how do I notify the office? Good question. Basically, on your application right now, when you're filling out your application, under the academic qualifications tab, you're essentially telling us all the subjects, exams, and your achievements in those. Your predicted result may change and you may be notified of it from your school. And with that, you can simply go onto the application system and update it. If for some reason the tab is locked, you're not able to update this by yourself, feel free to reach out to the university via the chat function on the application account, and we will be able to help you with that. Alternatively, your school may have an updated prediction for you that you are not privy to. In that case, your counselors are more than welcome to reach out to us directly and provide that information for our internal assessment. Okay, so maybe what we can do is we can do one last question before we finish up. Let's see. I have a Hong Kong ID, but I'm studying in another country. This is a question we get all the time. So whether or not you are a local or non-local student is not based on residency. If you're a local student, you are a local student if you do not need a student visa to apply to the University of Hong Kong, meaning you HKID, meaning you have permanent residency here, you will not need a student visa. So always look at whether or not you have permanent residency as a status instead of where you're living or where you're studying right now. So in the case where you have an HKID that allows you permanent residency in Hong Kong, then a student visa is not required and you will be a local student. If you need a student visa to enter into Hong Kong for whatever reasons, then you'll be assessed as a non-local student to the university. So I think time is almost up for this session. Hopefully we managed to get to most of the questions on here. If not, what we will do is we will take the questions that you've typed in and whichever ones we did not get to, we will be posting some of the FAQs on our website following this information day for you to access. So once again, thank you very much for joining us here today and hope you had a fruitful day visiting different booths and faculties. And we look forward to welcoming you on campus in the near future. Thank you.